Jong. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely. Before I could finish, a searing pain exploded through my chest. I looked down, disbelieving. A fruit knife had punched clean through my chest, its blade dripping with blood, the handle gripped tight in her hand. My girlfriend, Jong. Right before my consciousness shattered, I saw her eyes clearly. Not a shred of guilt in them. Only raw, naked contempt, the kind you'd give a bug you'd crushed and then resented for dirtying your shoe. Goodbye, Tianli. The one who spoke was the man beside her, the brother I'd once trusted with my whole heart. Capital. One arm wrapped around her waist, the other roaming freely over her body. He grinned like a monster. Thanks for taking care of us these past 6 months. Your final purpose was to be our stockpile. Stockpile. In that instant, I understood everything. I'd been set up. I put her on a pedestal like the purest light of my life. I treated him like a brother I'd die for. And what did I get in return? A joint betrayal and a knife straight through the heart. Hatred and regret flooded my limbs like venom. God, how I wanted to tear those two faces apart. Too bad. I was already dead. Huh. I bolted upright in bed, cold sweat soaking through my pajamas. With trembling hands, I reached for my chest. Skin intact. No wound. No blood. I'm not dead. I pinched my thigh hard. SSSS. Pain shot through me, and a bruise bloomed instantly. Not a dream. I was really alive. I grabbed the phone off my nightstand. Blue Star calendar, June 3rd, 2026. 6:12 in the morning. 30 full days until the deep freeze that would destroy everything. I'd been reborn. Ecstasy washed over me like a tidal wave, but I forced myself to stay calm. 1 month. That was enough. Enough to stock up on everything. Enough to rewrite my fate. Enough to make that pair of dogs pay for their crimes in blood. I remembered it all, crystal clear. At midnight on July 3rd, an unprecedented blizzard would swallow all of Blue Star. That wouldn't be some romantic first snow. It would be the Reaper's scythe. Yangcheng, where I'd lived for 26 years, was a subtropical coastal city, spring-like all year round, never colder than 50 degrees, where even frost was rare. But that snow came fast and hard. At first, people snapped photos and posted them online, thrilled, thinking they'd stumbled onto a once-in-a-century wonder. No one knew it was the opening act of the apocalypse. The blizzard raged for 3 days and 3 nights. The temperature plunged from 90 degrees down to 76 below, a drop of 160 degrees, like God had hit the flash freeze button. After the storm ran its course for a month, 95% of Blue Star's population had died from the cold, from starvation, from the chaos. As for me, I'd lasted only 30 days before the 2 people I trusted most finished me off with their own hands. I walked into the bathroom. The young man in the mirror had sharp brows and bright eyes. Only his face was pale, still shaken. With everything I had going for me, how did I let that woman blind me so completely? I cupped my hands under the faucet and gulped down mouthful after mouthful. That faint whiff of chlorine. Right now, it was oddly reassuring. In my last life, when the apocalypse hit, the water, power, and gas were cut off within 3 days. I'd grown up in the lap of luxury, but by the end, I was desperate enough to drink my own urine. In the deep freeze, 3 things mattered more than life itself: food, water, and heat. I looked up into the mirror, my eyes slowly hardening. This time, I would not make the same mistakes. My parents ran a small building materials business. Last month, they went up north to close a deal when a runaway truck slammed into them head-on. The car's advertised crash safety crumpled like a tin can, and they died on the spot. What they left me was a 2-story penthouse over 2,000 square meters, 20 million in savings, and a 7 Series. That money was more than enough to keep me comfortable for the rest of my life. But to chase Zhang Baikan, the campus beauty queen, I forced my way into her company and became a 777. In by 7 a.m., out by 7 p.m., 7 days a week. Even worse than 996. I poured my entire salary into her, buying gifts, footing every dinner bill, without keeping a single cent for myself. I even leaned on my buddy Zibin to play matchmaker, slipping him red envelopes and buying him cigarettes every time. Looking back now, those 2 had been hooking up all along. They were just using me as a walking ATM. She pretended to agree to be my girlfriend and slowly bled all 20 million out of my account. If the apocalypse hadn't come out of nowhere, they'd have made off with the money, sold the house, and kicked me to the curb long ago. Zhang Baikan, Exhibit. I clenched my fists until my knuckles went white. Heaven's given me a second chance. Just you wait. But I didn't act on impulse. Go settle the score now? Within 3 hours, I'd either be behind bars or catching a bullet. A man who's died once doesn't do stupid things twice. Revenge could wait. I'd wait for the day order collapsed. Then I could torment them however I pleased. Right now, the priority was preparation. Survive. And live better than anyone else. Money supplies. I frowned. 20 million sounded like a lot. But to stockpile a lifetime's worth of food, fuel, tools, and weapons, it was nowhere near enough. And there was a bigger problem. Where would I hide it all? 2,000 square meters seemed spacious, but packed full of supplies, it still wouldn't be enough. Rent a warehouse. A stockpile all in one place would be a sitting duck once the apocalypse hit. Just as I was fretting, a strange consciousness suddenly flooded into my mind. The scene before me shifted in an instant. I was standing in an endless white space, the ground smooth beneath my feet, everything empty and silent around me, so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. Where is this? The moment I called out, the vision snapped away, and I was back in the bathroom. A bold idea exploded in my head. I focused my mind and tried again. White. The vast world appeared once again. I went in and out more than a dozen times before I could finally calm my pounding heart. Talk about someone handing you a pillow just when you're feeling drowsy. With this space, the whole problem of stockpiling supplies was solved in an instant. I immediately grabbed a soda from the fridge, focused my mind, and thought store. The thing vanished into thin air. Then I thought retrieve, and it reappeared, sitting firmly in my palm. The couch, the washing machine, the computer, no matter how heavy, one thought to store, one thought to pull out. After testing it, the storage range was about 10 meters. But it wasn't all powerful. Tiles, flooring, the security door, anything fused into the structure of the building couldn't be stored. It had to be a separate, standalone object. Oh right, freshness. I quickly pulled out that soda. Not a single bead of condensation on the bottle had changed. It was exactly the same as when I'd first taken it out of the fridge. This space didn't just keep things fresh. It completely froze objects in the exact state they were in the moment they went in. This was a cheat code tailor-made for the apocalypse. I leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. The young man in the mirror had bright eyes, with a barely detectable trace of ruthlessness hidden in them. 1 month left. 20 million, unlimited space, and the memories of an entire apocalyptic lifetime. Zhang Baikan, and all you corporate players, just you wait. This time around, hunter and prey were about to switch places. And this extreme freeze would be my perfect stage. I didn't dwell on it too long, and kept exploring the space. I boiled a cup of hot water, stored it while the steam was still swirling, then pulled it back out. The rising white vapor was identical, down to the last wisp. Then I grabbed a melting scoop of ice cream, stored it for 10 minutes, and took it out. Even the cream dripping onto the packaging stayed exactly the same. Time is frozen inside, I murmured. Originally, I'd only planned to stockpile shelf-stable stuff like instant noodles and ham sausages. But now, the range of things I could store had multiplied several times over. Fresh fruit, marbled beef, freshly caught seafood, even hot-cooked barbecue pork, clay pot rice could all be stored away anytime. In the apocalypse, being able to eat a hot, fresh meal was treatment fit for a king. Can living things go in? The moment the thought crossed my mind, a black fly buzzed past and landed on the fried chicken on the table. Perfect timing. I slapped it down. After a crisp smack, the fly lost a wing and struggled uselessly on the tabletop. I stared at it and focused my mind. The space didn't react at all. I ground it into a smear with my foot and tried again. The corpse went in without a hitch. Living things didn't work. Though it was more or less what I'd expected, I felt a faint sense of relief. Some conveniences, the easier they are to get, the more you should be wary of the price hidden behind them. Better to keep my feet on the ground and focus on stockpiling supplies. Ring, ring, ring. The shrill ringtone cut through my thoughts. The contact name on the screen made me frown. Dumbass fat pig. My direct superior at the company, Department Manager Lin Fan. I hung up, but the ringing kept coming back, chasing me like a death summons, over and over. Enough already. I picked up, irritated. Before I could get a word out, a shriek exploded through the receiver. Lee Tion, you got a death wish? You dare hang up on me? Today you're gonna apologize in front of the whole department, or I'll make sure you don't last another day in this company. The voice was shrill and grating, dripping with the arrogance of someone used to bossing people around. In my last life, just to stay close to Jean Baiken, I put up with her endless torment. She dumped every impossible project on me, made me work till dawn, then still chewed me out, all because I didn't kiss up to her like everyone else. Once she found out my family had money, she'd drop hints about gifts every other day. One day her purse wasn't nice enough. The next she wanted a trip to the Maldives. When I ignored her, she just made my life more miserable. That face of hers, just thinking about it made me sick. This time around, I wasn't going to swallow a single word. You fing, you fing, you fing, Christ. 3 in a row, and I was louder than she was. On the other end, dead silence. Right then, back at the office, Lin Fan was standing at the conference room door, surrounded by her subordinates. My furious shout blasted through the receiver and landed clear as day in everyone's ears. The subordinates all turned red in the face, heads down, pretending to take notes. This was Lin the Bloodsucker, the one they hated but never dared to cross. Li Tian, have you lost your mind? Do you know who you're talking to? She finally snapped out of it, shaking with rage. I'm talking to a dried-up old hag who's past her expiration date. I sneered, guns blazing. Nobody wants you, fine, but you take it out on your people all day long. You're just wasting oxygen by being alive. Who the hell do you think you are, that you deserve to have me on the phone? I let it all out, dozens of curses, never repeating myself once, from her character to her whole act, every line cracking across her face like a whip. She tried to cut in, but I steamrolled right over her, leaving her stomping her feet in place, phone clenched in her hand. By the end, I took a deep breath, and a lifetime of pin-up rage drained right out of my chest. Turns out cursing out a scumbag boss feels this good. Last life I swallowed it and swallowed it, all just to stay a little closer to that woman. Looking back now, it was laughably stupid. Once the anger was out, my heart felt clean. Li Tian, you don't want this job anymore, is that it? Apologize to me right now. I burst out laughing, my voice thick with open contempt. Lin Fan, you're right, I don't want it. Just looking at you makes me want to puke. Li Tian, I'll fing. I'm telling you, you're fired. I didn't give her the chance to finish. Lin Fan, listen up. My voice turned ice cold in an instant. Right now, I'm the one firing you and this garbage company together. You understand me? You're firing the company? What a joke. As long as I'm here even one more day, I'll make sure you can't even find a job in the entire province of Guangdong. Huh, you think your crappy little company is such a big deal. I scoffed and hung up, then dragged her number, WeChat, and DingTalk contacts straight into the block list. Sweet. So damn sweet. This freedom, cursing whenever I wanted, not caring about anyone's reaction, was more addictive than stockpiling supplies. After the apocalypse, if you dare come mess with me, I'll put a knife in you. I grabbed my soda and chugged half the bottle, the bubbles bursting in my throat. Grr, my stomach growled. There was still half a piece of fried chicken sitting on the corner of the desk, leftovers from last night's delivery. With a thought, I stored it in my space. In my last life during the apocalypse, this much meat would have had people clawing each other's eyes out. Can't waste it. One more month till the end of the world. Whatever I want to eat, I'd better eat it now. I changed my clothes and decided to find a nice restaurant and treat myself to a proper feast. Call it a memorial for my dead past life. And that whole train wreck of a romance. Back in the office, Lin Fan was shaking with rage after getting hung up on. She clutched her phone, and the words "call ended" on the screen seemed to mock her. The nerve, she screamed, slamming the phone onto the desk. The plastic case split with a crack. She redialed. The number you have dialed is powered off. She tried WeChat. This user has not added you as a contact. Damn it. Li Tian, you son of a bitch. She kicked over a chair, sending it crashing into the wall. She hated nothing more than being called fat, old, or unwanted. And me. Every single word had hit her right where it hurt. I'm going to get him fired. Right now. She stormed toward the HR department in her high heels, her flab jiggling up and down with every step. She wanted me terminated immediately, and she'd make sure the whole company knew, ruining my reputation for good. The moment she left, the office couldn't hold it in any longer. Laughter exploded. How did I never notice Li Tian had such a savage mouth? That was awesome. He said everything we've all been thinking. Lin Fan had barely stepped out when she heard it. Her footsteps froze, and she kicked the door open. The office fell dead silent in an instant, everyone burying their heads in their work. At least, that's how it looked to her. What are you all laughing at? Her subordinates looked up, faces the picture of innocence. Zhang Fei, she pointed at the guy with glasses in the corner. I saw you laughing. What's so funny? Zhang Fei stood up slowly, pushed up his glasses, and said with a straight face, Lin, I wasn't laughing. I clearly heard it. Then maybe you heard wrong, Lin. Besides, it's not even work hours yet. Having a little laugh isn't against the law, is it? I asked you what you were laughing at. Her voice shot up an octave. Zhang Fei thought about it seriously. I was thinking about something happy. My wife just had a baby. You're not even married, so where the hell did a wife come from? Lin, sis, what about in dreams? Come on, you can't police my dreams too, can you? He spread his hands. Lin Fan's chest heaved violently, choked speechless. Finally, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang and stormed off toward HR. The moment the door closed, the laughter erupted again, louder and more brazen than before. Out in the hallway, her steps quickened, one thought pounding in her mind. Fire Li Tian. He has to go. I pushed open the door of my apartment building. Morning light spilled over me, but it couldn't thaw the block of ice sitting in my chest. The neighborhood was alive with the warmth of ordinary life. Grade schoolers with backpacks chattered away. An old man pushing a stroller coaxed giggles out of the baby. Housewives with grocery baskets gossiped across the stairwell about last night's TV drama. Every face wore the simplest of smiles. They had no idea that a month from now, a world-devouring deep freeze would crush all of this. Their days ran like clockwork gears, turning steadily along, never imagining fate could jump the tracks. I slowed my pace. If I hadn't lived this life over again, I'd be just like them right now, cluelessly heading off to the office, still playing the lovesick fool for Zhang Baikan, oblivious to death. In my last life, that's exactly how I stumbled into the apocalypse, completely defenseless. In the end, the two people I trusted most finished me off with a single blade, using food shortage as their excuse. Food shortage? That was nothing but a cover. From the very first day of the apocalypse, they'd never intended to let me live. They stuck it out with me for a month just to wring out my last drop of value, my food stockpile, and my ability to scavenge outside. Heh, I sneered, pulled my gaze away, and picked up the pace. I wasn't stupid enough to warn these people. Having seen human nature in the apocalypse, I understood better than anyone. Without the reins of law and morality, people turn colder than 60 below. If even family couldn't be trusted, what hope was there with strangers? Besides, if I spoke up now, I'd just be written off as a lunatic. The ones who believed me would become rivals fighting over supplies. The ones who didn't would call the cops on me. Nothing to gain, everything to lose. That naive boy had already died once, in a past life. This time, I only love myself. I walked out the front gate of the complex, and the bustle of the city rushed at me. I lived in Yuelon Mountain, one of Guangzhou's most exclusive communities. Just a few hundred meters away sat a 3-Michelin-star restaurant. The old me would never have dared set foot inside. But today, I was going to splurge. Rising from the dead, even if I was the only one, was worth celebrating. I pushed open the heavy glass door, and the sound of a violin drifted toward me. Warm golden lights, gleaming floors, everything reeked of money. I sat down at a spot by the window. Outside, traffic streamed by and pedestrians hurried along. None of them knew that the city beneath their feet was about to freeze into a living hell. The waiter handed me a menu, its gilt-edged cover heavy in my hands. I didn't bother reading it closely. My hand. I pointed at the menu, going straight down the list from most to least expensive. Black truffle foie gras, wagyu sirloin, Boston lobster, caviar, one of each. And bring me a bottle of your most expensive red. That bottle of wine was priced at 12,008. I don't actually like wine. Normally I just drink Coke. But today I wanted to make an exception. Call it a toast to the me who got a second chance at life. The waitress's smile was sweet enough to melt. The man in front of her wore an ordinary t-shirt and jeans, someone who'd vanish into a crowd without a trace. To her, That was exactly the mark of a low-key rich kid. I ignored her not-so-subtle hints and just pushed her along. Hurry up with the food. I'm starving. And I really was. The memory of gnawing on tree bark and chewing on roots in my past life was carved into my bones. Just thinking about food made my stomach clench on instinct. The dishes came out fast. The foie gras glistened with oil, the sirloin was seared outside and tender within, the lobster shell steamed to a bright red. I grabbed the knife and fork, but with zero elegance. I stabbed a big chunk of steak and shoved it straight into my mouth. Sauce smeared at the corner of my lips, and the sound of my chewing was jarringly loud in the quiet restaurant. The waitress's smile froze for a second. The other diners kept shooting glances my way. Some frowned, some set down their utensils and murmured under their breath, their disdain completely out in the open. I didn't care. When the apocalypse comes, all the refinement and manners these people take such pride in won't buy them half a piece of bread. By then, an expired pack of instant noodles could set a whole crowd fighting until their heads bled. I've seen too much. The more dignified a person, the sooner they starve. The more shameless, the longer they survive. I kept my head down and ate like a beast until more than half the food on the table was gone. Only then did I wipe my mouth and let out a satisfied belch without a shred of restraint. Sir, that comes to 102,008. Card or QR code? The waitress's warmth had cooled considerably. I scanned the code to pay, stood up, and walked out without sparing her a single glance. The moment I stepped out, I could already picture her ranting in some group chat about the freak nouveau riche. No one knew that this nouveau riche they looked down on carried inside him a world on the verge of destruction. While I was feasting at the restaurant, the office gossip about me chewing out Lin Fan had already blown up. In the marketing department, Zhang Baiken and Zi Bin sat across from each other, their feet still secretly tangled together under the desk. They were my college classmates. I'd once thought the three of us were an iron triangle. Zi Bin was my roommate, and Zhang Baiken was the campus beauty we both chased. After graduation, the two of them ended up in the same department. Zi Bin had a smooth tongue and knew how to charm. Being close at hand gave him the advantage, and Zhang Baiken soon said yes to him. But the company banned office romances, so they'd been keeping it under wraps. And me, kept completely in the dark, was still pursuing Zhang Baiken with everything I had. Bringing her breakfast every day, treating her to dinner and movies on weekends, always rushing to pick up the check. Later, when my parents died in a car accident, left behind a $20 million inheritance, Capital immediately egged her on. Don't turn him down. Keep him on the hook. Now that he's rich, this is our chance to milk him for more. From that day on, I became their personal ATM. They enjoyed everything I gave them while laughing behind my back at what a fool I was. I couldn't hear the conversation happening right now, but I could guess every word of it. Capital would sneer, he's just a brainless idiot who got lucky being born into the right family. With his pathetic skills, he's not even fit to shine our shoes. Zhang Baiken would chime in with a coy little pout, satisfaction glinting in her eyes. But deep down, Capital was panicking. He hadn't gotten his hands on that 20 million yet, and my recklessness had thrown a wrench in his plans. In his mind, that money was supposed to be his. Sure enough, my phone rang. The name Zhang Baiken flashed across the screen, and the message was dripping with concern. Li Tian, I heard you had a falling out with manager Lin. What's going on? Capital and I are both really worried about you. A cold smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. This was the first time she'd ever reached out to check on me. In my past life, I would have been moved to tears, immediately arranged to meet up with her, and poured out all my grievances. Now, I just felt sick. Worried about me? What you're worried about is my money. I typed out my reply. Chin, I've been sick of that fat pig Lin Fan for ages. Quitting was perfect timing. I don't want to work anymore. I'm planning to buy an RV and travel the whole country. I've got enough money to last me a lifetime. From now on, let's just go our separate ways. I could picture the looks on their faces when they read that message. Their ATM was about to run off. And this was only the first step of my revenge. I could practically see the chaos erupting on the other end of the line. Zhang Baiken stared at the screen, then shoved the phone at Capital. The two of them huddled together, their faces instantly changing. Taking their 20 million on a road trip across the country? Absolutely not. Soon I got 3 more messages, each one gentler than the last. Li Tian, What exactly happened? Don't do anything rash. This is so sudden. Capital, and I aren't mentally prepared for this at all. We want to know what you're really thinking. The deliberate tenderness, trying to stir up my old feelings. I almost laughed out loud and decided to toy with them a little. Don't worry about me. Just focus on your jobs. Don't let me get in the way of your work. Typing that line, I nearly made myself throw up. Not long after, a third message came, this one full of hurt, wrapped in a whiny plea. Li Tian, stop throwing a tantrum, okay? Let's grab dinner together tonight. Let's go to that firewood chicken place we always go to. Capital already reserved a table. We're best friends. You definitely need someone by your side right now. You can't even spare us one dinner? You're not that heartless, eh? Humans. I stared at those words and spat a thick wad of phlegm at a trash can by the road. Nice acting. No wonder they played me for a fool in my last life. It wasn't that I was stupid. These two were just operating on a whole different level. What I hate is myself. All those years, and I never once saw them for what they really were. Before the apocalypse, she agreed to be my girlfriend, and I happily handed her 20 million to look after. After the apocalypse hit, I saved my own rations to feed her. When the money guy came knocking, I didn't hesitate to open the door and let him in. I split the food I couldn't bear to eat with them and braved the freezing cold to go scavenging. The early days were rough, but we got by. But as the food ran lower and lower, my usefulness dropped right along with it. In the end, these two bastards set their sights on me, turned me straight into their next meal. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. This is exactly what I wanted. As long as they're still breathing, how could I ever be willing to leave Guangzhou? Fine. If the money's on you, I'm definitely coming. Once I'd sent them off, I didn't head home. I hailed a cab to the nearest big supermarket. Cold air washed over me. Under the lights, the colorful packaging on the shelves looked downright tempting. My eyes lit up. To me, these weren't products. They were the hope of surviving the apocalypse. I nearly cleared out an entire row of shelves right then and there. My fingers even twitched on instinct, itching to sweep all of it into my storage space. But I cooled down fast. There were cameras everywhere. If things vanished into thin air wherever I'd been, the cops would zero in on me for sure, and my whole stockpiling plan would go up in smoke. Don't rush. Take it slow. I drew a deep breath, grabbed a shopping cart, and started sweeping the shelves in an orderly fashion. First, the processed food aisle, sausages, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot. Anything edible went into the cart. When no one was looking, I quietly slipped identical items into my space with a thought. Drop one pack of instant noodles in the cart, and 10 more appeared in my space. Toss in one sausage, and 5 more showed up. A flick of my mind, and the items silently disappeared, without leaving so much as a gap on the shelves. The supermarket was well stocked, a few missing packs, and nobody would notice. Sure, taking this stuff was technically illegal right now, but compared to what people would become after the apocalypse, I was practically a saint. Once the extreme cold set in, this supermarket would be looted in a frenzy. The couple who owned it would be knocked down trying to protect their goods, and the crowd would trample right over their bodies to grab the food. In the end, that couple would be crushed to death, eyes still wide open, full of unwillingness. The thought made my hands move even faster. If I didn't take this stuff now, it would just become a weapon people fought over later. Better to stockpile it. At the very least, it'd buy me a few more days in the apocalypse. The first cart was full. I grabbed a second one and headed straight for the fresh food section. Pork, lamb, chicken, fish, shrimp. I bought one of each and quietly slipped them into my space at the same time. The only thing I didn't buy was beef. Okay, that was a lie. Beef is my favorite. The third cart was loaded with cooking oil, rice, flour, salt, sugar, and soy sauce. If you want a hot meal in the apocalypse, you can't go without any of these. But having food wasn't enough. I needed a safe place to hole up. 60 below zero, an ordinary house wouldn't hold up. And the moment people found out I had food, the starving ones would tear down my walls to get to it. I need to find a professional security company, I figured. Better to just renovate the place I'm living in now. It's cheaper, more convenient, and it'll make it easy to wait for that cheating pair to come to me on their own. I lived in a top-floor duplex, spacious, well-located, easy to renovate. Building an underground shelter somewhere remote was a backup option, but buying land, filing permits. All that red tape was way too much hassle. Sourcing materials would be hard too, and a month wasn't nearly enough time anyway. A month seems long, but it's actually short. I had to split my time in two. My strange behavior drew plenty of stares. A guy in his 20s buying this much shelf-stable food all at once. Crazier than the old folks fighting over clearance deals. "Young man, you opening a supermarket or something?" asked an old man holding a grocery basket, unable to help himself. "It's not even a holiday. What do you need all this for?" He had a kind, gentle face, didn't seem like a bad guy. A flicker of goodwill stirred in me, and I lowered my voice to warn him. "Sir, I'd suggest you stock up on food too. There might be a natural disaster in a month. Better safe than sorry." To my surprise, the old man got heated the second he heard it, glaring at me. What kind of talk is that from a young man? A natural disaster? I think you've been reading too many novels. Go delete all that trashy web fiction off your phone and quit filling your head with nonsense all day. I froze. This old man actually knew about trashy web fiction? "Sir, I'm serious. It never hurts to be prepared. Stocking up on food can't do any harm." The old man shook his head and let out a heavy sigh, looking at me like I was a hopeless fool. "Young man, you're good looking and all. So why do you keep spouting nonsense? Such a shame." Hands clasped behind his back, he walked off without looking back. I stood there, caught between laughing and crying. I'd poured my heart out to warn him, only to be treated like a lunatic. This was probably the absurdity of the pre-apocalypse world. The ones who were clear-headed became the outcasts. I'd known it would be like this. Even if I laid out every single detail of the apocalypse, they'd just think I'd read too many novels, might even ship me off to a psych ward. A few shoppers nearby edged away, watching me warily, as if afraid I'd suddenly have some kind of episode. I ignored them, pushing my 3 full carts. A full shopping cart rolled toward the checkout. July in Guangzhou was brutal. Even with the AC running, the supermarket couldn't beat back the stuffy crush of the crowd. Sweat beaded on my forehead, and the back of my t-shirt was soaked through. "That'll be 20,362 yuan, sir." I scanned to pay. Add the 100 grand from the Western restaurant this morning, and I'd already blown 120,000 today. Watching the number in my account tick down, I still felt a dull ache. Even though I knew full well that in the apocalypse, this money wouldn't be worth the paper it was printed on. But the moment I thought about the 100,000+ yuan worth of zero-cost supplies sitting in my storage space, everything balanced out in my head. Do the math, and my cost of living had to be the lowest in the country, an unbeatable deal, one of a kind. Now came the new problem. With this much stuff, how was I supposed to haul it all home? The supermarket was packed, the checkout line winding back 3 deep. If I made things vanish into my storage space right there in front of everyone, I'd be branded a freak within 3 minutes. Forget the apocalypse. I'd get dragged off and sliced up for research before it even started. I'd have to move it in shifts. By the time I wheeled the last cart back to my apartment complex, sure enough, I'd become the main attraction. The old men playing chess, the ladies dancing, the moms with their kids. Every one of them stopped what they were doing, their eyes locking onto me in unison. A few of the aunties on the bench dropped their voices to gossip, smirks tugging at their lips. A pack of clowns. In 1 month, the deep freeze would descend, food would run short, and these people wouldn't even have time to cry. Stockpiling this much, and getting seen by this many people. Once the apocalypse hit, they'd come charging into my home like rabid dogs to loot everything. But I wasn't worried. I'd turn my home into a solid fortress and let them watch, helpless, from the outside. Anyone who dared come to rob me. As long as I could get my hands on a weapon, I wouldn't hesitate. The flagstone path was uneven. The cart jolted, and a few bags of chips and cookies clattered to the ground. I bent down to pick them up, thoroughly irritated. Bang! The cart hit a raised cobblestone, and snacks spilled everywhere. Among them, a bag of imported fries and a bar of dark chocolate rolled right up to my feet. I just bent down when a kid ran over and snatched up the fries and chocolate first. Kids these days really are well-mannered, even knowing to help pick things up for people. I was about to thank him when the little boy hid the snacks behind his back, tilted his head up, and grinned smugly. I recognized this grandmother and grandson. The old woman was Auntie Sue, a notorious troublemaker in the complex. Her son was a professor at a nearby university, and she'd come to help babysit her grandson, but she treated the complex like her own backyard. To save a little water, she often took the boy to relieve himself in the landscaped greenery. When property management came to confront her, not only did she refuse to admit any wrongdoing, she threw a full-blown tantrum, threatening to sue them for bullying a senior citizen. I pulled out my phone, opened the camera, and set it on the shopping cart. "Auntie Sue, your grandson took my fries and choco. Kaylee, please give it back to me." The little boy wouldn't let go. I picked it up off the ground. "So it's mine." So young, and already such a brat. Aunt Sue shot me a glance, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Come on, Shally, you bought so many snacks. Too much junk food isn't healthy anyway. Just give them to our little Gia. It's not like the money means much to you." I frowned, keeping my patience. "Aunt Sue, these 2 bags cost over 100 yuan together. How about I grab a pack of spicy strips for little Gia instead?" "Spicy strips?" Her voice shot up. "You think that garbage is good enough for our little Gia? You're a grown adult. How can you be so cheap? I paid for these with my own money. Why should I give them to you?" She had no shame, so I stopped giving her any face either. I stepped forward and snatched the snacks back out of the kid's hands. "Wah!" The little boy burst into wailing sobs on the spot, reaching out to grab them back. Aunt Sue suddenly shoved me hard and started cursing. "What is wrong with you? Bullying a little kid, and then talking back to your elders?" I was ready for it. I gave her a light push back with the back of my hand. "Oh." She let herself drop straight to the ground, flailing her arms and legs, her voice shrill and piercing. "Murder. A young man is beating up an old lady. My back is broken, my legs won't move." A crowd gathered around. Residents upstairs poked their heads out, and some people even pulled out their phones to record. What era is this? And people are still pulling this shakedown act. A regular renaissance of scams. I wasn't the least bit rattled. I pointed at the phone mounted on my car. "Aunt Sue, I've been recording this whole time. If you want to keep performing, I don't mind waiting it out with you." Her heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected me to be so calculating. But with so many people watching, getting up now would mean losing face. So she could only keep up the act. "I don't care. I'm not getting up until you pay my medical bills." The onlookers murmured among themselves. Aunt Sue definitely started it. That old lady just loves making scenes. But no one dared to step up and back me. Everyone was afraid of getting tangled up with her. Once she latched on, you couldn't shake her off. The property management didn't show up either, probably long since scared off by her antics. I pulled out my phone, found Professor Sue's contact info that I'd just tracked down on the university's official website, and dialed him directly. The call connected quickly, and a gentle, refined voice came through. "Hello, who's this?" "Professor Sue, I'm Li Tian, one of your neighbors in the complex. Your son grabbed my snacks, and after I took them back, your mother shoved me. I pushed back once, and now she's lying on the ground throwing a fit. I've already sent you the whole video. If she keeps this up, I'll have no choice but to call the police." I hung up and sent over the video. In less than 2 minutes, Aunt Sue's phone rang. She answered, and as she listened to her son chewing her out, her face flushed red, then went pale. All she could manage was, okay, I'll get up right now." She hung up the phone. She picked herself up off the ground, brushed off the dust, grabbed her grandson, and slunk away, but not before shooting me one last vicious glare. So now we had bad blood between us. I just smiled. Whatever. I'd given her a chance. It was her own greed that ruined it, so she had no one to blame but herself. By the time I'd hauled all 3 carts of supplies back home, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. I collapsed onto the couch, exhausted, not physically, but drained from the endless haggling with Aunt Sue. I shut the door and sorted the supplies into categories: processed foods, fresh meat, rice, flour, oil, and salt. Then, with a single thought, I stored it all away in my storage space. After a 10-minute break, I grabbed a pen and paper and started mapping out my plan for the coming month. If I wanted to survive the apocalypse, I needed a solid plan. I couldn't afford to drift through my days like I used to. The old me kept a place that looked like a pigsty. Aside from work, all I did was play video games and scroll through videos. But now, I was more focused than I'd ever been in my life. First, food, water, and clothing. I still had enough cash, so I'd buy normally for now, while looking for chances to shop for free. I'd hit up supermarkets within a 12-mile radius on rotation. No fixating on a single store, since that would draw too much attention. Then, the day before the apocalypse hit, I'd completely clean out a few of the big supermarkets. My goal was to stockpile enough food to last a lifetime. Same went for clothes. Buy a batch out in the open, then grab several times more on the sly. I'd need everything for every season, especially warm gear like down jackets and windbreakers. The more, the better. Second, security. As the tip of my pen glided across the paper, scenes from my last life came flooding back, whether I wanted them to or not. A few days after the apocalypse broke out, the whole complex was filled with screams and wailing. Someone had hacked through my neighbor's security door with an axe. The husband was beaten to death with clubs, and the wife was dragged away by her hair. That heart-wrenching cry still echoes in my ears to this day. I shivered, and my pen dug a deep gash into the paper. In the apocalypse, people are more terrifying than the extreme cold. Human cruelty, unbound by any law, is more hopeless than 60 degrees below zero. I pressed down hard and wrote 3 words: Steel Fortress. An apocalyptic fortress that no one could ever breach. An ordinary renovation company simply couldn't pull it off. What I needed was a professional security firm, one that could use military-grade steel plating and alloys, not just to resist pry bars and bullets, but ideally to withstand standard explosives too. This wasn't paranoia. In the apocalypse, people would do anything to survive. Light weapons like guns and grenades would start showing up, even in a country with a gun ban like this one. My demands really weren't that high. I just wanted to live. I knew the taste of death all too well. The searing agony of a blade piercing my chest, the icy chill as my blood drained away, the despair of being betrayed by the person I trusted most. That was a feeling I never wanted to experience again. Guangzhou was a major city in the south. There had to be someone here who could take on a job like this. Security companies. The richer people are, the more they fear death. Some tycoons will even build private bunkers well in advance. These companies live off that business. They might not land a client for years, but one job can feed them for a decade. But the bar is sky high. You need money. You need special connections to source high-strength materials, and you have to finish the whole thing within a month. Nearly impossible. Back when I worked at Chrysanthemum Corp, I'd heard colleagues mention companies like these, but I never gave it much thought. I'd also seen a news story about some foreign billionaire who'd built a super fortress that could withstand a small nuclear blast. At the time, I figured it was fake. Now, I'm pretty sure it was real. Too bad I don't have that kind of money. A fortress like that would run you tens of billions, and my 20 million isn't even a drop in the bucket. I pulled my thoughts back to reality and wrote down power and heating. After the apocalypse, water and electricity will definitely be cut off. Heating means coal. Power means a generator, which means stockpiling a ton of diesel. Medicine, lighting, tools, even toilet paper and toothpaste. I put them all on the list, one by one. Finally, at the bottom of the page, I wrote the word weapons, and my brow furrowed. Beyond 10 meters, truth travels fastest. Within 10 meters, truth is both fast and precise. I remembered that line perfectly, but this was exactly the hardest part. The people who can legally carry guns are either rich or powerful, and the rest are desperados. I had no way to connect with either. Still, this was a problem I had to solve. After the apocalypse, killings over supplies and women would be everywhere, and human life would be as cheap as dirt. To survive, to have the power to protect myself, I needed powerful weapons. Another apocalypse saying came to mind. While the neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile guns. Then the neighbors become my pantry. I didn't want to be someone else's pantry, so I had to get my hands on a gun first. Weapons mattered just as much as food and water. I'm a frail bookworm. Hauling 3 truckloads of supplies nearly killed me. Without a weapon, I had zero sense of security. This month, I had to whip my body into shape and get myself a piece. Knives, axes, compound bows weren't hard to get, but they wouldn't cut it. Go up against someone with a gun, and those things are just fancy sticks. I thought about it for a long time and came up completely empty, so I had to set it aside for now. I spent the entire afternoon filling 10 sheets of A4 paper, supply lists, fortress renovations, physical training, each item packed in tight. By the time I finished, I'd killed off half my brain cells. It was more exhausting than pulling overtime writing reports at the office. I hardly ever cook, and I'm a terrible cook. Then, suddenly it hit me. Since the storage space preserves items in their original state, why don't I just order ready-made meals? After the apocalypse, I could have a hot meal anytime and save myself the trouble of cooking. I immediately grabbed my phone and started calling the Sichuan and Hunan restaurants nearby that I go to often, one after another. Phone call, and in one breath ordered 1,000 tables, 3,000 yuan per table, 3 million total, with a 200,000 yuan deposit up front. Money really doesn't go far, but the thought of my storage space soon being packed with food made it worth it. After the apocalypse, this stuff would be more precious than gold. The boss who took the order was thrilled. He immediately contacted suppliers, brought in temporary chefs, and cleared out the warehouse, determined to pull off this deal flawlessly. I stayed busy until 6 in the evening when my phone rang. It was Zhang Baikan. Chen, no overtime today? I asked, feigning surprise. Overtime? Work isn't nearly as important as you, she said, her voice dripping with sweetness. Capital and I both took the day off. We're already on our way. Let's meet at the restaurant. Maybe we should just forget it. I don't want to get in the way of your work, I said, dragging it out to see how she'd react. Sure enough, her voice turned anxious in an instant. You won't be in the way, not at all. Brother Tian, please don't back out. Capital and I have been worried about you all day. All right then, see you soon. I reluctantly agreed. On the other end of the line, the two of them exchanged a glance, both breathing a sigh of relief. I arrived at Firewood Chicken half an hour early, but instead of going in, I settled into the milk tea shop across the street and watched what was happening inside through the glass. Capital and Zhang Baikan had arrived early and couldn't sit still. One moment they were craning their necks toward the door, the next they were whispering to each other with their heads down, their faces full of anxiety. I watched them for over 20 minutes. It wasn't until Zhang Baikan called me for the third time that I finally got up and strolled inside. Keeping them waiting wasn't just about toying with these two clowns. It was also about stealing myself. Just picturing how they'd cheated me out of every last cent in my past life, then finished me off with a knife, made my chest burn like it was on fire. My fists clenched until my knuckles cracked and went white, and my jaw locked tight. Just a few more days. Once the apocalypse hits, I'll kill you too with my own hands. I took a deep breath, forced down the murderous look in my eyes, and put on the flustered air of someone who'd rushed to get there as I pushed open the door. Chinchun, Capital, sorry, traffic was terrible, I said with a smile as I walked over. Capital stood up and pulled me into a big hug. It's fine, it's fine. What are good buddies for? We've been worried about you all day. I took the chance to hug Zhang Baikan too, deliberately holding on for a long time before letting go. I clearly saw Capital's face darken in an instant, though he quickly covered it up. For the money, he had no choice but to swallow it. Once we sat down, Zhang Baikan spoke first, her tone full of concern. Brother Tian, are you really not working at Chrysanthemum Company anymore? That company treats people well. The only downside is all the overtime. I sighed. I tore into that old hag Lin fan pretty badly. Staying wouldn't do me any good, so I might as well quit. So what are you planning to do next? Capital asked eagerly. Sell the house, travel the world, find some inner peace. I tossed out the bait deliberately. Are you crazy? Capital's voice shot up instantly, wearing that look of bitter disappointment. You're so young. This is exactly the time to hustle. How can you just chase after comfort? Zhang Baikan chimed in. Exactly, Tian. We're the future of the country, the hope of the nation. We've got to work hard. I sneered inwardly, but kept a straight face. I'm actually contributing to society. Giving up my job eases the employment pressure. Going traveling stimulates consumer spending. Besides, I've got enough money to last a lifetime. 300 grand a year, and it'd last me 90 years. I paused, deliberately turning to look at Zhang Baikan with tender eyes. And there's only room for Chun Chun in my heart. Since Chun Chun doesn't like me, I won't get married either. Being alone suits me just fine. That statement shut down their next excuses cold. Marriage costs money. Raising kids costs money. The two of them froze, exchanging glances, unable to say a word for a moment. Watching them squirm, I felt a secret thrill. I stood up. You two have some tea. I'm going to hit the restroom, and I'll put in our order on the way. The second I left, Zhang Baikan grabbed Capital's hand and said urgently, What do we do now? Li Tian won't budge an inch. There's no talking sense into him. Maybe we should just give up. If we work hard on our own, we can still buy a place in Yanqing. But a guy like Capital, how could he ever let me off the hook so easily? I saw right through it. He and Zhang Baiken both worked at Chrysanthemum Corp, pulling in a combined salary of $1 million a year. Sounds like a lot, but after rent and living expenses, they could save 70 grand a year at most. Meanwhile, I had 20 million in savings, plus a house worth another 10 million, nearly 30 million in assets. Even if they didn't eat or drink, it'd take them 40 years to catch up. And in 40 years, would the company optimize you out? Would you come down with a serious illness? Who could guarantee any of it? So there was no way Capital was letting a fat fish like me swim away. I went to the restroom and lit up a cigarette. Before my rebirth, I barely touched cigarettes. But every time I thought about that betrayal in my past life, about how I died, my hand just couldn't help reaching for the lighter. I deliberately dragged it out in there for 10 minutes. Had to give that lousy couple enough time to cook up a plan. That's what makes the show worth watching. Back at the table, I casually picked up the menu and zeroed in on the priciest dish. Blackie chicken, $2.50 a pound. I looked up. Bring me 8 pounds. The waiter froze. Sir, there's only 3 of you. You'll never finish 8 pounds. I'm a regular. It's my favorite. I waved him off, my tone leaving no room for argument. We'll box up whatever's left. Just bring it like I said. He didn't push back. Only a fool turns down money. It's not his money being wasted anyway. What's the best liquor you've got here? The Jiaobei brand Wuliangya. 2 grand a bottle. No thanks. The waiter looked baffled. If you're not drinking, why even ask? He didn't get it. Tonight, I was going to make Capital bleed hard. Just how cheap was that guy? To save up for a house, he wouldn't even splurge on a single cup of milk tea. This meal alone would leave him wincing in pain for a whole week. The moment I sat down, Zhang Baiken's hand slid onto mine. Her eyes were rimmed red, tears welling up, playing the part of someone who couldn't bear to see me go. Wow, what acting. It's a shame she never went for Best Actress. But I put on a panicked face, my voice trembling. Chen you, what's wrong? Tian, I can't stand the thought of you leaving, she choked out. Turning you down before, that was just me testing you. I don't dislike you at all. Just give me a little more time, okay? I'm a slow burn kind of girl. Slow burn? More like you'll never catch fire. I sneered inwardly, but my face showed shock and delight. Really, really? Truer than gold. She gripped my hand tight. The person you love is right here, and so is your good buddy Capital. How could you just leave? I stayed silent for a few seconds, then slowly shook my head under their hopeful gazes. Chin, I know Capital likes you too. I'd better go. I don't want to be a third wheel, and I definitely don't want to come between you two. You're overthinking it. Capital jumped in, his smile frozen on his face. Chen and I are just ordinary friends. Give her a little more time. Tian, you'll understand me, won't you? Zhang Baiken's eyes were full of pleading. My gaze swept back and forth between their faces, finally landing on her, my expression the picture of sincerity. Chen, do you really not like Capital? Of course I don't. He's just a friend. Capital's smile froze instantly. I knew it was all an act, but hearing my girlfriend say, I don't like him, in front of an outsider, with that look of disdain played so convincingly, it stabbed into his heart like a needle. I had no intention of letting him off the hook. Then let me ask you this. Between me and Capital, who would you choose? Zhang Baiken didn't even hesitate, diving straight into the flattery. You obviously, Tian. How could Capital ever compare to you? You're handsome, you're tall, and you're an honest guy. I nodded, silently adding to myself. I was just too honest. That's exactly why the two of you played me for a fool for an entire lifetime. Then, wearing a look of pure innocence, I turned to Capital. Chen, so what you're saying is, Capital is uglier than me, shorter than me, and a total phony. Under the table, Capital's fist clenched so hard his knuckles cracked, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. Every word I said was as precise as a blade. He really. Short, that's the truth. I'm 6'1", he's 5'6". He does have a few freckles on his face. And yeah, he's usually a pretentious show-off. These were his sore spots. I knew it, and I poked at them right to his face anyway. This wasn't a joke. It was humiliation. He suddenly stabbed a piece of chicken and bit down hard, like he was biting into me. Tian, Zibin's your brother. How can you talk about him like that? Zhang Baiken scrambled to smooth things over. I'm just telling it like it is, I said, the picture of innocence. If you don't come clean with me, I'll always feel like you two are lying to me, making up stories just to keep me around. Sowing discord, that was exactly my goal. Now wasn't the time for revenge, but collecting a little interest first, making them stew in their own misery, that was absolutely necessary. Backed into a corner, Zhang Baiken had no choice but to grit her teeth and keep tearing him down. Tian, I mean it. Zibin's face is covered in pockmarks, and he's chubby. How could he ever be as good-looking as you? You're a tall guy, 6'1". He's not even 5'7". Every word landed square on Zibin's pride. For a guy this obsessed with saving face, it was like getting slapped in public. Under the table, the veins on his hand bulged. If he hadn't still been after my money, he'd have blown up long ago. Watching his face go ashen, I was gleeful inside, while my mouth kept playing peacemaker. Chen, now that's not fair of you. How could you air a brother's flaws like that? Men care about their pride, you know. Zibin's fingertips absently rubbed the underside of the table, a flicker of menace crossing his eyes. I could almost hear the words running through his head. Li Tian, just you wait. Zhang Baiken's grip on her chopsticks tightened too, swallowing a bellyful of grievance. I was the one who forced her to say it, yet I got to play the good guy while she took all the blame for being the villain. A thought even flickered through her mind. Am I getting played by Li Tian? But the moment it surfaced, she pushed it back down herself. Li Tian's a fool. Where would he get that kind of scheming mind? I was definitely overthinking it. A person's biggest blind spot is usually the fact they've convinced themselves is true. Watching the two of them force those strained smiles, the knot in my chest had just about loosened. Time to reel in the net. Chen, thank you so much for today. I turned to Zibin. Zibin, thank you too. Come to think of it, this is the first time you've ever treated. I'd better eat plenty. Can't let it go to waste. Thinking his scheme had worked, Zibin squeezed out a stiff smile. Glad you came around. We're brothers. Eat whatever you want. It's on me tonight. His heart was bleeding, but he kept up the front. You have to lose the bait to catch the wolf. That's probably how he consoled himself. After that, the three of us chatted like old friends, drifting from one topic to the next. I ate with gusto. The two of them couldn't taste a thing. We'd ordered too much food, so Zibin went out of his way to ask for two. A to-go box to pack up the rest of the chicken. Every single penny was his money, and he couldn't bear to waste it. Zibin, Chen, I've had a long day, and I'm beat. I'm gonna head back and get some rest, I said, setting down my chopsticks and wiping my mouth. Let's do this again sometime. Get home safe, Tian. Take care of yourself. Zhang Baiken looked all concerned, but inside she was gloating. She probably figured that 20 million was already sitting pretty in her pocket. No, it was 30 million, plus a house. After saying my goodbyes, I didn't leave right away. Instead, I made a detour to the cashier's counter. 3 bottles of your best Wulianya, to go. The server blinked, then quickly grabbed 3 bottles from the storeroom, wrapped them up carefully, and handed them to me. I strolled out of the restaurant with the liquor in hand, unable to keep the grin off my face. I didn't head home. Instead, I turned straight into the nearest supermarket, found an empty corner, and with a single thought, the 3 bottles vanished silently into my storage space. In the apocalypse, liquor could keep you warm, buy you a life, or serve as currency. Stocking up a little more was never a bad idea. I didn't want to waste a single second of my free shopping spree. I was even humming a tune on the way. Tonight's little show wasn't just for laughs. Zibin was a stingy man who cared way too much about appearances, and all those cutting remarks Zhang Baiken had made about him had long since dug into his heart. Even if these two lovebirds didn't come to blows, they were bound to get into a screaming match. The thought made me laugh even harder. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Zibin carried the to-go box over to the cashier's counter. Excuse me, we're regulars here. Why did you bring out so many dishes? He frowned, holding back his temper. He couldn't lose it while Li Tian was around, but now he finally couldn't help himself. That gentleman reminded me when he was ordering that 3 people couldn't finish it all, but he said he'd take the leftovers to go. The server said, looking wronged. Zizi let it go. Li Tian's always been a big spender. Zhang Baiken quickly stepped in to smooth things over, afraid a scene would ruin everything. Zibin swallowed his anger, thinking it was just one meal. Ring it up. With a monthly salary of over 20 grand, one meal was a few $100 at most. He could afford it. The server tallied things up for a good minute, then looked up with a professional smile. Sir, ma'am, that'll be 8,532 total. I'll round it down for you too, just 8,500. What? 8,500? Is this place a total scam? Zibin slammed his palm down on the counter, and the server flinched back. He'd figured it would be 7 or 800 at most. Please calm down, sir. We have security footage, and every item is on record. Did you add it up wrong? Zhang Baikan grabbed him and took the bill. Why is this chicken so expensive? 250 a pound. You must have added an extra zero. Ma'am, that's the price for little blackie chicken. It's clearly marked. When that tall gentleman ordered it earlier, I specifically confirmed. The waiter had meant to flatter Li Tian, but that one phrase, the tall guy, landed right on Capital's sore spot. Capital's face went green. Zhang Baikan scanned down the receipt and saw Wuliangya. 3 bottles, 6,000. She exploded right there. When did we order liquor? This is fraud. The waiter pulled up the security footage. There on the screen, clear as day, was Li Tian strolling out the door with 3 bottles of liquor tucked under his arm. Call Li Tian, Capital said through gritted teeth. Zhang Baikan dialed. All that came through the receiver was a cold, flat voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. She clutched the phone, completely at a loss. Just then, a gruff voice cut through the air. Xiao Zhang, what are you arguing with the customers about? A man built like a bear came lumbering over. His black tank top stretched tight across his frame, his arms bulging with knots of muscle, his shaved head gleaming with oil under the lights, sweat trickling down his neck and into his collar. A blue-green dragon coiled up his left arm, its scales looking ready to leap off his skin. A white tiger crouched on his right, claws bristling with menace. He squinted, the corners of his mouth naturally turned down, radiating a keep-your-distance kind of ferocity. Capital and Zhang Baikan exchanged a glance, and neither dared make a sound. The waiter laid out the whole story, driving home the key point. The food and the liquor had all been ordered by that gentleman, and these two refused to pay the bill. The bald boss cracked his neck with a loud pop and swept a cold gaze over them. The situation's crystal clear. Your buddy ordered the food and the drinks, so you're the ones paying. Don't want to? I'll call the cops. But he never told us. He took it upon himself. Capital wanted to keep arguing. He just couldn't stomach parting with over 8,000. That's your internal business, the boss said, glaring. And besides, you just called this place a scam joint in front of all these customers and trashed my reputation. That's gonna cost extra. Either pay up or wait for the police. Capital and Zhang Baikan instinctively took half a step back. Calling the cops wouldn't help either. The footage was ironclad proof. As the people at the table, they'd most likely still have to foot the bill. On top of that, this bald guy clearly wasn't someone to mess with. Zizi, let it go. We can't win this one, Zhang Baikan whispered. Capital gritted his teeth and swallowed his losses. Fine, 8,005, right? 8,532, the boss said coldly. Xiao Zhang rounded it down because she figured you were reasonable people. Folks who weasel out like you. You don't deserve it. Capital choked back the words on the tip of his tongue, obediently scanned the code to pay, then grabbed Zhang Baikan and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. As the night wind hit him, he suddenly understood one thing. The real fools in this world are never the ones who play it honest with their words. They're the ones who think they've got everyone else wrapped around their little finger. Too bad, he only understood half of that truth for now. The sorry state capital and Zhang Baikan were left in, long forgotten. Stockpiling supplies. That was the top priority now. The cover of night was perfect. I hit 6 supermarkets in a row, working my way from the food aisles to the grains and cooking oil section. If it could be useful in the apocalypse, I didn't let a single item slip by. On the surface, I was pushing a cart like any ordinary shopper. But underneath, my storage space was quietly shopping for free. I stashed away 5 to 10 times the quantity of every single product. I didn't head home until the stores closed one by one, and even then I could have kept going. That night, I spent a little over 100 grand out in the open, but the supplies I secretly took were worth well over $1 million. Rice, flour, oil, salt, snacks, drinks, toilet paper, batteries. My storage space had swelled with another huge haul. I can't come back to these places again, I thought to myself. Keep skimming off them, and No matter how careful I am, someone's going to notice. I treated myself to a nice hot shower, sank into the big, soft bed, and drifted off almost instantly. In the last apocalypse, I spent every single day worrying about food and the freezing cold. I never once got a good night's sleep. Being able to sleep this soundly now felt like an almost heartbreaking luxury. Maybe the rarest thing in a person's whole life is a single night of sleep without a care in the world. Meanwhile, the money man got home and slammed the takeout bag of firewood chicken onto the table. Broth splattered everywhere, spilling all over the floor. That piece of trash, Leon. He screwed me on purpose, he roared at the empty air. $8,532. Nearly half a month's salary, just gone down the drain. Zhang Baikan stared at the mess all over the floor and frowned. Why is Li Tian acting like a completely different person? He was never like this before. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Just that afternoon, he'd been all sweet and loving toward her, and now he'd turned on a dime to swindle money out of them. The money man wheeled around and glared at her, his temper flaring even hotter. I'm in a really bad mood right now. He dragged Zhang Baikan into the bedroom, meaning to take it out on her. The result, less than a minute later, the room went silent. The money man's face flushed bright red. All Zhang Baikan could do was force herself to comfort him. Baby, you've just been way too tired lately. Get some rest, okay? To him, those words landed like a needle. He lay down sullenly and changed the subject. So what the hell got into Li Tian tonight? Maybe he was just in a bad mood, Zhang Baikan said after thinking it over. He just cussed out Lin Fan. He's definitely getting fired for that. Could have been acting on impulse. The money man remembered how thoroughly Lin Fan had humiliated himself in front of the whole company, and he felt a little better. He'd only spent a bit of money, and yet Lin Fan had become the laughingstock of the entire office. Humph. Once we get our hands on that 20 million, I'm going to humiliate him good, he said through gritted teeth. But the thought of those $8,000+ still made his heart twinge with regret. The next day, I slept until I woke up naturally, my whole body brimming with energy. After a quick bite, after breakfast, I drove straight to the most famous security company in Yangqing, Aegis Security. This company provides protection exclusively for the wealthy and celebrities, and can even take on doomsday shelter construction projects. I'd heard about them back when I worked at Chrysanthemum Corp. The boss's second daughter, Maina, daughter of Rin Sanjia, is a die-hard doomsday enthusiast. With a wave of his hand, Rin Sanjia dropped $2 billion to have Aegis build her a top-tier shelter. The whole company was buzzing about it at the time, and I can still picture the stunned looks on my coworkers' faces. The world of the rich really is a whole galaxy away. Aegis Security's storefront was surprisingly understated, tucked away in an unremarkable office building. The only marking by the entrance was a black plaque no bigger than a palm, engraved with a few characters. You'd never spot it unless you looked closely. I stated my business, and the receptionist showed me into a reception room. I pushed open the heavy rosewood door, and a wave of luxury hit me. A wall of floor-to-ceiling windows framed the garden scenery, sunlight spilling across the cream-white marble floor. The crystal chandelier on the domed ceiling shimmered with color, like a galaxy had been crushed and scattered across it. A dark brown leather sofa formed a quiet corner, its copper trim glowing warmly. On the ebony coffee table, beside a celadone tea set, sat a fresh bouquet of white roses. A faint fragrance drifted through the air, mingling with the subtle scent of coffee. The only sound was the tick-tock of a grandfather clock. A woman in a business suit walked over carrying coffee and said politely, "Mr. Lee, this is Blue Mountain coffee, flown in fresh from Jamaica. It'll help with fatigue." I waved my hand and laughed. "You have it. If I want to shake off fatigue, I'd rather just take a nap." She froze. The clients who came here were all rich or powerful. No one had ever turned down Blue Mountain coffee. If anything, they went out of their way to show off how familiar they were with high-end goods. "Then what would you like to drink, Mr. Lee?" She quickly recovered her professional smile. "Coke. Ice cold." Her lips twitched, but she nodded. "One moment, please." The moment she left, a burly man walked in. I looked up, and my eyes lit up. The man stood 6'3", built like a small mountain, wearing a well-tailored suit. Beneath his buzz cut, his face was all hard angles, his gaze sharp. He had the authority of a soldier combined with the composure of a businessman. With someone like this as a bodyguard, you'd feel completely safe. With 3 of them, they could stop bullets for you. He walked up to me and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Lee. My name is Quan, and as in safe, Quan as in secure. I'm the head of Aegis Security's Yanqing office. What service can I do for you? I couldn't help but laugh. A guy this serious, and his name literally means safety, and he introduced himself with a completely straight face. I didn't beat around the bush and got right to the point. I want a shelter. One big enough. Secure, able to withstand artillery fire, and equipped with independent heating, water, and power systems. Withstand artillery fire, independent utilities. Secure's eyes suddenly sharpened with focus. He leaned forward, his tone turning noticeably more courteous. All of that, Aegis can absolutely deliver. May I ask your budget? And where were you planning to build it? Building doomsday shelters was their most profitable line of work, and they hadn't landed a single deal this year. Naturally, he was paying extra attention. I live on the 24th floor, a duplex, over 200 square meters. I want to completely renovate the entire place. Secure paused. Clients usually chose villas or underground spaces. Almost no one picked a high-rise apartment. But he quickly slipped back into professional mode. Not to worry, Mr. Lee. Aegis has world-class technology. We're more than 50% ahead of the competition. Renovating a high-rise is no problem at all. Now, why did that line sound so familiar? Budget's 100 million, I said calmly. Get me a proposal as soon as possible. The more detailed, the better. Of course I didn't have 100 million. I only intended to pay the deposit. Secure could no longer hide the smile spreading across his face. His eyes even lit up. $100 million budget. Based on the company's margins, they'd clear at least 20 million. Mr. Lee, do you have any other requirements? The honorific had crept into his speech before he even realized it. The power of money was on full display in that moment. 2 core requirements, I said, sitting up straight. First, it has to be finished within a month. Second, I pay the deposit up front and the balance only after it passes inspection. Both terms were actually pretty demanding. The timeline was extremely tight, and paying by deposit first put more risk on the company. But Secure didn't hesitate for a second. No problem. Aegis's technology is light years ahead. A month is plenty. As for payment, we trust in your means. I was a little surprised. He went on to explain, anyone who can find their way to Aegis is a person of means and good standing. Besides, in this country, no one would dare stiff us on a bill. It wasn't just arrogance. Aegis could get its hands on military-grade materials and specialized equipment. The web of connections behind them was far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Their clients were either business tycoons or political heavyweights. Just then, the woman in the business suit came in carrying a bottle of ice-cold cola, beads of condensation clinging to the glass. Mr. Lee, let me introduce you, Secure said, stepping aside. This is Jiang Zishuan. She holds a master's in urban and rural planning from a top university, and she's our company's chief designer. Your project will be entirely in her hands. I looked over at Jiang Zishuan, a little skeptical. The girl was certainly pretty, fair skin, delicate features, but she seemed awfully young, no more than 25 or 26. Could she really be reliable? Secure seemed to read my doubts. Don't let her age fool you. Designer Jiang is a renowned doomsday shelter. An expert. Miss Mina's shelter, its core design came from her. Jiang Zishuan flashed me a smile, radiant and charming. Hello, Mr. Lee. It's a pleasure to be at your service. If you have any requests at all, just let me know. She extended her hand, slender, tapered fingers, skin as fair as jade. As I shook it, my fingertips brushed against skin smooth as silk, but I quickly reined in my thoughts. Building the shelter was what mattered most. I couldn't come across like some wide-eyed rookie who'd never seen the world. If Aegis decided to verify my assets, my cover would be blown. She stood a good 5'9", her business suit tracing out an elegant silhouette. She wore no makeup, yet her features were picture-perfect, bright eyes brimming with confidence and competence. Miss Jiang, you said any request can be met. Is that really true? I smiled, testing the waters. Of course, she nodded. Then, catching the double meaning, she quickly added, I mean anything related to the shelter. As long as the budget's there, it can all be done. And Quan tactfully rose to his feet. I'll leave you two to talk. He gently pulled the door shut behind him. Over the next 2 hours, and then some, Jiang Zishuan and I nailed down the details one by one. Wall reinforcement. Every existing wall, floor, and ceiling would be fitted with new 20-centimeter thick alloy panels. This was Aegis's proprietary material. Only a third the weight of steel, yet 5 times the strength. It could withstand artillery shells without adding load to the floors. That neatly solved the load-bearing concern I'd had about high-rise construction. Glass. Military-grade bulletproof glass that could stop rifle rounds and endure extreme temperature swings from minus 150 to 150 degrees Celsius. Jiang Zishuan smiled. Mr. Li, even if you dumped liquid nitrogen on the outside of this glass, the inside wouldn't budge an inch. Ventilation system. The most advanced two-way circulation in the world. The external loop could filter out toxic gas and dust, defending against biochemical attacks. The internal loop could convert carbon dioxide back into oxygen. Even in the event of a gas attack, you could safely stay inside for months. Surveillance system. No internet connection required. Just plug it in and it works. Pinhole cameras tucked into wall corners and ceilings. 4K Ultra HD. You could make out an ant crawling outside the window. The door. A waterproof, fireproof, burglar-proof bank vault door, 30 centimeters thick, composite armor. Ordinary shells couldn't blast through it, and once shut, it sealed completely. Even if the outside were submerged in floodwater or choked with poison gas, everything inside would remain untouched. Water and power systems. Jiang Zishuan initially recommended solar, pointing out that Yangqing got plenty of sunlight, clean and cost-effective. I turned it down flat. Solar's useless in extreme cold. One heavy snowfall, and it's nothing but decoration. I wanted an all-in-one coal-fired heating and power generator, burning coal or diesel to provide both heat and electricity, while also incinerating garbage to convert. Energy conversion, 1 machine, 3 functions. Jiang Zishuan looked puzzled. Mr. Li, even in winter, Guangzhou rarely drops below 50 degrees. Why are you so focused on heating? Besides, storing fuel is a hassle. I get cold easily, I said vaguely. I like to plan ahead. What I didn't tell her was this. In my storage space, I had all the fuel I could ever want. For water, she recommended an atmospheric water generator that pulled moisture straight out of the air. I turned that down too. All I wanted was a small water tank. When it ran dry, I'd just refill it from my space. It'd save room, too. Jiang Zishuan really was a Tsinghua Peking grad. No matter how demanding or bizarre my requests were, she came back with a solution almost instantly, plus 2 or 3 alternatives, each with a breakdown of the pros, cons, and costs. It wasn't until the sun was setting that every last detail was locked in. I looked over the finished plan and let out a long breath. This 200-square-meter duplex was about to become an impregnable fortress, a real iron tank. With it, and with the supplies stashed in my storage space, I wouldn't just survive the apocalypse. I'd live better than anyone. Outside, the world would freeze over and panic would set in. But I'd be eating hot meals, drinking hot water, calmly watching everyone who'd once mocked me struggle in the deep cold. The contract ran more than 20 pages. I read every word for a solid half hour, and only signed once I was sure there were no loopholes. My survival depended on this. There was no room for carelessness. Once I signed, I paid the $5 million deposit without hesitation. If the company hadn't required a minimum deposit, I wouldn't have paid a cent. As for the balance, I smirked inwardly. If the apocalypse actually hit, whether I'd even survive was anyone's guess. Who'd have the time to worry about paying off a bill? And if the apocalypse didn't come, well, I planned on being a deadbeat anyway. After all, I didn't have $100 million to my name. I walked out of Aegis feeling light as air. The shelter was handled, which meant I'd have the most solid backup possible when the end came. No more scraping by in 60 below blizzards like last time, only to end up with a knife through my heart, courtesy of the person I trusted most. The only thing left nagging at me was weapons. Knives and axes weren't going to cut it. What I wanted was the truth, a gun, something that could put down any threat. But I was just an ordinary guy. I had no connections to law enforcement and no way to get in with any criminal outfit. The only place with guns was the security bureau, and I wasn't dumb enough to go rob them. That'd be like an old man hanging himself, asking for a long life and getting the exact opposite. I'll figure it out as I go, I muttered, shaking my head and setting the weapon problem aside for now. I didn't head home. Instead, I went straight to a supermarket and then hit up 8 more. On the books, I spent 60,000. Off the books, I walked off with over 1 million in supplies. The cashier even grinned at me like an idiot and said, "Come again soon," completely clueless that the entire month's profit had just vanished into my space. Early the next morning, I headed straight to a members-only gym. Weapons are, after all, just external tools. Real strength is the foundation. There was no telling how long this frozen apocalypse would last. Only a strong, capable body could withstand the brutal climate and protect me when things went south. A month isn't much time, but every bit of improvement counts. This place wasn't cheap. Membership ran 10 grand a month. But you get what you pay for. 3 full floors, each over 10,000 square feet, and every training room served just 1 client at a time. The privacy was unmatched. I dropped another 90 grand on a personal trainer and a nutritionist. In 1 month, I was going to transform myself completely. At minimum, I wanted to be able to take on 5 guys at once. My trainer's name was Sue. Cute and sexy, just like she sounded. My reason for picking a female trainer was simple. Training inevitably involves physical contact, and it'd be awkward with a guy. With a beautiful woman, there was no mental baggage, and it was easy on the eyes, too. Sue wore a simple sports bra and leggings, her clean, toned lines tracing her shoulders, neck, waist, and back. Her abs ran from her ribs down to her navel, and her skin had a healthy glow in the morning light. Powerful, yet still soft and feminine. "Mr. Lee, thank you for choosing me. I promise I'll make sure you're satisfied." She greeted me with a smile, a deliberate warmth in her eyes. To her, I was a rare catch, tall, good-looking, and generous with my money. I want to build up my physical condition in a short time. Any suggestions? Sue knew exactly what she was dealing with. She'd seen plenty of beginners like me who wanted to skip straight to the top, so she deliberately recommended the most intense option, a 1-part split routine. "You've got a solid base, so we can combine strength with cardio. If you want quick results, a 1-part split is perfect. It just means longer sessions each time." She figured I'd back off once I heard that. But without missing a beat, I said, "Let's do it." Training started with chest. The first exercise was the barbell bench press. Sue stood behind my head to spot me, both hands on the bar. I lay on the bench, my eyes drifting upward against my will. The curves her sports bra outlined were a serious visual assault. She noticed my gaze right away, but instead of shying away, she pushed her chest out slightly, a faint, knowing smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. I forced the distractions down and focused on my form, but I couldn't help thinking to myself, this was pleasure and pain rolled into one. The most intense part was training legs. Sue stood behind me holding the barbell, her body pressed tight against my back to keep me balanced. Squat after squat, the two of us kept brushing against each other. My whole body burned, and it took everything I had to finish while my mind wandered. I didn't notice that her cheeks had flushed too, though she quickly played it off like nothing had happened. 3 hours of strength training, plus half an hour of cardio on the treadmill. By the time it was all over, I collapsed onto the yoga. Lying on the mat, I felt like I was about to die. My body, which barely ever saw any exercise, just couldn't handle this. Su Xiao Xiao helped me relax my muscles and stretch out for the final cooldown. When she pressed on my arm, she suddenly gasped in surprise. "Mr. Lee, your muscle recovery is unbelievable. You're a total natural." I figured she was just flattering me, so I laughed. "Coach Sue, don't exaggerate." "I'm not exaggerating," she said earnestly, pulling out her phone and bringing up the readings. "This is measured by professional equipment. Your recovery speed is way beyond normal. Usually only abs can be trained every day, with about a 24-hour recovery time. But your chest, back, and legs, the recovery time is all under 24 hours. You could do high-intensity training every single day, no problem." I froze. Did the machine glitch? This recovery speed was way too abnormal. I rubbed my arm. It was sore, but not as stiff as I'd expected. I could even feel a faint surge of strength slowly flowing back. I'm not turning into some kind of mutant, am I? The absurd thought flashed through my mind. Then I dismissed it. No scales had sprouted on my body, and I hadn't developed any superpowers. Could this be a perk of my rebirth? In my past life, I had a frail body. I'd be gasping for air after running a few hundred meters. Forget 3 hours of high-intensity training. I couldn't even do 10 push-ups. But now, not only had I made it through, my recovery was this fast. Looks like rebirth didn't just give me a storage space. It changed my constitution too. I was both shocked and thrilled. With this kind of talent, building a lean, muscular body in a month wouldn't be a problem. By then, even without a gun, I could defend myself with my fists. Su Xiaoxiao was still babbling excitedly. Mr. Li, if you stick with it, in a month you'll be a completely new man. Forget taking on 5 guys, you could take on 10. I looked at the strands of hair plastered to her flushed cheeks, damp with sweat, and the small pool of glistening sweat gathered in the hollow of her collarbone, and I felt that heat rising in me again. I cleared my throat to cover it up. Then I'll be counting on you, Coach Su. Don't worry, Mr. Li. I'll design the perfect plan for you. Her smile grew even sweeter, and the warmth in her eyes deepened. She was becoming more and more convinced that this client of mine wasn't just wealthy. He had incredible potential. He was a nearly perfect man. A pleasant surprise. I was ecstatic inside. The body is your survival capital in the apocalypse. I'd been worried that a month was too short to accomplish anything. But now, with this superhuman muscle recovery speed, a month was more than enough for a complete transformation. Su Xiaoxiao's hand was still resting on my arm as she stared blankly at the readings from a moment ago. I pushed myself up from the yoga mat. Too fast. She didn't have time to react, and the distance between us instantly closed to 0. The next second, my face plowed straight into her chest. My mouth, soft and warm, still radiating heat from the workout, like falling into a cloud of pure elasticity. My mind went blank with a buzz, my breath skipped half a beat, but my heart was pounding like a drum. Su Xiaoxiao's gasp caught in her throat, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. Instinctively, she stepped back, but her feet were slick with sweat, and she slipped, her body tipping backward. Quick as a flash, I threw an arm around her waist. My palm pressed against her sweat-damp back. I could feel the warmth of her skin and the quick, nervous rise and fall of her breathing. She grabbed my arm on reflex too. We were pressed so close, close enough to smell the mingled scent of sweat and body wash on each other's skin. Her wide, glistening eyes fixed on me, hiding a trace of panic and something else I couldn't quite name. Anticipation, maybe. The way she looked at me made me uneasy. I hurriedly looked away, but then, against my will, my gaze dropped. Too close. The deep valley outlined by her sports bra, that patch of delicate skin, all of it was right there in front of me. Me? 2 lifetimes lived, and I was still a total rookie. The woman from my past life had agreed to be my girlfriend, but she always used being old-fashioned as her shield, saying she wouldn't give her body until marriage. I believed her. I stayed a perfect gentleman right to the end, and nothing ever happened. Now, suddenly this close to Su Xiaoxiao, my whole body burned, and I reacted in a way I couldn't control. She glanced down, her face going even redder, and quickly looked away, pretending she hadn't seen. Only then did the two of us awkwardly separate. My ears were hot, and I cursed myself inwardly. So embarrassing. How could even that set me off? Mr. Li, I didn't see anything. She was trying to smooth things over, but it only made me more flustered. I turned around, took a deep breath, and pushed down my feelings before glancing back with feigned nonchalance. Miss Su, I didn't see anything either. Puffed, she burst out laughing, her eyes curving into little crescents, all the earlier tension gone. She reached up and pushed the damp hair off her forehead, her fingertips trembling slightly as they brushed across her flushed cheek. The truth was, she wasn't a careless woman. She always kept a safe distance from her clients. But today, with me, she couldn't stop herself from wanting to get close. What's gotten into me? She wondered to herself, her gaze drifting back to me without her meaning to. I grabbed the bottle of water, twisted off the cap, and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. The cold water sliding down my throat barely managed to tame that burning heat. Thankfully, the stretching had been in a private one-on-one room, and that gasp of hers had been drowned out by the music in the gym. No one had walked in on us. Miss Su, I'm sorry, that wasn't on purpose just now. I offered the explanation anyway, afraid she'd get the wrong idea and it would ruin our future sessions. I got up too fast and didn't realize you were right there. Seeing me act like such a gentleman, her heart, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face instead. In her eyes, I was handsome and generous with money, signing up for a membership and buying training packages without batting an eye. I had rich kid from a well-off family written all over me. She'd been single for too long and hadn't met anyone she clicked with. She already had a good impression of me, and that little accident just now? She didn't mind it at all. If anything, she was kind of hoping for more. Mr. Lee, it's fine, just a little accident. She softened her tone on purpose. Don't take it to heart. After an hour of her professional massage and stretching, most of the soreness from my workout had melted away. I said sincerely, "You're really good at this. Very professional. Thanks for the compliment." Her eyes lit up, and she seized the chance to reel me in. "If it feels good, you should buy more of my personal training sessions. I could even design a custom recovery plan just for you. I already booked you for a whole month. Let's see how it goes first, then talk after that." I brushed it off vaguely, but deep down I knew there was no after a month. In 28 days, the extreme cold would descend. Forget the gym. The entire city would turn into a frozen hellscape. She took it at face value, though nodding happily. I stretched a bit and followed her to the lounge. The couches here were soft, greenery hung on the walls, way more relaxing than the training room. "What would you like to drink?" "The nutrition meal will take a while. Lemon water with ice." "I figured you'd go for black coffee," she teased. So many beginners copy other people. 1 cup of black coffee first thing in the morning, thinking that's what makes them professional. Too bitter. Not my thing, I said honestly. "Tion, you're really different from everyone else. You don't put on an act at all," she said earnestly. "So many people in this world imitate others' lifestyles just to fit into some circle. Someone as genuine as me was rare." "Stop with the Mr. Lee. It sounds so distant, and it makes me feel old." "Then I'll call you Tion." Her eyes lit up. "And don't call me Coach Sue anymore. It's too formal." "Then how about Xiao Xiao?" "Yeah." She nodded firmly, her smile even sweeter. With that switch in how we addressed each other, the distance between us visibly shrank. The air in the lounge gradually grew flirtatious. Suddenly she asked, curious, "Tion, you've never had a girlfriend, have you? Is it that obvious?" I was caught off guard, then owned up to it. "No, I really haven't. Embarrassing, sure, but better than putting on a brave front and bragging about being a player. I'd seen way too many guys like that. I guessed. Didn't think my sixth sense would be this spot on." She laughed even harder, the anticipation in her eyes growing thicker. "You're such a catch, Tion. How have you never dated anyone?" "I was busy with school and work before. Never met the right person." I tossed out a casual excuse. I could hardly tell her that in my last life, I'd been deceived by someone. Feelings, and even their lives. But she took it seriously. Her gaze softened as she looked at me, and remembering the little accident from earlier, her heart raced a bit faster. I didn't notice her distraction, but my eyes drifted back to her without my meaning to. She wasn't a stunner, but the kind of woman you could look at all day, a soft, gentle sort of beauty. What struck me most was her figure. Years of training had left her without an ounce of extra fat, her arms and calves lean and toned, radiating a healthy, athletic appeal. Especially that backside outlined by her leggings. Not the stiff, artificially padded kind, but round and full, sculpted by countless squats and deadlifts, like a ripe peach. One look and you wanted a second. Earlier, during the workout, I'd focused on my form, but I couldn't help stealing more than a few glances. "Xiao Xiao, do you have a boyfriend?" The question slipped out of my mouth as if some spirit had pushed it. The second it came out, even I froze. I'd only meant to focus on training. When did I start prying into her personal life? "Single now. Dated 2 guys before." Xiao Xiao answered without a trace of shyness. "I bet plenty of guys are after you," I said, fishing for gossip. But she shook her head, a hint of loneliness in her voice. "The ones I actually like look down on me for being a fitness trainer, think the job's beneath them. And the ones who like me are mostly after my body. They treat me like some easy woman." Not one of them was ever sincere. I could hear the hurt in her words, so I quickly changed the subject. "The right guy will come along eventually. Anyway, what time do we start tomorrow?" My attitude toward this beautiful trainer was simple. Don't pursue, don't reject, don't take responsibility. I had no time for romance right now. My mind was consumed by one thing, making money. Tian, is exercise really all you care about? She pouted, feigning resentment, though a smile lingered in her eyes. She sensed my distance, but she wasn't in a hurry. There was a whole month ahead, plenty of time to work her way in. I paid a fortune for this, so of course I've got to get my money's worth, I said, laughing it off and staring around her. Seeing how firm I was, she didn't push it. You're the boss, Tian. You set the schedule. Same time as today. The early bird gets the worm. Morning workouts get the best results. Not long after we sat down, the nutritionist brought in the meal. I stared at the spread on the table, quietly stunned. This wasn't a fitness meal. It was a full-blown Michelin feast. King crab legs with black truffle foam. The crab meat plump, the truffle rich and fragrant. Australian Wagyu sirloin, seared on the outside and tender within, served with caviar-topped steamed rice. Every bite bursting with savory richness. There was also sous vide foie gras, paired with a quinoa and avocado salad, creamy yet refreshing enough to cut the grease. The drink was honeybird's nest water, sweet and soothing. Too extravagant. If the apocalypse weren't a month away, I never would have splurged like this. I hated the rich. What I really hated was myself. I could never be one of them. After we finished eating, Su Xiaoxiao walked me to the door and even opened the car door for me herself. My car was a BMW 7 Series my parents had bought. Not exactly top of the line, but respectable enough in most people's eyes. Drive safe, Tian. See you tomorrow, she said with a wave and a smile. You're off work already? Yep. I'll head home, take a shower, and call it a day. Maybe grab a few lottery tickets on the way. Her eyes crinkled up into a grin. Half a day's work and still get paid full. What employee wouldn't love that? Still dreaming of striking it rich overnight? I teased. I used to buy them all the time. Most I ever won was $5. It's fine for fun, just don't get hooked. I know, Tian. I started the car, but a thought suddenly exploded in my mind. The lottery. I slapped the steering wheel. I'd nearly forgotten something huge. In my past life, tonight's winning Powerball numbers were the exact combination of my birthday and my parents. I'd been playing those numbers since college, but that one night, I'd been stuck working overtime and forgot to buy a ticket. And wouldn't you know it, that drawing's jackpot went unclaimed. The moment I saw those winning numbers, I could have kicked myself. Su Xiaoxiao, you really are my lucky star. Overjoyed, I floored the gas and raced back to my complex. The second I parked, I bolted into the lottery shop by the entrance. Boss, this set of numbers. Give me 100 plays, I said, rattling off that string of digits I knew by heart, my tone leaving no room for argument. The owner blinked, then couldn't help but offer some advice. Kid, why not go with a variety pack? Wider coverage, better odds. Hammering away at one set of numbers just isn't worth it. He'd been selling lottery tickets for over a decade, and this was the first time he'd seen anyone drop $200 on the same numbers. More money than sense, he thought to himself. No thanks. I trust my gut, I said with a grin. Boss, if you believe me, you should buy a few too. Guaranteed jackpot. I knew exactly how he'd react. There was no way he'd bite. Anyone who buys lottery tickets has this weird, unshakable faith in their own numbers. Sure enough, he shook his head. I just sell them. Never play myself. Keep it fun. Don't let it become an addiction. I paid, tucked the ticket into my pocket, and turned to leave. Just as I stepped out the door, I heard the owner mutter under his breath. What an idiot. Who buys tickets like that? Thinks he's gonna hit the jackpot. What? Is his dad the director of the lottery commission? I ignored him. Once I won that $500 million, I'd have more than enough capital to stockpile supplies in bulk. No more wasting time on daily, free grab runs at the supermarket. After talking with Jiang Zishuan yesterday, I'd realized that buying at retail was way too inefficient. The 14 million plus I had left wouldn't be enough even if I converted every cent into supplies, especially since I was about to win big. Money's meant to be spent. If I didn't spend it now, once the apocalypse hit, it wouldn't even be good enough to wipe my ass. Once I won that jackpot, I'd straight to the manufacturers for wholesale, have them ship the goods to a warehouse, and then I'd quietly move everything into my storage space, efficient and discreet. As I mapped it out, another pressing matter hit me. Renovations on my place started tomorrow, so I needed a temporary spot to crash. And all that stockpiled inventory needed a warehouse too. It'd make a good cover, and keep the secret of my storage space from getting exposed. I pulled out my phone, about to call Jiang Zishuan. Shield Security had connections everywhere, so maybe she could help me sort out both a place to stay and a warehouse. Before I could dial, an unknown number rang first. Sir, are you in need of a loan? Apply today, get funded today, high credit limits available. The man's voice carried a forced enthusiasm. I'll loan you a... I was about to just cuss him out, but on second thought, I changed my tune. You know what? I actually do need a loan. How much can you lend? The voice on the other end instantly perked up. He'd been making calls all morning, getting hung up on or cursed out, and had finally landed someone with an actual need. Sir, as long as you've got collateral, the amount is no problem. Real estate, vehicles, whatever works. I've got a house worth over 10 million. How much can I borrow against it? I deliberately raised my voice. That'll take an in-person assessment on our end. Sir, let me give you our address. Bring your property deed, and we'll talk face to face. He rattled off the address, eager as anything. I hung up and smirked. I had zero intention of paying it back. Once the apocalypse hit, all these debts would be worthless scraps of paper. If someone was going out of their way to hand me money, I'd be a fool not to take it. Following the address, I drove for 20 minutes and found the place. 361 Financial Services. The company was tucked away on the 5th floor of a rundown office building. There was no sign at the entrance, just a small glass door with the words, Financial Consulting stuck on it. A man in a floral shirt came up to greet me, warmly ushering me inside. Right this way, sir. Our boss is expecting you. Once inside, I saw there were 5 offices in all. From one of them, a chorus of phone calls rang out. Ms. Zhang, your last loan payment is due. Mr. Li, if you don't pay up, we'll be coming to collect in person. Another door wasn't shut all the way, and I caught a glimpse of a dozen or so big guys in suits sitting inside, every one of them with a vicious look, clearly a debt collection crew. Loan sharks. I understood the setup completely, but I wasn't the least bit afraid. Before the apocalypse, people like these might run wild. After it hit, they'd struggle just to stay alive. The floral shirt guy led me to the innermost room. He pushed the door open to reveal a burly, bald man sitting behind a desk, smoking. His black suit was stretched tight over his bulging belly, and a knife scar ran from his forehead down to his chin. His eyes were cold and cruel. Hello, I'm Chien Duo, the man in charge here. He stubbed out his cigarette and gestured to the chair across from him. Have a seat. So, how much are you looking to borrow, sir? How much can you lend? She shot back, her voice calm, not the least bit fazed by his aura. I got straight to the point. How much can you lend? Chien Duo froze. I could tell he was used to circling around his clients. First the small talk, then the terms, keeping the rhythm firmly in his own hands. Someone like me, who laid his cards on the table right out of the gate, was probably a rare sight for him. Mr. Li, no need to rush. He swallowed his surprise and gestured toward his desk. I hear you've got a property to put up as collateral. First I'll need to see the deed, get it appraised, then check whether there are any existing liens. Big loans mean big risks. We have to manage them carefully. I sneered inwardly. A loan shark, putting on airs more proper than a bank. I said nothing. I pulled the property deed out of my bag and slapped it down on the desk. In another month, this document would be worthless paper. Might as well squeeze one last bit of use out of it, borrowing a chunk of money from this outfit while it still counted for something. Chien Duo picked it up and studied it, and his eyes lit up in an instant. Prime location in Guangzhou, a 2-story loft over 2,000 square feet, worth tens of millions. He immediately handed the deed to a subordinate to verify, then ordered tea to be brought for me, his tone suddenly warm. Mr. Li, if there's no problem with the deed, we can release the funds today. But let me be upfront with you. Our interest runs a little higher than the bank's. I know how it works. I nodded, calm on the surface, while inside I was doing the math. It didn't matter how high the interest was, since I had no intention of paying it back. How much exactly? Chien Duo said nothing. He simply held up 4 fingers, then added flatly, monthly, not annual. HSSSS. I sucked in a sharp breath, my face plastered with shock. 40% a month. That was more than 10 times the bank rate. Borrow 10 million, and a month later you'd have to cough up 14 million. Even armed robbery wasn't this fast. I couldn't seem too eager, or he'd get suspicious. Mr. Chien, that's way too high. I frowned, pretending to haggle. I just need some short-term cash flow. Can't you bring it down a little? He was ready for that, and his smile stayed easy. First time dealing with our line of business, Mr. Lee? This is already the going rate. Sure, the interest is high, but our process is simple. The money hits your account the same day. Go to a bank and the approval alone takes a month or two. By the time the money comes through, the opportunity's long gone. I believe you on the efficiency. I played along and dangled the bait. Here's the thing. If you can knock it down a bit, Mr. Chien, I'll send every friend of mine who needs a loan straight to you. That wasn't referring friends. That was shoving people into a fire pit. He was tempted, but he forced himself to turn me down. Mr. Lee, it's not that I won't do you the courtesy. The interest is an industry rule. It can't be lowered. If we drop it, we'd have no footing left in this business. Besides, you're after a large sum, and not every company has that kind of muscle. These words. It was true, though. Plenty of lenders out there, but not many could cough up 10 million on the spot. Just then, the guy he'd sent to verify things came back and leaned in to whisper in his ear. I caught a few words. It's real. No mortgage on it. Valued at 11 million. Chien Duoduo's smile got even wider. The way he looked at me, it was like eyeing a slab of prime meat. Mr. Lee, mind telling me what the loan's for? I had my story ready, cool as a cucumber. I run a small company, landed an overseas order, and need to buy raw materials fast. Bank approvals are too slow, and the credit line's not enough. By the time they'd release the funds, someone else would have snatched up the order. Those banks are all red tape, he chimed in immediately. You need gifts and connections just to get a loan. Not like us. We truly serve the people. Exactly, I flattered him. Your service is the whole reason I picked you. He ate it up, laughing hard and clapping me on the shoulder. Mr. Lee, you're a straight shooter. Here, tea in place of wine, to a happy partnership. The two teacups clinked together with a clack. He draped his arm over my shoulder like we were old friends. We were each scheming our own schemes, and neither of us felt the least bit awkward about it. Setting down my cup, I said earnestly, Mr. Chien, I trust your capabilities. Actually, I'd like to borrow 20 million. His smile froze instantly, his brow furrowing. Mr. Lee, the house is nice, but it's only valued at 11 million. 20 million is way over the limit. I know, I said, feigning difficulty, but I really do need that much. If it's too much trouble for you, then forget it. I'll try somewhere else. Retreat to advance. I was betting he wouldn't be willing to let me walk. Sure enough, he gritted his teeth. Brotherly, our whole mission is serving our clients. 20 million is no small risk. But I can tell you're a genuine guy, and I wish I'd met you sooner. Here's what we'll do. I'll bump the interest up to 50% a month, and I'll hand you the 20 million today. That's my bottom line. Push any further, and you'll hurt my feelings. My heart leapt, shocked and thrilled at once. I'd thrown out 20 million as a wild lowball, just so he'd haggle me down. Never expected him to agree in one breath. Since when were loan sharks this easy to deal with? I lowered my eyes and tapped my fingertips lightly on the table, pretending to weigh it. I slowed things down, milking the hesitation for all it was worth. After a moment, I looked up and extended my hand. Brother Chien, here's to a happy partnership. He let out a breath too, gripping my hand tightly. Happy indeed. But there's one rule. You've got to write an IOU for 30 million. Principal plus 1 month's interest. And your property deed stays with us. No problem. 30 million? Hell, even 300 million wouldn't have made me blink. His man quickly brought over the IOU and the ink pad. I didn't even glance at it, just signed my name and pressed my thumbprint. Chien Duo exchanged a look with his man, and the excitement in their eyes was impossible to hide. A few minutes later, my phone chimed. 20 million, deposited. I stared at the string of numbers on the screen, fighting back a smile. I had to admit, shady as this company was, they were fast. Lightning fast. Chien Duo, thanks for the Apocalypse Startup Fund. As for paying it back, maybe in my next life. Brother Chien, your service is unbeatable, so efficient. This time I meant it. 20 million in half an hour. No amount of praise could do that kind of turnaround justice. Chien Duo beamed. Of course, as long as you've got collateral, there's no loan we can't approve. I let out a deliberate sigh, playing up my distress. Don't remind me. The company's already pledged to the bank. The house is pledged to you. What collateral do I have left? I can't exactly put up that beat-up car of mine. It's barely worth anything. I said it offhandedly, but he took it to heart. The moment he heard beat-up car, his eyes lit up. He clapped me on the shoulder. Brotherly, that's such a humble brag. How is a BMW 7 Series a beat-up car? Plenty of people can't afford one their whole lives. Tell you what, since we're friends now, I'll loan you $2 million against that car. He held up 2 fingers, absolutely certain. This. I feigned surprise, though inside I was thinking, this guy can't be a fool, can he? Practically begging to hand me money. Still, I pushed back. A brand new one only goes for about that much. Brother Chien, aren't you letting me take advantage of you? Between friends, who talks about taking advantage? He waved it off generously. I got it. He was trying to reel me in. House, then car, bleeding me dry one step at a time. But that was exactly what I wanted. Money delivered right to my door. Why wouldn't I take it? Well then, I won't refuse. I agreed, putting on a show of reluctance. More paperwork, and another $2 million landed in my account. 361 Finance. Truly a conscientious company. And Chien Duo, a regular living saint. This $22 million was free money. Brotherly, don't go yet. Stay for dinner, have a couple of drinks. He wrapped an arm around me and wouldn't let go. I'd love to stay, but the company's waiting on this money to stay afloat. I really don't have time. I made up an excuse. All I wanted right now was to get out of there before something went wrong. He didn't suspect a thing. Who takes out a loan shark's money unless they're desperate? Then here's to you getting rich soon, brotherly. Come find me anytime. I walked out briskly. In his eyes, I was rushing off to put out a fire. Behind me, he and his men burst into laughter. I didn't look back. Barely 3 miles out, I couldn't hold it in any longer and roared with laughter in the car. Ha ha, today I really hit the jackpot. 22 million, free and clear. Chien Duo, here's hoping you last a few extra days when the apocalypse hits. From this point on, I was done with that company for good. The property deed, the car title, consider them parting gifts. Once the apocalypse comes, these unprepared people probably won't survive a month. No chance they'll come collecting debts. Right now I've got over 37 million in cash. Add tonight's lottery drawing, and the money's more than enough. From here on, 3 words, bye, bye, bye. But I know my limits. If I can put down a deposit, I'm never paying in full. That 95 million balance owed to Aegis Security? I never intended to pay it from the start. Even if I win 500 million, I still wouldn't. The most expensive thing in life is never money, it's time. Too bad, most people only figure that out at the very end. And me? I knew 28 days before everyone else. I found a restaurant, grabbed a quick bite, then dialed Jiang Zishuan's number. Mr. Li. Her voice was all business. We break ground tomorrow. Any new requests? No, the plan's perfect, I said, cutting to the chase. I've got nowhere to stay now. I need you to help me find a bigger place, newly renovated, and rent me a warehouse, a big one. 1 month on both leases. She paused. Finding a place and renting a warehouse weren't part of her job, but I was a major client, so she agreed without hesitation. I knew a 1-month lease on a place and warehouse would be hard to come by. Landlords always want long-term tenants. But Aegis had connections, and they'd move a lot faster than I could on my own. I hadn't even finished eating when she called back with good news. Mr. Li, there's an apartment about 6 miles from your complex. The last tenant just moved out, and it's newly renovated. There's a warehouse too, 32,000 square feet, but it's underground. Not sure if that works for you. An underground warehouse. My eyes lit up. This wasn't a drawback, it was a plus. More discreet, easier for me to store things using my storage space without anyone noticing something off. Perfect. I'll take both. How much is the rent? I'll transfer it over. Mr. Li, please, there's no need. Manager and said the rent's on us. Consider it a gift from our company. Thank you for your trust. There's a deal like that. I was caught off guard. I figured Chien Duo was generous enough, but I didn't expect Aegis to be this thoughtful too. This world really does have more good people than bad. Well, I won't argue then. Thanks. Before long, Jiang Zishuan delivered the keys herself and even hired a moving company to haul my everyday stuff from the old place into the new apartment. Standing in the new apartment, I felt a little let down. Just over 600 square feet, a far cry from my old 2,000 plus square foot loft. But then I remembered it was free, and I let it go. Just 1 month. It'd do. Once I'd settled in, I took a shower, sat down on the couch, pulled out my phone, and started reaching out to the major trading companies. 4 bulk orders. No single company could cover it all. I had to split the orders up. I opened the list I'd made earlier and went through it, item by item. Instant noodles. 10,000 cases of bottled water. The most hassle-free rations for the apocalypse. Long shelf life. No fire needed. 2,000 tons of pork, 1,000 tons of mutton, 200 tons each of chicken, fish, and shrimp, sources of protein. Buy them now while I still can. Cram them all into my storage space, forever fresh. 10,000 tons of anthracite coal, 100 tons of diesel. Heating and power run on coal, with diesel as backup. Better safe than sorry. Medicine, flashlights, generators, batteries, toilet paper, toothpaste, everything I could think of, all ordered in maximum quantities. Making calls and taking notes at the same time. It took a solid 2 hours to finish placing every order. Each supplier got just a 30% deposit, with delivery to the underground warehouse promised within 3 days. After hanging up the last call, I sank back into the couch and let out a long breath. Staring at the screen full of orders, I felt completely at ease. With all these supplies, plus a sturdy shelter and a body growing stronger by the day, I was sure I could survive the apocalypse, and live well, too. Real security never comes from luck. It comes from every single preparation you make with your own 2 hands. I looked up at the night sky outside the window and silently counted down. 28 days to go. Tonight, I get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, back to working out, and I still had the lottery drawing to wait for. That 500 million would be the final piece of the puzzle in my apocalypse prep. To make my plan foolproof, I dug up everything I could find. The shuji, rotten persimmon fiction, the greatest literary sanctuaries in the East. They were piled high with apocalypse novels, survival rules, supply checklists, you name it. I went through them one by one, cross-checking and filling in the gaps. And sure enough, I dredged up plenty of things I'd forgotten. Things that could have cost me my life. Like entertainment. In a frozen apocalypse, there wouldn't even be electricity, let alone internet. When that time came, anything to kill the boredom would be food for the soul. I need to download a few hundred terabytes and stash it away. I calculated to myself. The good stuff that's out of print, the more, the better. Even so, I still didn't feel settled. That's when I thought of her, Jiang Zixuan, a top student from Tsinghua and Peking University, with a terrifyingly meticulous mind. She thought through problems without leaving a single loose end. Even at this late hour, she picked up the call from her big client in a heartbeat. "Mr. Lee, do you have a new request?" Her voice was cool and clear like a spring flowing under the moon, yet warm and soothing to the ear. That was the magic of good looks. "I'm preparing for a frozen apocalypse. 60 below zero," I said, cutting straight to the point. "I've made a supply checklist. Take a look and see if I've missed anything." For a rare moment, the other end went silent. "Mr. Lee, do you really believe a frozen apocalypse is coming?" She couldn't hold back after all. "It's my intuition, or call it a sixth sense," I said sincerely. "Believe it or not, that's up to you. But I honestly suggest you prepare a shelter for yourself too." "A shelter?" Puffed. A soft laugh, crisp and lovely, like an icicle snapping. Did I just make the Ice Queen laugh? Something stirred in my chest. "Ms. Jiang, you have a beautiful laugh. I bet you're even more stunning when you smile," I said, genuinely impressed. "You should smile more. Not getting to see it is my loss. You've got such a smooth tongue, Mr. Lee. You must have fooled plenty of girls, huh?" There was a teasing note in her voice. Now that was a false accusation. 2 lifetimes, and I was still a total rookie. Forget dating. I'd never even held a girl's hand. In my last life, I fell headfirst into that woman's tender little trap, and it was a regret I could never shake. Too embarrassing to admit. I thought to myself, "Ms. Jiang, you've really got me wrong. I've still got my first kiss." Puffed, she laughed again. "That joke's not very funny. I think I'd sooner believe you're the first emperor of China. Didn't expect you to be a top student and know your memes," I said, a little surprised. In my mind, she was the type who kept her head buried in books, oblivious to the world. "I go online too. I'm a normal person," she said, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "Let's get down to business. So far, I've ordered 10,000 cases of instant noodles. What? This time she was genuinely startled, blurting it out, all her usual composure gone. Ms. Jiang, keep talking like that, and I'll get the wrong idea, I said, deliberately drawing out the words. There was a pause on the other end. I could almost picture the faint blush creeping up her ears, like a dab of rouge dropped on snow. Even her voice carried a slight tremble now, the ends soft and shy. Mr. Lee, if you keep this up, I'm hanging up. She was embarrassed. I chuckled inwardly, but knew when to quit while I was ahead. You've seriously never dated anyone, have you? You tell me. Neither of us said anything for a moment. I broke the awkward silence first. Let's get back to the apocalypse. I've ordered 10,000 cases of instant noodles. She reined in her emotions too and listened intently as I explained. A top student through and through. She quickly grasped the key points and filled in plenty of details I hadn't even thought of. Mr. Lee, are you really not considering opening a supermarket? By her rough estimate, the supplies I wanted to buy came to nearly 400 million. We'll see later. I hung up, knowing she was shaking her head on the other end. But an old saying flashed through my mind. When a person's wealth far exceeds their understanding, the excess will, sooner or later, flow back into the market one way or another. That was probably how she saw me too. Didn't matter. Who'd have the last laugh would be decided in 28 days. I hung up just as the wall clock struck 9. My eyes lit up. The lottery drawing was live, just a few minutes until the numbers were called. I strode into the living room and grabbed the remote. I switched to the sports channel. The host was reading through the rules with dramatic flair, but I didn't catch a single word. My fingertips drummed absently against the armrest, my heart pounding faster than during my morning weightlifting session. I couldn't be sure whether my rebirth would trigger some butterfly effect, warping the course of history beyond recognition. We'll now begin drawing the red balls. The clear lottery machine spun at high speed, and the first red ball tumbled out. Match. I sat bolt upright, eyes glued to the screen. Second one, match. Third, match. Fourth, match. Fifth, dead on. Beautiful. I muttered under my breath, my palms already damp with sweat. Now the blue balls. 2 blue balls popped out one after another, matching the numbers on my ticket exactly. All of them. I sprang up from the couch, bounced 3 times on the spot, and nearly knocked over the coffee table. History hadn't shifted. 500 million before taxes, like a heavy mountain of gold looming right before my eyes. In that moment, I had truly achieved financial freedom. This kind of money was more than enough to live out the rest of my life in comfort. A thought even crossed my mind. What if I just kept the apocalypse from coming? But the thought flickered for only a second before I crushed it down hard. I remembered all too clearly the sheer despair of that minus 60-degree cold in my past life. The disaster wouldn't stay away just because one lucky man wished it so. The world was going to change, and it never asked whether anyone was ready. After taxes, plus a token donation for show, I'll walk away with about 400 million, I said, rubbing my chin, a flash of ruthlessness in my eyes. Perfect. I'll blow through every last cent within a month. Not a penny left. As the euphoria receded, exhaustion rolled in like a tide. I took a quick shower and collapsed into bed, too drained to even scroll through my phone. For hours at the gym in the morning, borrowing 22 million from a loan shark in the afternoon, and staying up late frantically planning my shopping list. The whole day, my nerves had been stretched taut like a fully drawn bow. Time to sleep, rest, and recharge. That was the real capital for tomorrow. At 7 the next morning, my internal clock woke me right on schedule. I rolled out of bed and instinctively went through a full-body stretch. My arms extended like a bow, my waist twisted, and when my leg ligaments pulled open, I even heard a faint crack. Yesterday had been my first high-intensity workout, yet my muscles felt only the slightest, most negligible soreness. Looks like my body really is different from an ordinary person's. This has to be a change the rebirth brought, I said, arching an eyebrow with a smile. In the past, a workout like that would have left me bettered in the next day. Mid-stretch, my stomach suddenly growled in protest, a wave of hunger crashing over me. I froze. I'd eaten plenty yesterday, and the gym had even thrown in a nutrition meal. How could I be this hungry? It took 10 eggs and 3 glasses of milk to barely tame the urge. Still not full. I patted my stomach, but didn't eat anymore. I had training later, and stuffing myself would just give me a cramp. Half an hour later, I walked over to the Medu Fitness Center. Su Xiaoxiao was already geared up, waiting for me at the front desk. When she saw me coming, she came right over to greet me. She had a new workout outfit on today. A black sports bra hugged her frame, showing off the smooth lines of her shoulders and back. Matching yoga pants wrapped around her long legs, tapered at the ankles to reveal her slender feet. The whole look was sharp and sporty, even more striking than yesterday. I'd already gotten an eyeful yesterday, but I still couldn't help sneaking a couple more glances. She caught every bit of my reaction, and the corner of her mouth curled up in a quiet, smug little smile. Tian, how are you feeling today? Muscles are a little sore, but it won't affect the training. I just wanted to say sorry to you, though. Her expression shifted. Was I about to drop the class? Or switch trainers? I went on. I'm going to give you a hard time today. Add some weight for me. I think I can handle it. Her face lit up instantly, and all that worry vanished. Don't worry. I'm a professional trainer. Don't underestimate me. Training began. Bench press, deadlifts, rows. She spotted me on every movement, and there was a lot more physical contact than yesterday. I swear, I had absolutely no intention of copying a feel. Every brush against her arm, every graze past her waist, all of it was accidentally on purpose. But she didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying it. While helping me with seated shoulder presses, she stood behind me to adjust my angle, her chest pressing against my back. Casually, or maybe not so casually. The soft warmth came through the thin fabric of her workout top. I was suffering in silence. This wasn't training. It was the ultimate test of willpower. Several times I wanted to open my mouth and remind her to keep her distance, but my body's instincts clamped down hard on my throat. And so, for painful yet blissful, hours came to an end. Not only did I add weight, I also tacked on an extra half hour of cardio, not stopping until every muscle in my body was screaming for mercy. After a massage, she joined me for a nutrition meal. Watching me demolish 3 full servings, both she and the nutritionist just stared, dumbfounded. Tian, your appetite is insane, isn't it? That much food was equal to 3 days' worth of what she ate. I wiped my mouth and let out a satisfied burp. Maybe the training's just too intense. I can't keep up with all the calories I'm burning. Honestly, I was puzzled too. The way I was eating, it was like I had a bottomless pit inside me. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered. Did that lottery ticket you bought last night win anything? She smiled easily. Nope, not even $5. Just did it for fun. There's no way I'd ever hit the jackpot. What about you, Tian? Did you buy one too? Yeah, I hit the jackpot last night. I said it lightly, like it was nothing. She snorted a laugh. Tian, you're such a joker. Clearly she didn't buy a single word. After we ate, she came along to help me find a tackle shop, and I bought a fishing set. Tian, are you going fishing this afternoon? Her eyes were full of curiosity. I nodded. I actually happened to be free this afternoon. There was a hopeful note in her voice. If you don't mind. I like to fish alone. I cut her off without even looking up, hit the gas, and shot off. In the rearview mirror, she stood frozen in place, her smile slowly crumbling. The tackle shop owner watched the whole thing and couldn't help sneaking out a laugh. I drove, tearing down the Riverside Highway. July in Guangzhou was like one giant sauna. The vicious sun baked the asphalt, and even the wind felt scalding. The forecast said 95, but it felt more like it was pushing 105. I'd meant to catch some air, but I caved and cranked the AC all the way up. An hour later, the shimmering waters of the Dongjiang finally crashed into view. This mother river that nourishes Guangzhou now rippled with a tempting coolness. I wasn't here to fish. The riverbank was packed shoulder to shoulder with fishing diehards, straw hats, bare chests, skin tans so dark and glossy they looked like a different race. The sheer willpower it took to hold their ground under that blazing sun was honestly staggering. Me? I wasn't about to waste my precious time on a hook. I followed the river for a long while before I found a spot secluded enough. Pulling water into my storage space was something I could never let a second person witness. You think I didn't catch Su Xiaoxiao's hints today? A gorgeous woman for company. Who wouldn't be happy about that? But she and I were, at our core, a pure cash transaction. And that was exactly the arrangement I was most comfortable with. Free things are usually the most expensive. I parked, grabbed my new tackle, and walked down to the river. Only then did it hit me just how much of an amateur I was. Apart from a single rod, I had nothing. No bait, no fishing platform, no landing net. This wasn't fishing. This was Jiang Taigong's line dangling above the water, waiting for a willing fish to bite. I fiddled with it the way I'd seen in the short videos, but I'd never touched one of these things before. After a good while of fumbling around, I still couldn't get it right. So I just wound one end of the line around the rod tip, tied the hook on the other end any old way, and flung it into the river with a plop. It was only cover anyway. Behind my sunglasses, my gaze sharpened slightly. A flick of my will, and the river water beneath my feet was drawn into the storage space. Starting from 1 cubic meter, up to 20 cubic meters. After that, the amount I could pull in each time just wouldn't climb any higher. So it turned out the storage space had a limit on what it could take in two. I repeated this for 2 hours, and my head felt swollen and foggy, drowsy, like I'd pulled 3 all-nighters in a row. It seemed this space wasn't infinite after all. Everything has limits. Use anything long enough, and you'll hit the wall. I sat in the car with the AC blasting for half an hour before I finally felt fully recharged. This time I didn't even bother with the fishing rod. I just walked straight to the riverbank and focused on drawing water. I'd picked a great spot. For 2.5 solid hours, not a single soul showed up. By 6 in the evening, I'd stored a full 1,000,000 cubic meters of water in my space. That was enough. I could even faintly sense that the water level of the Dongjiang River had dropped, just a hair. I tossed aside that not-so-cheap fishing rod without a second thought and drove home. I got back to my apartment just after 7. I'd meant to go cash in the tickets right away, then remembered the lottery center had closed hours ago. Wiped out from the long day, I collapsed into bed, too lazy to even shower. Early the next morning, I woke up and opened my phone. That woman, Zhang Baikan, had sent me several messages. Tian, what have you been up to these past few days? Are you feeling better? What's your plan going forward? I swiped the conversation away without a second thought, didn't even consider replying. A few days ago at that restaurant, I'd taken her and the deep-pocketed backer behind her for over $8,000. That was enough to keep me comfortable for a good while. The real reckoning hadn't come yet. Right now, the priority was cashing in. Only when I'd turned those 100 tickets into cold, hard numbers in my bank account could I truly relax. I drove to the lottery center, where the staff greeting me had envy written all over their faces. Buying 100 times over in one go and hitting for 500 million. That kind of luck was practically the ancestors smiling down from heaven. Ticket verification, ID check, taxes. After the whole process, minus 100 million in taxes and a symbolic 200,000 I donated, I walked away with 400 million. I chose to deposit it with China Construction Bank. The account rep bustled around, the smile on her face brighter than the sun outside. As I walked out of the lobby, one of the staff enthusiastically offered to take me to dinner. The hint in her eyes couldn't have been clearer. I looked her over. With makeup, she was maybe a 7. Passable. But compared to Su Xiao, who worked out year-round and had a top-tier figure, or Jiang Zixuan, who scored an 8 barefaced, she wasn't even in the same league. I'd been worked up by all the flirting these past couple of days, and I'll admit something stirred in me. The thought, maybe I'll finally give up my first time today, even flickered through my mind. But I quickly pushed it down. A woman at this level wasn't worth wasting my precious time on. Besides, this kind of kindness was never free. Afterward, I'd either have to buy whatever financial products she was pushing or set up a term deposit. And who had time for that? I only had 26 days left. 400 million had to be converted entirely into supplies within that window, not a cent to spare. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The things that seem within easy reach usually come with an invisible price tag. No thanks, I've got things to do. I turned her down flat and turned to leave. Behind me, the woman's expression collapsed in an instant. She was the belle of the bank, China Construction Bank's finest. That face of hers had reeled in plenty of big accounts, and she'd figured a newly minted rich guy would be a piece of cake. She never expected to walk away empty-handed. Broke-ass loser. Hope you get scammed real soon, she spat bitterly. But what she couldn't know was this. 26 days from now, cash would become the most worthless scrap paper on earth. And every drop of water, every grain of rice I'd stockpiled, that would be the real gold. Someone in Guangzhou had won 500 million. The news spread like it had grown wings, racing through every street and alley overnight. The photo of me claiming the prize went viral. Good thing I'd come prepared, sunglasses, a face mask, bundled up tight. Unless you already knew me, there was no way to recognize me. But there's an exception to everything. I'd barely started the car when my phone rang. It was Su Xiao. Tian, I saw the news. You hit the jackpot. Her voice was pitched low, laced with a closeness I'd never heard from her before. My stomach dropped. Recognized already? Xiao, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. I laughed it off, hoping to bluff my way past. Tian, don't you think I know your body by now? She gave a soft chuckle. That tracksuit, you were still wearing it yesterday. I forced an awkward smile. Slipped up. Don't worry, I won't breathe a word to anyone. She rushed to pledge her loyalty. Just do me a favor and change your clothes before you come in. I'm afraid my coworkers might recognize you. Madhu Fitness had no shortage of gorgeous female trainers. On the surface, they were coworkers. Underneath, they were all rivals. I could read her little scheme loud and clear. 400 million. Enough to make a woman push all her chips to the center of the table. The one with the deepest regret was probably the guy who'd sold me that ticket. Back then, he'd cursed me behind my back as a dumbass. Now his guts were probably twisted with regret. He'd dug up the surveillance footage of me and made a silent vow. Whatever numbers I played next, he'd play them too. Too bad. He was destined for disappointment. I remembered that winning number only because the digits were special. Anything after that had already blurred in my memory. And even if I did remember, I'd never buy again. Winning once is luck. Winning twice, that gets you a target on your back. As for the other person who recognized me, good buddy Zibin. He bought lottery tickets every single drawing, and he spotted the clothes in that photo at a glance. But instead of envy, he was over the moon. I only found out later that day he'd been rubbing his hands together, eyes glinting with greed. That kid Li Tian, he's practically a money bag heaven dropped right in my lap. When a man treats someone else's money as if it's already in his own pocket, he usually ends up fooling even himself. I went back to my apartment, changed into a plain, low-key tracksuit, and only then took my sweet time strolling over to the gym. Honestly, I'd thought about switching to a different one, but the moment I thought about this place, the 10 grand I'd blown on private training sessions still stung. Every dollar I had left before the apocalypse needed to count. The second I walked in, Su Xiao's eyes locked onto me, 10 degrees warmer than yesterday. Tian, you're finally here. She sidled up, her voice dripping with sweetness. Congrats. I've been buying lottery tickets for 5 years and never won a dime. Your luck is unreal. I'm so jealous. That sour edge in her tone was like biting into an unripe plum. Pure luck. I smiled and lowered my voice. You didn't tell anyone, right? Relax, my lips are sealed. She patted her chest for emphasis, deliberately arching her back as she spoke. Her soft curves brushed against my arm, warm to the touch. More forward than yesterday. More willing to let loose, too. This was the power of money. I feigned reluctance. Xiao, if you keep this up, I won't be able to focus on my workout. Tian, you're so bad. Her eyes glimmered. So, do you like it or not? I like it. I answered honestly. I'm a normal guy. How could I not? Today I bumped my bench press straight up to 50 kilos. Only my third session. Calling me a fitness prodigy wouldn't be a stretch. After 4 grueling hours, I collapsed onto the massage table and let Su Xiao work her professional magic. Watching the faint sheen of sweat at her temples, I grinned. You free later? Want to hit them all together? Her eyes lit up instantly. Sure. You bought so many sessions, it's only fair I keep you company. I ended up waiting nearly 40 minutes. But when she reappeared, she took my breath away. A black tube top framed her delicate collarbone. High-waisted shorts made her legs look long and impossibly straight, and a pair of stiletto sandals pushed her already tall 5'9" frame even higher. Her features were like a painting, her lips cherry red, a rose in full bloom. All that glamour in just 40 minutes? You could set a world record, I teased. She looped her arm through mine like it was the most natural thing. Couldn't keep you waiting too long, Tian. Walking into the mall, we became the center of attention. Envious glances, creepy stares. I didn't care about any of it. She wasn't my girlfriend, so at most those guys were getting an eyeful. While we strolled, I quietly kicked off my little free shopping spree. Passing a women's boutique, she darted inside like a butterfly that had spotted nectar, her fingers gliding across a rack of dresses. Tian, does this look good? She held up a champagne-colored slip dress. Try it on. When she stepped out of the fitting room, she tugged at the hem, a little self-conscious. Isn't it too revealing? I didn't answer. I just jerked my chin at the sales clerk. Wrap it up. Then I pointed at the two pieces she'd been eyeing earlier. Those two as well, in her size. Tian, you don't have to buy this much. We've already tried it on. No sense putting it back now. I scanned the payment code without even glancing at the bill. See anything else you like? Pick them all out. Her eyes went soft, like they'd been sweetened with sugar. After more than an hour of shopping, she said in a coquettish voice, bags dangling from her hands. Tian, I'm a little tired. Maybe we should head back. Women are born to shop. There's no way she'd tire out that fast. The anticipation in her eyes was plain as day. Where do you want to rest? I probed on purpose. Or, how about my place? She blushed and nodded eagerly. I brought her back to my apartment, looking at the modest place, her face filled with confusion. Tian, why do you live here? This doesn't match someone of your means at all. I sprawled onto the couch. She immediately, obediently helped swap out my slippers, then knelt on the carpet to massage my calves. It's just a temporary rental. My real place is being renovated, I said offhandedly. Understanding dawned on her, and the adoration in her eyes grew even deeper. Tian, you're just keeping a low profile. I get it. The words had barely left her mouth before she threw herself into my arms. And so the tenderness of that night turned to a new page. When I woke the next morning, I stared blankly at the ceiling. Remembering the photos she'd pestered me to take the day before, I picked the most intimate one and posted it to my social feed, with the caption, 2 people, 1 world. My friends list was spotless. After being reborn, I'd trimmed my 200-plus contacts down to just 2 people, Capital and Zhang Baiken. I posted it only to add fuel to the fire, to force their hand sooner. Otherwise, all this setup, all this acting, wouldn't it have been for nothing? Some fish, you have to dangle the bait right in front of their mouths before they'll bite. Zizi, this woman, is she Li Tian's girlfriend? Zhang Baiken gripped her phone, her knuckles turning white. That lapdog used to circle around her, and she'd loved every minute of it, stringing him along while secretly carrying on with Capital. Now the simp suddenly had a new love, and he'd gone public with it, no less. It clawed at her insides. Probably. Capital shot her an irritated glance, and his first words were to pass the blame. This is all your fault. I told you to make a move earlier, but you had to keep playing hard to get. What's that supposed to mean? The anger Zhang Baiken had bottled up for days exploded all at once. I'm your girlfriend. What do you take me for? Watch your tone, Capital said, his face darkening. What's wrong with my tone? We're done. You're pathetic. You can't even last 3 minutes. The words were like a needle, stabbing right where it hurt most. Slap. His hand cracked across her face. You dare hit me? Zhang Baiken cupped her cheek, tears instantly welling up. Fine, we're through. Who'd want you anyway, Mr. 3 seconds? She turned to, packing her bags. Go ahead, try walking out. The rich man sneered, casually pulling out his phone. I've got a video of you right here. You step out that door, and I'll post it online in a heartbeat. Let the whole company enjoy your little performance. Zhang Baiken's hands froze mid-motion. When a person holds someone else's dirt, they think they've got the whole world in their grip. They never realize that the true abyss is often right beneath their own feet. Seeing her go still, his expression softened. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. Chin-chun, I'm sorry. I lost my temper for a second. He paused, then shifted gears. Hey, let me tell you something. That guy who won the 500 million? It's Li Tian. What? Zhang Baiken's head snapped up, tears still streaking her face. He wasn't even short on money to begin with. How could he? His photos accepting the prize are all over the internet. He handed her the phone. So you're saying he's got over 400 million now? Her voice trembled, and a glint appeared in her eyes, the same glint as his. This is so unfair. He struck while the iron was hot. That much money, and with a brain like Li Tian's? He'll get swindled out of it sooner or later. We need to get our hands on it fast. But what's your plan? That's where you come in. He took her hands in his. Li Tian used to be so crazy about you. All you have to do is swallow your pride, and that woman will be squeezed right out of the picture. I already tried. It didn't work at all. He sighed. Men are creatures that think with what's below the belt. Just sleep with him, and he'll be wrapped around your finger. What did you just say? Zhang Baiken flung his hands off. I'm not that kind of woman. You want me to sleep with another man? Are you even human? Cursing him out loud, but deep down she was already wavering. 20 million versus 400 million. They weren't even in the same league. Landly Tian, and she'd have complete financial freedom. And the first thing she'd toss aside would be this useless man standing in front of her. Chen Chun, that's 400 million we're talking about. He pulled her back into his embrace. Just make him more protection. As long as there's a condom, it doesn't really count as giving yourself to him. But I'd feel so dirty. Just pretend a dog took a bite out of you, he said dismissively. After several rounds of coaxing, Zhang Baikan finally nodded. The two of them were each running their own calculations. She was still keeping an ace up her sleeve. What if I sleep with him and he still won't pay up? I've got this feeling that the Li Tian now isn't the same as before. A flash of viciousness crossed his eyes. Save some of his DNA. If he won't agree, we'll blackmail him with the evidence. And if he still won't play along, we call the cops and say he raped you. Zhang Baikan's heart jolted, then she gave a cold smile. The plan was ruthless, sure, but it suited her perfectly. When the time came, she could even use it to force Li Tian into marrying her. And so, the two of them, each harboring their own sinister schemes. We shook hands. Both of us thought we had it in the bag, both already scheming how we'd kick the other to the curb once the deal was done. What they didn't realize is that the flimsiest thing in this world is the trust between two con artists. Back at the gym, the afternoon session wasn't nearly as spicy. Su Xiaoxiao curled up on the yoga mat catching up on sleep, while I quietly put in extra work on my own. Even when she woke up to spot me, that electric spark from the past few days was gone. I'd already seen all there was to see. Physically, she had no secrets left in front of me. Watching her sleep so peacefully, I muttered to myself, did I come out ahead or behind on this one? I paid for personal training sessions and ended up throwing myself into the bargain too. But what's done is done. No point overthinking it. I hoisted the dumbbell, letting the sweat drip onto the mat drop by drop. The net was set. Now all I had to do was wait for the fish to bite. When the workout wrapped up, Su Xiaoxiao finally woke up and joined me for a nutritious meal. Today's spread was as lavish as ever. Sous vide salmon so tender it was like pudding, a clear and sweet matsutake old hen soup, and M7 Wagyu filet that cut open to a mouth-watering pink and melted on the tongue. Top-tier ingredients, perfectly balanced nutrition. Good things only have one downside. They're expensive. After sleeping the whole afternoon on the yoga mat, Su Xiaoxiao was full of energy. When I said I wanted to go shopping, her hand shot right up. Xiaoxiao, not tired anymore. Her face flushed, and she shot me a glare. How was I supposed to know you'd be such a beast, Tian? I've learned my lesson for next time. Good that you get it. Tian. She pounced on me, pinching and swatting playfully. Right then my phone rang. Unknown number. I thought to myself, another loan shark? But other than my own muscles, I've got nothing left to put up as collateral. I picked up. You're Li Tian, right? The man's voice was harsh. Yeah, that's me. Who's asking? I came back even harder. Watch your attitude. I'm Jia Jinbao, HR manager. What do you want? You've skipped work for 5 days without notice, in serious violation of company policy. He rambled on, obviously looking for an excuse to fire me without paying a single cent in severance. I couldn't be bothered to listen. So you just want to fire me, is that it? Since you're self-aware, then I'm officially notifying you that. You talk too much. I cut him off. Get this straight. I fired the company. The company didn't fire me. Understand. I hung up and blocked the number. These days, only I get to cuss people out. Nobody gets to lecture me. Tian, you actually have a job? Su Xiaoxiao stared at me like I was some kind of freak. You're a billionaire. Why would you work? There's dignity in honest work, I said with a straight face. Even with financial freedom, you've still got to be a productive member of society. She rolled her eyes, thoroughly beaten by my shamelessness. I started the car and headed toward the mall. Meanwhile, back at the office, Jia Jinbao was gripping his phone, shaking with rage, with no one to take it out on. By the next day, the story of Li Tian tearing into the HR manager had spread through the entire office building. An ordinary employee who'd just quit had somehow become a legend the whole company worshipped. His coworkers could only look on with envy. They didn't have the kind of backbone I did. Of all this, I, happily out shopping, knew nothing. Under the night sky, I strolled slowly down the street with Su Xiaoxiao. This was a rare moment of peace for me. I wanted to take a good, long look at Yangcheng as it was now. These skyscrapers, this flow of traffic, this whole city glowing with neon. In 25 more days, it would all become something else entirely. By then, there'd be no chance to see it, even if I wanted to. What are you looking at, Tian? Su Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. I see tall buildings every day. I'm sick of them. If you want scenery, there's plenty out in the suburbs. I shook my head. You don't get it. Nothing in life is guaranteed. As long as these lights are still on, they're worth a second look. She didn't quite understand, but she went along with it, quietly taking in the city's night with me. Worn out from walking, Su Xiaoxiao was like a cat that had found its cozy spot. She naturally followed me back to my apartment. Treating my place like it's your own? I said, fishing out my keys, teasing her on purpose. She puffed out her cheeks and spun around to leave. If you don't want me here, Tian, then I'll go. I grabbed her and pulled her back. You're already here. Let's get you fed first. She was a lot more composed tonight than yesterday. She didn't rush to throw herself at me. She just leaned quietly against my shoulder. Oh, hold on. She suddenly smacked me, her eyes sparkling. It's almost 9. The lottery drawing is tonight. I've got a feeling I'm definitely going to hit the jackpot. I couldn't help but laugh. This girl had lottery fever. These numbers just popped into my head while I was looking at the view. They're exactly the same as yours last time, she said, craning her neck stubbornly. The lottery's a mysterious thing. There's no such thing as that much inspiration. But I sat down with her in front of the TV anyway. After all, this was probably the last time before the end of the world that I'd get to enjoy something this trivial. The numbers rolled out one by one. 8, 9, 10, 11, 35, 5, 11. For in a row plus the highest number, it was eerie enough to make your jaw drop. Su Xiaoxiao crumpled her lottery ticket in her fist, stared at it for a long while, then slammed it down on the table in frustration. This is so fake. There's no way these numbers are real. Now you know? I laughed. The jackpot's never that easy to hit. You definitely tricked me. She lunged at me, pounding on me. Pay me back my $200 for the tickets. Depends on your performance, I said, catching her by the wrist. Make me happy, and I'll pay you back $2,000. Her eyes lit up. She leaned in, tugging at my collar. I promise. Make the boss happy. We nestled together on the couch for a good while. The moonlight outside was perfect, spilling over this city that was about to be turned upside down. Holding her close, I suddenly felt a little dazed. In 25 more days, a night like this, hot water, the lights, the warmth of someone beside me, and the silly stubbornness over a single lottery ticket would all become luxuries. Only then would I understand. Happiness was never about gourmet feasts or a fortune in the bank. It was this exact moment. Having someone willing to lean on your shoulder, sincerely disappointed over a set of numbers that could never possibly win. I lowered my head and kissed the top of her hair. Get some sleep. The neon lights outside glowed quietly, as if keeping watch over these last peaceful days for the city. 3 hours later, Su Xiaoxiao stared at the 2,000 yuan that had just landed in her WeChat, her eyes curving into little crescents as she leaned in and planted a kiss on my cheek. Is it really worth all that? I gave her cheek a pinch. You make way more than this in a month. She burrowed into my arms, her voice full of contentment. That's different. These 2,000, they mean something else entirely. I didn't respond. Don't tell me she's actually falling for me. That would be anything but good news. I shoved the thought to the back of my mind. My phone lit up. Zhang Baikan had sent a single word. You there? One arm around her, I swiped open the screen with the other. Su Xiaoxiao craned her neck for a look and raised an eyebrow. Now that's a classic opener. This chick, is she your simp? Not before. My tone turned cold. Before I was hers. Her eyes went wide with disbelief. Tianji, a guy like you, simping for someone else? Is she a big celebrity? Some rich heiress? Neither. My fingertips paused as I thought back to those 4 years in college. A classmate. Later we ended up at the same company. I chased her for 4 years. Brought her breakfast, saved her seats, wrote her papers for her, did everything. And what did I get? She never even let me hold her hand. I gave her a brief rundown of the past. From the eager devotion in college, to the entanglement after we started working, to all the times I'd been played for a fool. As for the apocalypse and the rebirth, I didn't breathe a word. Su Xiaoxiao sprawled across my chest, laughing so hard her stomach hurt. Tianji, I never would have guessed you had this kind of dark history. And this woman is way too ungrateful. I gave her a light smack. Done laughing yet? Nope. She looked up, a sly glint in her eyes. But seriously, her reaching out to you now, she's probably found out you won the jackpot and wants to come crawling back for another bite. Tianji, don't you dare fall for it. Her words actually gave me pause. If Su Xiaoxiao could recognize me, then the money men and Zhang Baikan surely could too. That outfit, the money men had seen it far too many times. So that's what you're up to. What they're after isn't just that 20 million. It's my 400 million. Too bad. They're all destined to be disappointed. I know, I replied to her offhand. I just want to toy with her a little. Su Xiaoxiao's anxious heart finally settled. She'd never understand. If I hadn't been given a second chance at life, I might really have spent this whole lifetime getting swept off my feet by a few sweet words from Zhang Baikan. I sent back nothing but a question mark. The reply came instantly. You in a relationship? Yeah, what about it? The moment Su Xiaoxiao saw those words, her eyes lit up, and she gave my waist a sneaky little pinch. Did this mean I was admitting she was my girlfriend? Tian, you're the best. She leaned close to my ear. A woman like that isn't worth a second glance. Don't get carried away. I'm just messing with her. She still couldn't wipe the grin off her face. Girlfriend or not, being the mistress wasn't a bad deal either. She had a great attitude about it. After all, nobody could threaten her spot right now. Yuri only doing this to make me jealous. Zhang Baikan was back at it. Uve only ever loved me. See, Tian? So full of herself. Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, snatched the phone, and typed away furiously. There's no law that says a person can only love one someone. I've got plenty of people I like. You're just one of them. Any other woman, after getting shut down like that, would have taken the hint and walked. But all Zhang Baikan could see now was that 400 million. There was no way she'd back off. I was wrong to reject you so many times before. I hurt you. She played the victim on purpose. But now I understand. You're the one I'm meant to be with. Su Xiaoxiao clicked her tongue. Tian, she rejected you multiple times? Now I really want to meet whoever thinks she's such hot stuff. My face went dark as a storm cloud. She pretended not to notice and kept typing. Are you done yet? I've already got a woman. You want to be the other woman? And here I thought you graduated from a top school. Every line cut deeper than the last. But she was dead set. Yuri not even married. How am I the other woman? Or was everything you felt for me back then just a lie? That one hit home. Everything I'd felt for her back then was more real than gold. It's all in the past. People need to move forward, Su Xiaoxiao typed, mimicking my tone. Stop messaging. I don't want my woman getting the wrong idea. She lifted her chin and looked at me like she wanted a reward. I shut her down. You're not mad, are you? I shook my head. Whatever you want. She won't give up, though. I knew them too well. Someone who'd count even holding hands as progress. How could she let go so easily? Xiao, want to make a bet? I said, suddenly intrigued. Her ears perked up instantly. What kind of bet? If she messages back again, then tonight you. I deliberately dragged out my words, watching her ears flush red. If she doesn't reply, I'll give you this. I held up one finger. Su Xiaoxiao froze for a second, as if picturing something horrifying, but her competitive streak got the better of her. She just couldn't believe there was a woman that shameless in this day and age. You're on. Before the words had even settled, a message popped up. Even if I lose you for now, I'll win you back. Su Xiaoxiao was so mad, she nearly threw her phone. Tian, block her. I have never in my life met someone so shameless. I nodded. She blocked Zhang Baikan, and the two of us exchanged a glance. Looks like this bet was going to be settled. Zhang Baikan would probably never know that her persistence ended up making another woman pay the price for her. Some people only trample on you when you have nothing, then scramble to get in your good graces the moment you turn things around. To see someone for who they really are, never listen to what they say, watch when they show up. Early the next morning, I woke up first. Sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains, scattering dappled light across the floor. Su Xiaoxiao rolled over, her brow slightly furrowed, her voice muffled. Tian, I can't keep you company today. I've got to stay home and nurse my wounds. I laughed. I kissed her on the forehead. Sleep in. I've got some things to take care of. I headed out, going straight to the biggest hardware club in Yangqing. The store was packed with knives and tools of every kind, their cold gleam giving off a chill under the lights. The owner was a burly guy with a full beard. Seeing me in casual clothes, he figured I was just a walk-in customer looking to buy a fruit knife. That is, until he heard what I actually wanted. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Bone cleavers, felling axes, throwing axes, 1,000 of each. He dug at his ear. Plus 1,000 kitchen knives and 1,000 fruit knives too? Kid, are you opening a slaughterhouse or running a wholesale business? Neither. I'd already prepared my story. I'm putting together a mountaineering team to take on Savage Mountain. These are essential gear. He looked me over, half buying it. But I was spending big, so he couldn't be bothered to dig any deeper. Fine. That's a huge order. We don't have that much in stock here. I'll have to pull it from the warehouse. Just deliver it to my warehouse. I gave him the address and readily paid a 30,000 deposit. The remaining 970,000 is cash on delivery. He wrote up the order cheerfully. Big spender written all over his face. I had the basic weapons, but I still needed something for range combat. Just like how I always favor long-range heroes in video games, I never want to fight up close and personal. In a doomsday world at 60 below zero, getting injured is a slow death sentence. A wound speeds up heat loss, making hypothermia all too easy. Even something as minor as frostbite would, with my limited medical skills, most likely end in amputation. I'd wanted to have manager and from the security company hook me up with a way to buy a gun, but he kept dodging. The risk of illegally possessing firearms was too high, and I can't take on that responsibility. I'm a big client, sure, but he can't guarantee I won't grab a gun and go do something reckless. With no other choice, I settled for the next best thing and asked him to point me toward a place that sold compound bows. That request, he couldn't turn down. Manager and recommended the biggest shooting club in Guangzhou. The place didn't just cater to hobbyists. It also offered high-end services to plenty of wealthy clients, even small-caliber live-fire experiences. Since I'm here, might as well give it a shot. I fixed my eyes on the guns in the display case, itching to try. Shooting someone else's gun is always more satisfying than shooting your own. But after the experience, I was a little let down. All they had were the Beretta 87 and the Ruger 44, not much stopping power. I burned through more than 100 rounds in one go, my arms tingling from the recoil, and I was left with just one thought: not satisfying enough. Nothing beats that full-blast firepower of an AK. Too bad they didn't have any. Sir, you've got quite the aim. The instructor flattered me from the side. I'd only been training for 4 days, but my physical condition already far surpassed that of an ordinary person. My grip was rock steady, my accuracy frighteningly high. I didn't respond, going straight to the point. Compound bows and crossbows. Do you have any in stock? Compound bows are easy to get. Crossbows are restricted weapons, so that's tough. The owner, Wang Jiangwo, came out to greet me personally. He wasn't exactly burly, slender, even, but he stood ramrod straight, with sharp eyes and the crisp bearing of a soldier. Ex-military, I guessed. Mr. Li. He extended his hand, his grip firm and steady. What model are you looking for? How many? You're a straight shooter, Mr. Wang, so I'll cut to the chase. I shook his hand. Manager and sent me. Compound bows and crossbows. I need a lot of them. Compound bows, you can pick up anytime. His face was expressionless. Crossbows? Well, Mr. Li, you know those are restricted weapons. Not easy to arrange. Not easy doesn't mean it can't be done. I got the message. I'm buying these purely as a personal hobby, I made a point of saying. I'm a hardcore doomsday prepper. Manager and is helping me build a survival shelter. Everyone in the circle knows about it. As for the price, I held up 2 fingers. Double. A smile finally broke across his face. You're a generous man, Mr. Li. How much is a lot? 100 compound bows, 300 crossbows. I thought it over. Plus matching arrows and bolts, 10,000 each. HSSS, he drew in a sharp breath. That's a huge order. We don't have that much in the store. I'd have to coordinate with a few shops out of town, ship everything back and forth. I silently cursed his greed, but kept smiling. Triple the price. I want the best quality and not a single piece short. Is that sincere enough? Enough. More than enough. He shot to his feet, clapping me warmly on the shoulder. Pleasure doing business. I'm buying so much at once, I won't use it all up for years. And anytime a friend of mine needs something, I'll send them your way. That was both a courtesy and a way to put him at ease. I don't do anything illegal. Since you're being so generous, brotherly, I can't be a cheapskate either. He changed the subject and pulled me toward the inner room. I've got some special pieces tucked away in the back. You might like them, brotherly. The inner room was packed with blades, everything from daggers to long-handled broadswords, all gleaming with a cold, menacing light. My eyes locked onto a 2-meter-long modeo in the corner. The blade was broad, its edge shimmering with an icy blue glow. One look told me this was no ordinary weapon. You've got a good eye, brotherly, Wang Jiangwo explained. Forged from the finest spring steel in the world, extremely hard. Never mind chopping trees or splitting firewood. This could take down a lion or a tiger with a single stroke. I stepped forward, gripped the handle with both hands, and hefted it, around 10 kilos. I swung it through the air a few times, and the blade cut the wind with a low, whistling hum. Not bad. A flicker of approval crossed my eyes. He clapped his hands, and his men hauled over half a hog, frozen solid. Want to test it out, brotherly? I took a deep breath, gripped the blade with both hands, and swung hard in a horizontal slash. Thwack! Half the hog was cleaved clean through, bone and all, the cut as smooth as a mirror. I examined the edge closely, not a single nick. Great blade, I praised sincerely. And you've got great strength, brotherly. Wang Jingwo couldn't help but cheer. This one's yours on the house, plus a couple of Hung Dao to go with it. Consider it a welcome gift. I shot him a sidelong glance and deliberately smiled. Getting stingy on me, Boss Wang? I've dropped over 1.8 million here, and that's all I get. He gave a sheepish grin, realizing I was haggling. Let's round it up, 2 million, I said casually. Throw in 20 more Modeo and 40 Hung Dao. The Modeo was impressive, but too long. Only good for open ground. The 1-meter Hung Dao would be far more practical in tight spaces. Deal. He answered in a flash. This transaction had made him a killing. I put down 100,000 as a deposit to be delivered to the warehouse as well. Walking out of the club, I was in a good mood. No guns, but these bows and crossbows were plenty for self-defense. Besides, I still had a solid safe house. What really keeps people alive is never luck. It's having every escape route figured out while everyone else is busy enjoying themselves. I started the car and headed for the apartment. Su Xiaoxiao was still waiting for me, and I couldn't skip today's workout. What I didn't know yet was this. At that very moment, Zhang Baiken and his backers were already blocking the entrance to my place. I drove back to the apartment, fingers tapping the steering wheel, running through the past few days' haul in my head. Crossbows, compound bows, not the hard hitters I'd been dreaming of, but they were the most practical long-range weapons money could buy on the market. Add to that 1,000 bone-cleaving blades, 1,000 throwing axes, and batches of kitchen knives and fruit knives, and my arsenal was. It's starting to take shape. Holed up in a solid shelter, with this gear, taking out an infantry squad wouldn't be a problem. I finally had the confidence to protect myself. Now that I was fully equipped, there was still one big thing to handle today: working out. Weapons are just external tools. The body is the real foundation. Only 24 days left until the apocalypse. Every bit of strength I gained now was one more shot at survival later. The logic was simple. What you can truly count on has never been what you've stockpiled, but who you are. So I couldn't afford to slack off, and I wasn't about to let Su Xiaoxiao slack off either. Thinking of Su Xiaoxiao, I felt the corner of my mouth curl up. These past few days I'd taken her shopping. Sundresses, jewelry, uniforms, stockings, a whole pile of stuff. On the surface, I was spoiling her, but really, I was the one who benefited. I've always kept business and pleasure straight. Those tens of thousands I dropped on a personal trainer couldn't go to waste. I didn't need her to haul heavy stuff, but the form coaching and the recovery massages, those had to be on point. The car wove through traffic. For once, I let myself enjoy the quiet, running through my supply checklist in my head. My stores of water and food. Could I still push them a little higher? Ring, ring. The phone cut through my thoughts. 3 characters popped up on the screen, and I froze for a second. Jiang Zixuan, that ice queen, actually calling me first? My heart skipped a beat. My first thought, something had gone wrong at the shelter. Other than that, there was no reason for my aloof, exclusive designer to reach out to me on her own. Designer Jiang, reaching out to me first for once. What a rare occasion. I hit answer, my tone laced with teasing. Mr. Lee, you have terrible taste. Her cool voice was wrapped in obvious displeasure, but the words came out of nowhere. What's going on, designer Jiang? You've lost me there. I was annoyed, but that 95 million balance was still unpaid, and I still needed her for the shelter. I had to swallow it. Your woman showed up at the shelter causing a scene, pointing her finger in my face, calling me your mistress. Her voice was cold as ice. If it weren't for your sake, I'd have slapped her right then and there. My woman. I frowned. Designer Jiang, there's got to be a misunderstanding. I don't have any woman. My mind raced through the possibilities. Su Xiaoxiao wasn't the type to lose her grip on things, and besides, she had no idea where the shelter even was. What lunatic had mistaken me for someone else? Mr. Lee, you've got terrible taste, and you're a scumbag too. Designer Jiang, just call the cops. I couldn't be bothered to explain. Probably some lunatics stirring up trouble. With that, I hung up without hesitation. My good mood was completely ruined. Irritated, I raked a hand through my hair. If Su Xiaoxiao was going to be this clueless, I'd just replace her. There were plenty of women out there. No reason for me to stop in my tracks for anyone. The phone started buzzing like crazy again. This time it was the investors and Zhang Baikan taking turns blowing me up. Blowing up my phone like a couple of buzzing flies. Dozens of missed calls last night alone. I didn't pick up a single one. I was busy back then. Yeah, Capital, you got nothing better to do? I answered, my tone anything but friendly. Instead of doing your damn job, you're bombing my phone. Li Tian, where are you? Get down to the security bureau now. Capital's voice carried an air of command. That set me off instantly. Capital, watch your tone. Who the hell do you think you are, giving me orders? The other end went dead silent, clearly stunned. Was this really the same Li Tian who used to hang on his every word? Li Tian, I'm just so anxious. He quickly dialed it back, still thinking about those 400 million plus. It's Zhang Baikan. She's been taken to the security bureau. You're the only one who can save her. Not my problem. I scoffed. I'm not the bureau chief. I hung up and blacklisted both numbers on the spot, getting arrested by the cops, and then coming to me for help. These two must be out of their minds. But the more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Zhang Baikan, the security bureau, the woman Jiang Zishuan had mentioned. Connect those three dots, and the answer was obvious. So it was that idiot Zhang Baikan. I rubbed my temples, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Odds were those few messages from Su Xiaoxiao last night had set her off. Thinking about it that way actually put me at ease. Su Xiaoxiao was reasonable. She wouldn't go making a scene. Zhang Baikan and Capital, on the other hand, had shown their true colors completely, losing their heads over money. I even felt a little grateful to Jiang Zishuan. After this whole ordeal, Zhang Baikan would be looking at a few days in detention at the very least. A big corporation like Chrysanthemum Company cares more about an employee's image than anything else. Detention equals termination. With a black mark like that on her record, landing a job at any major company down the road would be next to impossible. When people make choices, they always think they're outmaneuvering someone else. In reality, they're just digging their own graves. She wanted to make it in Yangcheng, so she needed a job, and now she'd buried that job with her own two hands. What's a fired Zhang Baikan going to do? Will Capital take the chance to dump her? A dog-eat-dog drama. The thought of it was actually pretty entertaining. At the security bureau, Zhang Baikan and Capital were frantic, pacing in circles. What had happened wasn't complicated. Zhang Baikan had gone looking for me, but couldn't find me. She only ran into Jiang Zishuan and a group of workers at the shelter. She immediately claimed to be my girlfriend. Jiang Zishuan was polite at first, explaining that she was a designer with Aegis Security, building a shelter for me at a cost of 100 million. The moment she heard 100 million, Zhang Baikan blew up. In her eyes, that was their money. She pointed at Jiang Zishuan and let loose a torrent of abuse, insisting she was the real girlfriend, demanding the project be canceled immediately, and calling the company a scam operation. Jiang Zishuan wasn't about to take that kind of treatment. She coldly shot back. Never seen the real world, have you? And that lit the fuse completely. A whole night's worth of pent-up. The pent-up rage exploded out of her, and every ugly word imaginable came spewing out. Jiang Zishuan couldn't be bothered to argue. She just called the police. And that's how Zhang Baikan ended up hauled into the security bureau. By now she already regretted it. With the officers mediating, she finally understood that Jiang Zixuan really was the designer. But she still couldn't wrap her head around it. Why on earth would I spend 100 million on some kind of shelter? Even with 400 million, how could anyone burn through cash like that? Ms. Zhang, we can't reach the property owner, so we have to handle this by the book. The officer's face was expressionless. 200 fine, 5 days detention. No way. Zhang Baiken shot to her feet. That house is going to be mine someday. How is going inside for a look counted as breaking and entering? The officer waved his hand impatiently, and she was led away. Capital stood off to the side, watching his girlfriend get locked up right in front of him. And strangely enough, he felt a little relieved. Good thing I didn't join in on the cursing just now, he thought, or there'd be 2 of us in there. What was even stranger was that, walking out of the security bureau, his mind wasn't on how to get her out. It was on Jiang Zixuan's cold, stunning face. Up close, that woman was 100 times better than Zhang Baiken. In an instant, he'd tossed his girlfriend in the holding cell right out of his mind, and was even scheming to go back and dig into this new woman's background. The human heart is a fickle thing, one gust of wind, and it turns. Zhang Baiken was in there gritting her teeth for him, while out here he was already thinking about someone else. As for Zhang Baiken, locked in that holding cell, she completely lost it, dumping all her resentment onto me, Capital, and Jiang Zixuan. She knew exactly what 5 days detention meant. Chrysanthemum Company would definitely fire her, and her career would be ruined for good. I took a detour to the construction site. From a distance, I could see Jiang Zixuan standing at the entrance, studying the blueprints. Dressed in an ink-black suit, her face looked even cooler and more aloof. Designer Jiang, I'm sorry you had to go through that, I said, walking up to her sincerely. I never expected there'd be a shrew like that here in Guangzhou. I didn't want Zhang Baiken holding up the shelter's progress. If she actually set us back, dying 10 times over wouldn't be enough to make up for it. Jiang Zixuan looked up at me, her anger mostly cooled by now. She'd clearly done her homework on my history with Zhang Baiken, and had probably guessed that my taking that job at the company earlier was mostly because of that woman. It's not your fault, she said with a faint smile. I apologize for my tone today. But a woman like that, how could you ever be into her? You're not stupid. My smile froze instantly. What was it with Jiang Zixuan and Su Xiaoxiao? Why did they both love rubbing salt in my wounds? Mr. Li, you're not looking so well, she asked with feigned concern. Didn't sleep well last night? She was absolutely doing it on purpose. As sharp as she was, there was no way she couldn't see how awkward I felt. Designer Jiang, I'm not feeling well. I'll head back first, I mumbled, grabbing a lame excuse and turning to leave. Get moving on the construction. If it's not done on time and up to standard, I won't be so easy to deal with. A string of crisp laughter came from behind me. I picked up my pace. For 95 million, I could put up with it. Back at the apartment, Su Xiaoxiao was lying face down on the bed, whimpering. When she saw me come in, she looked up pitifully. Tian, can I take the day off today? I'm not better yet. I pulled her up. No, we can't skip your personal training. She pouted, her eyes rimmed red. I dug a tube of anti-swelling ointment out of my bag, picked it up at the pharmacy on the way. Get up. Let me put some on you. After dawdling for a whole hour, we finally headed out to the gym. Today I didn't let her touch any weights. I just had her stand beside me and correct my form, then handle the cool-down stretches afterward. The heavy lifting, moving dumbbells, adjusting the machines, I did myself, treating it as extra exercise. Su Xiaoxiao watched me drenched in sweat, her eyes full of sweetness. In her mind, a billionaire willing to dote on her like this already scored a perfect 10. She was even blaming herself for being so frail, never realizing that her weakness was entirely my doing. Back at the apartment that night, she was especially eager. She'd changed into a flight attendant's uniform, a white blouse with a bow at the collar, a bodycon skirt over flesh-toned stockings, her legs long and straight. Switching things up today, I raised an eyebrow. Do you like it, Tian? She blinked at me and undid the top 2 buttons. I didn't say a word. I just pulled her into my arms. Maybe it was the little bit of tenderness I'd shown during the day, but that night she was especially passionate. Nestled against my chest, she murmured, Tian, you're so good to me. I didn't notice the trace of regret in her eyes. She was probably wishing she could have met me back, when she was still untouched. My mind, meanwhile, was entirely on the supplies I'd be receiving tomorrow. The apocalypse was drawing closer, and every step had to be flawless. As for this tender woman beside me, she was nothing more than a bit of comfort before the end of the world. I hadn't decided to include her in my survival plans yet. In the face of disaster, people instinctively sort things out, what to keep, what to discard. Cold-blooded? Maybe. But survival has never left room for sentiment. The next day, feeling refreshed, I drove my BMW 7 Series to the warehouse. It was my first time coming here since I'd rented the place. The strange thing was, no matter how much energy I'd burned the night before, I always woke up at full strength, my muscles brimming with inexhaustible power. Su Xiao, on the other hand, ended up feeling boneless every time, needing the better part of a day to recover. Today was the day the first batch of supplies would arrive, the earliest order I'd placed, 1,000 tables worth of banquet food. Actually, these restaurants were already 2 days past their deadline. The owners had called early on to explain, saying the order was so massive that they'd cleaned out several nearby food markets. The price of the food had been jacked way up, and just rounding up all the ingredients took a fair amount of effort. But I had plenty of time, so I didn't sweat it. Before long, the owner of the Sichuan restaurant showed up with his fleet of trucks. They pulled up out front, and the workers started unloading the insulated containers, all packed with steaming hot dishes. The owner walked over, rubbing his hands together, and stared at the grimy concrete floor of the warehouse. His brow knotted into a frown. "Mr. Lee, you sure about putting it here? An underground warehouse is way too damp. This stuff'll spoil in half a day. It's fine, just unload it right here." I pointed toward the back of the warehouse. "I'm planning to throw a staff dinner here, somewhere quiet." He clearly wasn't buying it. The air reeked of mildew, and cobwebs clung to the corners. Spend too long in a place like this, and your stomach turns. Who on earth would hold a dinner party here? But since the balance hadn't been paid yet, he didn't press the issue. He just told his workers to hurry it up, probably cursing me under his breath as some rich idiot with more money than sense. Once everyone from the Sichuan restaurant had cleared out, I locked the door behind me, walked over to the neatly stacked containers, took a deep breath, and focused my mind. In an instant, 200 tables worth of banquet food, containers and all, vanished on the spot and settled neatly into my storage space. Inside that space, time stood still. Forget half a day, leave it half a year, and it'd still be fresh. Over the next few hours, the fleets from the Hunan restaurant and another Sichuan place rolled in one after another. Every single one of the owners was baffled by the surroundings, but they all obediently unloaded their goods under this staff dinner excuse. When the last truck drove off, I looked around the empty warehouse and clapped my hands, satisfied. 1,000 tables, 20 dishes each, all premium 3,000 yuan spreads served in big bowls, enough to feed me alone for 20 years. The whole thing came to 3 million. After the deposits, I settled the remaining balance of 2.8 million. Why not order more? I couldn't guarantee I'd survive all the way to the end of the apocalypse. Besides, no matter how good something is, you get sick of it eventually. The point of stockpiling isn't quantity, it's stability. Good thing I'd found such an out-of-the-way warehouse. Aside from the restaurant crews, nobody knew this much cargo had come through. If I'd had it delivered to my 600-square-foot apartment, forget about fitting it all in, the sheer spectacle would have drawn a crowd. And on top of that, Su Xiao was still there. She may already be mine, but a survival secret like this wasn't something she needed to know. Not yet. Suddenly, I thought of Jiang Zixuan, and I couldn't help giving her a mental thumbs up. That woman was seriously reliable. Never mind the shelter, she'd nailed the warehouse and the housing too. It'd be great if I could poach her as my secretary. I smirked to myself. An ice queen beauty like that, what man wouldn't be tempted? But I didn't have time to chase her right now. Every minute before the apocalypse had to be stretched to do the work of two. Besides, I'd already stumbled badly enough with Zhang Baikan once the apocalypse hit. What kind of woman is out of reach? Su Xiao will do for now. As I was thinking, another engine rumbled outside. This time it was daily necessities and food. 10,000 cases of instant noodles and 10,000 cases of bottled water piled up like small mountains. 2,000 tons of pork and 1,000 tons of mutton, all freshly slaughtered and still steaming. 200 tons each of chicken, fish, and shrimp, all cleaned and ready. plus 10,000 tons of anthracite coal, 100 tons of diesel, and enough medicine, flashlights, and generators to fill half the warehouse. I was drenched in sweat, taking in one shipment after another, until my storage space was packed to the brim. Only then did I catch my breath. I checked the time, 2 in the afternoon. Just as I was about to lock up, my phone rang. Wang Jiangwo. Brotherly, the gear's all here. I've made it into the city. You good to sign for it? I paused. The compound bows and crossbows I'd ordered yesterday were here already? That was fast. Brother Wang, didn't you say you had to source it from out of town? How'd you get it here so quick? Don't try to pass off any junk on me. Huh? You don't trust me, brotherly? He laughed on the other end. You're a big client. Of course I bumped you to the front of the line. It's all top quality stuff. Half an hour later, his off-road truck pulled up. Wang Jingwo hopped out in a camo vest, arms already spread wide from a distance. Brotherly, sorry to keep you waiting. You're too kind, Brother Wang. I clapped him on the back, then my tone dropped. Even between good friends, business is business. Those 100 compound bows and 300 crossbows, I'm inspecting every single one. When your life depends on it, you can't afford to cut corners. Of course. He signaled his men to start unloading. Inspect away, brotherly. Boston referred you personally. Every piece is premium. I picked up a compound bow to test the feel. Carbon fiber body, light but sturdy, and even draw with no sticking. I knocked an arrow and fired off more than 20 rounds at a cardboard box in the corner. Every shot hit, and the bowstring held perfectly. Then I checked them one by one. Range, draw weight, trigger sensitivity, scope accuracy. The Modeo and Hungdao blades were no exception. The more I inspected, the wider my smile grew. They really were all premium, not a single defect in the bunch. After the last blade, I set down the Hungdao and gave him a look somewhere between a smile and a smirk. Brother Wang, yesterday you said you were out of stock and had to source it from out of town. Was that on purpose? Trying to jack up the price? His smile froze for a second, and he scratched his head, embarrassed. Come on, brotherly. I'm a businessman. It's just how the game's played. You were in the military, right? I asked suddenly. 10 years. He puffed out his chest, pride in his voice. I always figured military guys were straight shooters. I shook my head and let out a deliberate sigh. That little stun of yours doesn't do the uniform any favors, Brother Wang. His face went red, then pale. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, I switched gears. But it's fine, willing buyer, willing seller. 1,900,000 fry. Payment, not a cent short. I pulled out my phone and made the transfer. Once it was paid, I dragged him into a corner and lowered my voice. Wang, there's something I need your help with. Name it, he said, thumping his chest. I made a finger gun gesture, my eyes full of anticipation. I want to get my hands on a few of the real deal for my collection. You know anyone who can hook me up? His face darkened instantly. He took half a step back, putting distance between us. Lee, that's not something to joke about. It's illegal, stay away from it. There's nothing I can do for you there. He was dead serious, so I didn't push. All right, I get it. Take care, Wang. Once his car disappeared around the corner, I curled my lip. He and Mr. Indefinitely had connections. They just weren't willing to talk. Fine. Can't force it. I pulled out my phone and did the math. 300 million spent out of 400, with a little over 100 million left in hand. The weight on my chest finally lifted. The supplies I'd stockpiled were enough to last me hundreds of lifetimes. No matter how brutal the apocalypse got, I had what it took to ride it out. I even felt a flicker of anticipation for the extreme cold coming in 22 days. For all this, I had Su Xiaoxiao to thank. If she hadn't reminded me to buy that lottery ticket, where would this windfall have come from? Anyone can spend money. The hard part is having money to spend. I plan to spend every last cent. After the apocalypse, cash would be nothing but scrap paper. I had the rest of my days mapped out clear as day. Keep hitting the gym and build a tougher body. Make the most of these last few days with Su Xiaoxiao. And go through my supply list one more time to plug any gaps. And one more thing, the most important of all, this $0 shopping spree. Compared to shelling out cash, walking away with stuff for free was obviously way more satisfying. I was going to hit every mall in Yangcheng, one by one, and anything I could swipe, I wasn't paying a dime for. Once the apocalypse hit, this stuff would either rot on the shelves or get cleaned out anyway. Grabbing a little early? Call it a good deed. I didn't get back to the apartment until 2 in the afternoon. Sure enough, Su Xiaoxiao was still lazing in bed. I hauled her up by the arm. She rolled over lazily, her spaghetti straps slipping to reveal a sliver of pale waist. You're back, Tian. I've been waiting to eat with you. We'll eat out, then go to the gym. Ugh, again. My arms are already sore. No arguments, I said, leaving no room for debate. Deep down, Su Xiaoxiao actually admired him for it. Working out was grueling, yet he stuck with it every single day, rain or shine. If it were her, she'd have thrown in the towel long ago, if she weren't doing it to put food on the table. Perseverance. Easy to say, but hardly anyone could actually pull it off. At the gym, I lay down on the bench press. The barbell was already loaded to 100 kilos. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Tian, that's insane. He'd only been training for a few days, and his progress was so fast it was like he was cheating. I pressed the barbell up steadily, chest swelling, the lines of muscle. Clear. This is nothing yet. Stop adding weight. She waved her hands quickly. Any more, and I'll have to admit total defeat. I set down the barbell, shot her a glance, and teased on purpose. Only fair this way. Tian, you're so mean. Her face flushed instantly. 4 hours of training later, I polished off 5 filet mignons in one sitting. Tian, is your stomach made of iron? Su Xiaoxiao rested her chin in her hands, her eyes full of disbelief. Hungry, I mumbled, mouth stuffed full. All that beef, doesn't it get old? My hand froze mid-motion. I looked up and out the window. The setting sun had burned the sky a fiery orange, and for a moment I was back in the apocalypse of my past life. Only I knew what I'd paid for a single bite of food. I almost starved to death once. Huh. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned. You're this rich. How could you ever go hungry? I didn't explain. I just lowered my head and kept eating. Some bloody memories aren't meant to be shared. Only someone who's truly known hunger understands the weight of a single grain of rice. Want to hit the mall after this? Wherever you go, Tian, I go. Her eyes sparkled. We went to K11. From the jewelry shop on the first floor all the way up to the home goods gallery on the top, Su Xiaoxiao flitted around like a happy little bird, trying on this, then that. Now, and then she'd drag me into changing a couple of outfits. But most of the time, I just watched from the side, though my fingers were never idle. The dresses she tried on, the necklace she had her eye on, the skincare products on the shelves, anything I figured might be useful quietly slipped into my storage space. Buy one, swipe 10. Basically buy one, get 10 free. She was curious about every store and always managed to hold the clerk's attention, which gave me the perfect chance to work. By the time the mall closed, we hadn't even made it through half the floors. This place is huge. We gotta come back. Walking out the front doors, Su Xiaoxiao carried 10 shopping bags in her hands, her forehead soaked with sweat. Only 3 of them were mine. Want me to take some? No way. She gritted her teeth and pushed forward. You spent all this money, Tian. I can't let you carry stuff too. Such a good girl. I patted her head. The night breeze drifted by, carrying the perfume smell from the mall, and the streetlights stretched our shadows out long. Watching Su Xiaoxiao bounce along beside me, my mind was still on the supplies in my warehouse and the apocalypse creeping ever closer. This was probably the last bit of tenderness before the end of the world. Back home, Su Xiaoxiao collapsed onto the couch, exhausted, like a cat with its bones pulled out. Xiaoxiao, let's skip it tonight. I feel bad for you. But she suddenly shot upright, her hair a mess and stuck to her face, a stubborn look in her eyes. No, Tian, you spent over 100 on me today. Million. I have to make a good impression. She struggled to her feet, wobbling for a second before steadying herself. Wait for me. I'm gonna take a shower. Watching her enthusiasm, I felt a pang of something. People who remember others' kindness and actually want to repay it. There really aren't many of them in this world. When she came out of the shower, she pushed me toward the bathroom and winked mysteriously. There's a surprise waiting when you're done. I've always been a quick shower, 20 minutes, tops. Wrapped in a towel, I pushed open the bedroom door and caught my breath. Su Xiaoxiao lay on her side across the bed, her curls spread out over the pillow. She curled a finger at me, her voice sweet and soft. Come here, sweetheart. She wore a light green qipao embroidered with interlocking lotus vines, tailored to hug her body and show off her slender waist. A pearl headband set off how fair her skin was. When did you buy this dress? How come I didn't know? I walked over, tracing my fingertips along the embroidery. You were too busy paying to notice. She reached up and hooked her arms around my neck. Isn't this a nice surprise for you? This surprise, I'm very satisfied. I bent down and kissed the side of her ear. We'll go shopping again tomorrow. Buy something even more fun. A night of tenderness. No need to go into detail. At 7 the next morning, just as the sky was turning light, I drove over to the shelter. I wanted to do a surprise inspection of the progress, so Aegis Security couldn't pull one over on me. After all, aside from the $5 million deposit, I had no intention whatsoever of paying the remaining $95 million. 22 days until the apocalypse. This was the 7th day of construction. To my surprise, Jiang Zishuan was already on site. Khaki work vest, white t-shirt, hair pulled back neatly into a ponytail. She was going over the blueprints with the workers. The morning light fell across the side of her face, her lashes casting faint shadows. Engineer Jiang, you're really pushing hard. Here at 7 already? She shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the wall under construction. For something like building a shelter, I only feel at ease overseeing it myself. It's a huge project. You can't cut corners on a single step. The 20-centimeter alloy layer was already installed, and the insulation foam was packed in neatly. Next up were the bulletproof glass and the security door. Cold and aloof, sure, but genuinely dedicated to her work. Can I have a word? I nodded toward the corner. Once we reached the corner where the building materials were stacked, I lowered my voice. Engineer Jiang, do you have any connections? Any way to get hold of a gun? Her brow furrowed, her tone turning icy. Mr. Lee, possessing firearms illegally is a serious crime in our country. I can't help you with that. Just as I figured, same line as Wang Jiangwo and security. They'd clearly gotten their story straight. I wasn't ready to give up. It's genuinely just for a collection. Do I look like a bad guy to you? Can't really tell. She sized me up seriously. But from what I know of you, you're definitely not a good person. I nearly choked. Ms. Jiang, are you? What's the misunderstanding you have about me? She didn't answer. Instead, she offered some advice. You've already got plenty of compound bows and crossbows. There's no need to break the law over a hobby. Looks like Wang Jiangwo told her about the crossbows I'd bought, too. I sighed, knowing I wasn't going to get anything more out of her. If you really want one, she said, the corner of her mouth suddenly curling up as if she were joking. You could always go steal from the bad guys. They'd never dare call the cops. I froze, then didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Jiang really knows how to crack a joke. You think I've got a death wish? Stealing from people like that? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Puffed. She laughed, like a gardenia kissed with morning dew, its petals gently unfurling, fresh, bright, and radiant. It was the first time I'd ever seen her smile. In that moment, the iceberg melted, and it was so beautiful I couldn't look away. Mr. Lee, isn't it a little rude to stare at me like that? She pulled back the smile and returned to her usual cool detachment. Just admiring, I said, snapping out of it. You look so lovely when you smile. It'd be a shame not to take a couple extra looks. I have to get to work. It's not safe here. Feel free to see yourself out, Mr. Lee. She was showing me the door. The world's turned upside down. I'm the client here. But I didn't push it. I turned and headed out. Yet that one line kept echoing in my head. Go steal it. Steal? Actually, that might just work. I rubbed my chin. My skills were pretty solid now, and I had my storage space. There couldn't be a better fit for a job like this. The problem was, where do I find these criminals? I'm not a security officer. How would I know where those guys are holed up? Just as my car pulled out of the complex, I slammed the steering wheel. I remembered. In my past life, right around these very days, Yangqing cracked a massive gun smuggling case that made national headlines. I'd heard about it at a dinner party. Some guy from the security bureau, a few drinks in, was bragging that he'd personally busted 3 smugglers and nearly caught a bullet doing it. At the time, I figured he was just blowing smoke, until the news broke the next day. That crew had smuggled in over 100 rifles and more than 30,000 rounds of ammunition from overseas, setting a record for weapon smuggling cases in Yangqing. And the stash was hidden in an urban village, just over 300 meters from my grandparents' old house. When I was a kid, my parents were busy with their business, so I lived there with the old folks for a long time. I knew the area like the back of my hand. Counting the days, the case wouldn't break for another 4 or 5. Those guns had to be stashed there right now. Let's do it, I said, gritting my teeth. Dangerous, sure. But in the apocalypse, how could a crossbow ever compare to a gun? Only a gun could give me real peace of mind. I'd make my move tonight. No point letting things drag on and risk complications. Business as usual during the day. I'd wait until dark. I dialed Su Xiao Xiao. The phone rang. You up yet? I'm downstairs. Come on, Tian, can't you cut a girl some slack? Her voice was still thick with sleep, but she agreed quickly all the same. 10 minutes. Wait for me. Morning training went as usual, except I capped my bench press at 120 kilos and stopped adding weight, switching instead to more sets at lighter loads. What I wanted was strength and endurance, not bulky, useless mass. In the apocalypse, agility beats being a big dumb slab of muscle any day. After the workout, I took Su Xiao Xiao to the Huafeng shopping center. The place was packed, perfect for some $0 shopping. I made good on my promise and bought her a pair of red-soled high heels, plus a few pairs of stockings. She picked out plenty for herself, too. At checkout, the sales clerk gave us a knowing look, and we both pretended not to notice. Back home, Su Xiao Xiao stood on her toes, hooked her arms around my neck, and dangled those red-soled heels in front of me. The satin shimmered like water under the light, the heels as thin as silver hairpins. They say these are attack speed shoes. Well, I want to see whether they can make a monster like you move any faster. No rush. Shower first. We worked up quite a sweat today. What happened that night? I'll leave to the imagination. But those so-called attack speed shoes, turns out they really were worth the money. At 3 in the morning, I looked at Su Xiao Xiao sleeping soundly beside me and rose quietly. She was out cold, a smile still lingering at the corner of her mouth, probably dreaming about her new clothes. At the entrance to the complex, a shared electric scooter sat with its lights on. The last rider had forgotten to lock it. I glanced around, then quickly stashed it into my storage space. It would come in handy tonight. I drove and parked about 5 kilometers from the urban village, right in a surveillance blind spot. I changed into the new clothes and shoes I'd lifted from the mall, put on my hat, mask, and gloves, leaving not a single trace behind. Instead of driving straight in, I ducked into the woods alongside the road and slogged 2 kilometers, one heavy step after another, before circling back to the main road. This was to erase my footprints, so no one could trace them back and find where I'd parked. I pulled the scooter out of my storage space and rode toward the urban village. The night wind carried the damp smell of earth, and the leaves along the roadside rustled. I tugged my hat brim low and scanned my surroundings warily. I never dared underestimate the security officer's abilities or this country's advanced technology. With that many guns involved, once the case broke, they'd throw everything into cracking it. If that crew weren't about to be caught anyway, I'd never have made my move this early. But I was out of time. I had no choice but to roll the dice. The streetlights were sparse, their dim yellow glow spilling across the ground. I kept my speed low, dodging every camera. My palms were slick with sweat against the handlebars. Moving in the dead of night, my heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst through my chest. At the entrance to the urban village hung a faded red lantern, its fabric torn ragged by the wind, exposing what was inside. Rusty iron railings. A few stray dogs sprawled by the roadside, lazily lifting their eyelids before letting their heads droop again. I stopped at a hidden alley entrance, glanced left and right, and quickly stashed the shared e-bike into my storage space. I took a deep breath. The sour reek of garbage cans and cheap perfume crept into my nose, that unmistakable smell of an urban village. Pulling my cap low, I slipped into the maze of alleys. The houses here looked like they'd been crammed into the cracks, wall against wall, building against building, close enough that you could pass a cigarette to your neighbor across the way just by opening a window. Overhead, the power lines wove into a spider web, draped with plastic bags, old clothes, and worn-out shoes that swayed gently in the night breeze. It was eerily quiet, with only a scattered few mahjong parlors still lit. Amber light squeezed through the door cracks, along with the clatter of shuffling tiles. Pung. One suit. I'm waiting for the wind now. The noise actually drowned out the sound of my footsteps. The people here were a mixed bunch. A strange face drew no attention. The old-timers cooling off at the alley entrance had gathered into 7 or 8 groups, red silk fans whipping through the air as they swayed to the square dancing music. It wasn't even 5 o'clock, and they were living freer than the young folks. First, I circled around to my grandparents' old house. The brass lock had rusted beyond recognition, its keyhole packed with dust and cobwebs. After the old folks passed, the place had sat empty. My parents were afraid tenants would trash it, so in the end they just let it fall to ruin. More than half my childhood was hidden inside. Luckily, the urban village hadn't changed in years. The mottled walls, the crooked signs, they all match my memories. I slowed my steps, my eyes sweeping over every door and window, my heart pounding. In the news from my past life, the place hiding the guns had a red iron gate. I circled the alleys twice, and there, at a corner, that gate appeared. The red paint was peeling, exposing the rust beneath. A big lock hung from the handle, and beside it sat a battered cardboard box stuffed with empty bottles. This was the place. I didn't rush in. I crouched against the wall across the way and watched for a full 10 minutes. I stared at the light in the door crack, cocked my ear for any movement inside, not even missing the faint rustle of a mouse scurrying past. I confirmed no one was there, but I still wasn't at ease. I picked up 5 small stones and threw them into the yard one by one, holding my breath to listen after each throw. The yard was so quiet that not even a dog barked. I cursed inwardly. These smugglers had some nerve, hiding this many guns without even a single guard. I backed up 2 steps, took a running start, leapt up to grab the top of the 2-meter wall, and pushed myself over. I bent my knees on landing to absorb the impact, but it still made a soft thud, jarringly loud in the dead silence of the yard. I tensed up instantly, like a wary cat, pressing my ear to the wall and listening for a long while before I dared to move. A 2-story brick-and-concrete building, with large patches of plaster peeling away to reveal the red brick underneath. Every step I took felt like walking on a knife's edge. I wasn't afraid of coming away empty-handed. I was only afraid that someone would suddenly spring out from some corner and unload a clip into me. Dancing on the knife's edge. Dancing with death. The 3 rooms on the first floor. I felt my way across every inch in the moonlight, running my fingers over the tabletops, under the beds, along the cracks in the cabinets, until they were coated in dust. Empty. Nothing but grimy old furniture. The wooden stairs groaned under my weight, each step ringing out like a struck gong. 3 more rooms on the second floor, just as bare, thick cobwebs strung across every corner. I refused to give up and searched again, carefully this time, not even skipping the holes small enough to hide a mouse. All I turned up was a chipped kitchen knife, so rusted it couldn't even cut a potato. What the hell? I frowned. This is the place. So why is there nothing here? Frustration welled up. I even started to doubt my own memory. I couldn't linger. I climbed back over the wall the way I'd come, feeling hollow inside, like something had been scooped out of me. Passing the old house, my feet stopped. Since I'd come all this way, I might as well go in and take one last look. I probably wouldn't get another chance. I climbed the wall again. The air inside reeked of mildew. I walked through every room, taking in the faded New Year prints on the walls, the dust-covered bamboo chairs in the corners. Suddenly, memories came flooding back. Eating dinner and watching TV with Grandpa and Grandma when I was little. My eyes stung. I stepped into the bedroom I'd slept in as a kid and froze. There was a stack of bedding piled in the room, bright, colorful, and looking brand new. But I remembered clearly, after the old folks passed, we'd come to clear the place out. Nothing was left in this room but the wooden bed. Who's generous enough to squat in my family's house and not even pay rent? I grumbled inwardly, turning to leave, then jerked to a stop. The news reports from my past life had mentioned it. Those guns were hidden inside the bedding. My heart pounded. I crouched down and carefully slid the top blanket aside. My fingers brushed against something hard beneath the fabric. I took a deep breath and reached in, stretching my arm to its limit, until I finally touched something cold and solid, shaped exactly like the body of a rifle. "It's real," I whispered, my eyes lighting up as I let out a low laugh. "Hidden in my family's old house. That makes it mine." In 20 minutes, I'd pulled out every last weapon and round of ammunition buried in the bedding. Over 100 brand new M4A1s, plus several crates of bullets. The smugglers had probably figured this empty house made a better hiding spot and moved their shipment here. I swept every weapon into my storage space, not leaving behind a single bullet. On my way out, I stashed my hat, mask, clothes, shoes, and gloves all into the storage space and changed into a completely fresh set, making sure not to leave a single trace. I drove back as the sky was just beginning to pale at the horizon. I got back to the apartment at 7 o'clock sharp. Su Xiao was sprawled on the bed, fast asleep, her long hair fanned out across the pillow, the line of her shoulders soft. I called out to her twice, no response. She'd been genuinely exhausted last night. I didn't wake her. I just got in the car and drove straight to the shelter. Like last time, Jiang Zixuan had arrived early. Cargo pants, hands. She stood there holding the blueprints, giving instructions to the workers. The morning light fell on her focused profile, her lashes long and delicate. Who says men look hottest when they're hard at work? Women do too. Master Jiang, you're so dedicated. If I were the boss, I'd love to have an employee like you. I teased as I walked over. She glanced up at me and rolled her eyes hard. That's a low blow, Bosley. If anybody had a choice, who'd want to be an employee? Who wouldn't want to be the capitalist? Now don't talk like that. You work, I run the show, we're both contributing to society, I said with a grin. She couldn't be bothered to respond and turned to leave, then stopped, wrinkling her nose and sniffing. Mr. Lee, why do you smell kind of musty? My heart skipped a beat. This woman had one hell of a nose. Don't even get me started. I fell into a trash can on the way here. Getting called out on it by you is pretty embarrassing, I said, forcing myself to stay calm. She immediately took a step back, her eyes full of disgust. I hate garbage. I rubbed my nose, feeling like she was insulting me, but I couldn't exactly call her out on it. Mr. Lee, you really don't trust my work that much? She raised an eyebrow. Showing up first thing in the morning to inspect. You're more on top of it than I am, and I'm the one supervising. Same as you. I'm a doomsday prepper too. I just wanted to check on the progress. I'd had my excuse ready ahead of time. I did a lap around the site. The insulation layer was already in place, and the workers were installing the bulletproof glass. Everything was moving along as planned. As I turned to go, I suddenly asked, Master Jiang, mind if I ask something personal? Do you have a boyfriend? No. Why? She answered flatly. That's surprising. You're so beautiful. I really was caught off guard. Not interested. 2 words, as cold as the rest of her. I nodded knowingly. A gorgeous ice queen like her turning out to be a lesbian. What a shame. But then again, if I could just turn her straight, maybe I'd even get a 2-for-1 deal. Suddenly this got interesting. She watched the strange look on my face and, without even having to guess, knew exactly what I was thinking. She couldn't be bothered to explain. She had zero interest in a man like me. I didn't stick around long. That musty smell had me feeling uncomfortable all over. Back at the apartment, I took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and stashed the dirty ones, shoes and all, into my storage space. I'd find a chance to burn them later. Couldn't leave behind a single trace. By the time I finished, it was 9 o'clock, and Su Xiao was still asleep. I walked over to the bed and gave her perky but a slap. Get up, we're going to the gym. Tian, you were too rough last night. My bones feel like they're falling apart. Let me sleep just a little longer, she said without even opening her eyes, her voice soft as a marshmallow. How can you still be tired at your age? I teased, my gaze sweeping over the snow-white skin peeking out where the blanket had slipped down. Suddenly, I was in the mood again. Last night, I'd gotten my hands on over 100 brand new M4A. I heard Uncle Sam swapping out for new rifles, and something like 80% of the warehouse stock got smuggled out by soldiers on the sly. With truth in hand, my sense of security was off the charts. Time to celebrate. Since you're not in the mood, then help me work out my biceps instead. Afterward, Su Xiao frowned and pressed a hand to her lower belly. Tian, my stomach hurts. You don't think I'm pregnant, do you? I shot straight up. Don't jinx it. Haven't you been on the pill this whole time? If the apocalypse weren't coming, and she wanted the baby, I wouldn't have minded adding a little companion, doing my part for the cause and all. We could skip the wedding, though. But right now, there were only 21 days left before the deep freeze hit. If she really was pregnant, it'd be nothing but trouble. An abortion would be non-negotiable. And if that somehow left her weakened and she died a few days early once the apocalypse began, I'd at least be sad for 3 days. Seeing how tense I was, her expression darkened a little. She murmured, could it maybe be my period coming? Isn't a period supposed to come with blood? I couldn't shake the worry, so I grabbed her hand and rushed her to the hospital. The exams were a total pain. Ultrasound, blood draw, lab work, the whole miserable morning. The OBGYN glanced at the report, then shot me a look. Your girlfriend's been having sex way too often lately, which is why her flow's gotten lighter. Tell her to take it easy and show her a little more consideration, would you? I scratched my head, embarrassed, and didn't bother explaining the relationship, just gave Su Xiao Xiao a helpless shrug. The next few days fell into an unusually steady routine. Mornings I'd work out with her. Afternoons we'd either hit the mall for a little five-finger discount or swing by the shelter to check on the progress. She only had the energy to train with me. Shopping wore her out completely, and she never went back to her apartment. I'm not a heartless guy, so I let her get her rest. The thing I obsessed over most every day was the news. I watched it over and over, but the nationwide firearm smuggling scandal from my past life never got reported. And no cops came knocking, either. I felt relieved and uneasy all at once. The truth is, I knew my little operation was far from airtight. I'd driven my own car, and even though I'd parked it 3 miles outside the urban village, I'd headed out at 4 in the morning and lingered in a surveillance blind spot for over an hour, suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Not to mention, I'd been hoarding supplies like a madman lately. All that inventory rolling into the warehouse, and then just vanishing into thin air was impossible to explain. If I got flagged, then even without any evidence, just being investigated would be enough to throw everything off schedule. Luckily, nobody ever showed up, and only then did the knot in my chest finally loosen. I was probably just overthinking it. 2 days later, 19 days remained before the deep freeze. Capital hadn't been idle these past few days. He'd been digging into Jiang Zixuan's background all over the place. A master's from Tsinghua or Peking University, a designer at Aegis Security, and a stunning beauty on top of it all. He decided on the spot that this was the perfect match, someone truly worthy of him. As for Zhang Baiken, she'd long since been shoved to the back of his mind. A woman who'd been detained and lost her job to boot didn't deserve a place at his side. He'd planned to go wait outside her company to catch her, and after waiting 2 days of missing me, so he had no choice but to reroute to my sanctuary. He was brimming with confidence, convinced that his solid, dependable build could give a woman all the security she'd ever want. That's exactly how he'd won Zhang Baiken over back in the day. He deliberately avoided the hours I might show up, working the angles in his head. He couldn't let me or Zhang Baiken find out, because if things didn't pan out with Jiang Zixuan, at least he'd still have Zhang Baiken as a backup. Always keep an exit strategy. To this day, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. How I, the simp who used to hang on Zhang Baiken's every word, had transformed overnight, my attitude toward even him taking a nosedive. But whatever. He'd already started daydreaming. Once he landed Jiang Zixuan, the two of them would team up and milk money out of a sucker like me. A guy willing to drop 100 million on a sanctuary? Clearly more money than brains. With their powers combined, siphoning off 100 million would be a piece of cake. Before heading out, he ordered a $20 bouquet of roses off some group buy app and sprinkled a little water on the petals, made them look fresh enough. It's not that I can't afford something pricier, it's that group buy flowers are just better bang for your buck, he reassured himself. A man who knows how to budget is a man with charm. It's all for me and Zixuan's future. He'd done his homework. Jiang Zixuan wasn't a local. She'd come to Guangzhou from some remote place to make her way. In his mind, a woman that impressive definitely wouldn't be materialistic. A single bouquet would be more than enough to move her. Clutching the flowers, he waited outside the complex until 9. No sign of me, which put his mind even more at ease. He knew my routine, either 8 or 9 in the morning, or not until the afternoon. He ducked into the public restroom to fix himself up in the mirror. This suit had been a gift from the last wedding he'd served as a groomsman, a little snug, but he somehow wore it with an inexplicable swagger. Basically the Daniel Wu of Guangzhou, he told his reflection, striking a dashing pose before marching toward the sanctuary, head high and chest out, leaving the cleaning ladies staring in bewilderment. The elevator carried him up to the 14th floor. Rounding the corner, he spotted Jiang Zixuan in a hard hat, pointing at some blueprints and talking with the workers. Morning light fell across the side of her face, wisps of hair fluttering out from under her helmet in the breeze, sharp and lovely all at once. He took a deep breath, jogged forward with the bouquet, and, to her stunned gaze, dropped down onto one knee with a thud. Jiang Zishuan, I like you. Please give me a chance to love you. She was genuinely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the guy who'd come with that Shru Zhang Baikan last time? She'd heard he was a friend of Li Tian's. Birds of a feather, indeed. She couldn't even be bothered with Li Tian, who was at least decent looking, let alone this greasy-faced fat guy who stood half a head shorter than her. He was the one making the fool of himself. Yet somehow, I was the one getting trash-talked in her head. I was more wronged than a saint. Seeing her stay silent, he assumed she was swept away by his heartfelt devotion and quickly added, Zishuan, don't be surprised. I really mean it. She furrowed her brow and said coldly, Sorry, I don't buy insurance. I'm not selling insurance, he blurted, thrusting the flowers forward. He thrust the flowers forward. I'm confessing my feelings to you. Just say yes. She let out an incredulous laugh at his narcissism and cut loose with a curse. Get lost, you dumbass. The workers nearby had already stopped what they were doing, arms crossed, watching the show. Someone jeered. Bro, those flowers cost $50 tops, and you think you can hit on our engineer Jiang? Go take a good long look at yourself in the mirror. Ugly as sin and dreaming big. Fish that suit out of a dumpster? A lot of these guys worked at Jiang Zishuan's company, and they'd always treated this movie star as someone to admire from afar and never touch. Now some short, fat guy even uglier than they were had the nerve to chase after her. No way they were going to let that slide. The rich boy's face flushed red, then went pale. Why wasn't the script going his way? He gritted his teeth and shot a glare at the hecklers, then looked back at Jiang Zishuan with pure disgust in his eyes. Finally, he scrambled to his feet and slunk off in defeat, clutching that bouquet of roses nobody wanted. Forget it. I'll go back and wait for Zhang Baikan, he thought sourly. Zhang Baikan wasn't so bad either. At least he could do whatever he wanted with her. Only after he left did the tension drain from Jiang Zishuan's face. She pinched the bridge of her nose. Li Tian was seriously her curse. Ever since she took this job, she'd run into 2 lunatics already. Everyone, back to work. She waved at the crowd of workers, then turned to the young guy beside her. Shaoli, send that video from just now to my phone. On the screen, the rich kid dropping to one knee to offer flowers looked like a ridiculous clown. She saved it as a joke to keep around, so that whenever something aggravating ruined her day, she could pull it out for a good laugh. Speaking of which, the materials for building Li Tian's shelter were almost all top-tier domestic products. The 8-inch thick alloy plating was military grade. The insulation used aerospace materials, and even the screws were corrosion-resistant specialty steel. Li Tian also wanted heating equipment and an air circulation system installed, each set running hundreds of thousands. Even working around the clock, Aegis didn't dare cut corners, mounting more than a dozen cameras on site for full 360-degree coverage. At that moment, I was drenched in sweat at the gym. On the bench press, I lifted the barbell steadily, the contours of my pecs sharply defined under the lights. Su Xiaoxiao stood beside me wiping the sweat off me, her eyes full of adoration. My phone chimed, a message from Jiang Zishuan with a video attached. The thumbnail showed the shelter's hallway. I casually tapped it open, and the next second I burst out laughing, nearly dropping the barbell on my legs. In the video, the rich kid, wearing an ill-fitting suit and holding a bunch of wilted roses, knelt on one knee in front of Jiang Zishuan. His wrinkled face piled up in a smile he clearly thought was heartfelt, hollering, "Give me a chance to love you." Her baffled, disgusted expression, paired with the workers jeering, made for a perfect comedy. Has this pigsy lost his mind? I laughed so hard I could barely stand up straight. He actually had the guts to hit on Jiang Zishuan? Where'd he find the courage? Gotta give him credit for the guts, just aimed them in the wrong direction. Before I could finish laughing. Enough. Then her message popped up again. Mr. Lee, you really aren't a good person, are you? Why are you surrounded by nothing but weirdos? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How the hell is some rich guy's confession my problem? What a bizarre blame to pin on me. I wiped away the tears from laughing and typed back. MS, Jiang, I swear I've got nothing to do with those 2. If he's harassing you, go ahead and call the cops. You have my full support. After I hit send, I shook my head. These 2 idiots. Heaven must have sent them to give me a few last laughs before the apocalypse. After my workout, my shopping spree continued. Lately, Thanks to my storage space, I'd been doing buy one, take 10, pay for one item, casually walk off with 10 more. My clothes had already piled up to 10,000 outfits, enough to last a decade. I'd also stockpiled over 10,000 each of underwear, socks, and shoes. The socks were even color-coded by day of the week. The space was practically endless, but I just couldn't stop. That day I hit up K11 again. People came and went, and nobody recognized the man who'd been here a few days ago. The same man who had already quietly cleared out half a shelf. That's the beauty of the storage space. You can steal without leaving a trace. First, I walked into the Xiaomi store and bought 10 fully loaded Xiaomi 16 Pro Max phones, all 1 terabyte. Then I went to Asus and grabbed 10 gaming laptops, plus a few 100 terabyte solid-state drives, 200 grand total. I didn't dare pull the everything's free trick on electronics. The stores had few customers, and missing items would stick out too much. Back at my apartment, I hooked up all the devices to the internet and started downloading like a madman. Single-player games filled the drives: Cities, Skylines, Civilization 6, Red Dead Redemption. I'm not really a hardcore gamer, but I know full well that the scariest enemy in the apocalypse isn't the cold, and it isn't hunger, it's loneliness. Humans are wired to live in groups. Spend too long alone, and your mind starts to break. I had no intention of teaming up with anyone, so these things would be my only companions. Movies were a must, too. Nearly a century's worth of films, foreign and domestic. High ratings or low, I packed them all. When the computer filled up, I moved everything to the drives. To speed things up, I upgraded my broadband to 10 gigabit. Of course, I didn't skip the adult content either. There were too many titles to list one by one. Bottom line, if it caught my eye, I didn't let a single one slip past. I ended up downloading tens of thousands of them. This isn't some unhealthy obsession, I told myself, making excuses. It's purely to relieve stress and lower my chances of going mental. The funny thing is, when you don't have it, you're clawing at the walls for it. But once you actually download a huge pile, the urge to study just vanishes. After the high comes regret, and even the absurd thought of deleting the entire library crossed my mind. People, we're always restless for what we can't have. With the computer humming away at its downloads, I let out a yawn and headed back to the bedroom to catch up on some sleep. Feeling. Bang, bang, bang. At 10 in the morning the next day, a burst of frantic knocking jolted me awake. I grabbed my phone to check the time and frowned. The one time I got to sleep in, and someone had to come ruin it. Su Xiao had a key, she wouldn't knock. And other than her, I'd never brought anyone else here. One look through the peephole, and I froze. Zhang Baikan. Looked like her detention was up, and they'd let her out. The woman on the other side of the door was done up flawlessly. Winged eyeliner, bright red lips. Not a trace of the mess you'd expect from someone fresh out of lockup. This woman's skin had gotten thick enough to stop a bullet. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her, but since she'd shown up at my door, ignoring her wouldn't be the end of it. The second I cracked the door open, she squeezed inside and reached out to grab my arm. Zhang Baikan, what do you think you're doing? I stepped back, my voice going cold. I have nothing to do with you. She acted like she hadn't heard, her eyes reddening as the tears started falling. Tian, I know I was wrong. I must have been blind to turn you down before. Give me one more chance, please. You done with the act? I sneered. You're Capital's girlfriend. If you want to put on a show, go do it in front of him. What? He fire you. So now you're coming to sell yourself to me. I paused, then twisted the knife a little deeper. Sorry, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't do illegal things. Her crying cut off instantly. Clearly, she hadn't expected me to know about her little arrangement with Capital. Those two had hidden it so well at the company that even their co-workers had been kept in the dark. Tian, let me explain. She scrambled to wipe her tears and started spinning a story. Capital tricked me. He got me drunk, and I was forced into it. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. Then why didn't you go to the police and put him away? I planted myself in the doorway, giving her no opening to slip inside. The sweet talking wasn't working, so she just plopped down on the floor, striking a full-on tantrum pose. I'm not leaving. Not unless you forgive me. Not leaving, huh? I pulled out my phone and made a show of dialing. Then I'm calling the cops. You just got out. Want to go back in for a few more days? That did the trick. Her face went pale. I didn't want to show this woman an ounce of kindness. She had a knife hidden in her heart, and if I let her into the apartment, God only knew what she'd cook up. If she turned around and framed me, I wouldn't be able to explain myself, not even to dear Abby. And as it turned out, I'd guessed right. She had a camera and a voice recorder on her. She'd come here for me. Just then, a crisp voice rang out from around the corner of the hallway. Tian, who is this person? Su Xiaoxiao stood there with her arms crossed, watching the show. When I hadn't shown up at the gym by nearly 10, she didn't bother calling. She came straight over and walked right into this scene. She had on light makeup and a gray set of yoga clothes that showed off every curve. In terms of looks, she and Zhang. She was on par with Baiken in the face department, but she won out with her sheer vitality. As for her figure, she completely blew Baiken out of the water. Her chest was at least 2 cup sizes bigger, and but was perky enough to balance a bottle of soda on it. She strolled over and naturally hooked her arm through mine, deliberately pressing her chest against me. I fondly flicked the tip of her nose. She turned to look at Zhang Baiken, her eyes full of contempt. So you're the shameless one? You've got a boyfriend, but you're still stringing along my Tian? You? You think you're even worthy? Zhang Baiken recognized her as one of the women in my inner circle, and her temper flared instantly, but she didn't dare blow up. She just stared at me. Li Tian, what's your relationship with her? I curled my lips into a smirk. You and I have no relationship, so you've got no right to ask. But I'll tell you this much, she's my woman. When Su Xiaoxiao heard those 2 words, my woman, she proudly lifted her chin and planted a loud kiss on my cheek, leaving a clear lip print behind. Still not leaving? My tone turned colder. You want to stick around and watch us get cozy? No amount of thick skin could withstand that kind of humiliation. Zhang Baiken shot Su Xiaoxiao a vicious glare and slunk away. Once she was gone, Su Xiaoxiao and I exchanged a smile and headed downstairs to eat. Zhang Baiken's appearance had been nothing more than an insignificant gust of wind. That night, Su Xiaoxiao came back to my apartment again. Her vacation wasn't completely over yet, but the worst days had passed, and the liveliness had returned to her expression. The bathroom was thick with steam. She came out wrapped in a towel, water dripping from the ends of her hair down into the hollow of her collarbone, like a scattering of tiny diamonds. Tian, tonight it's my turn to take care of you, she said, her fingertips trailing across my chest, a sly smile in her eyes. Knowing I'd been pinned up these past few days, she made the first move. Afterward, she lay draped across my chest, tracing circles on my skin with her fingertip when her eyes suddenly lit up. Tian, I've got a great idea. Oh, let's hear it. I pinched her chin. I want to see what kind of scheme you're cooking up. How could you say that about me? She pouted and gave me a light punch. I'm genuinely looking out for you here. That video Jiang Zishuan posted, it's still got some serious uses left. Haven't Zhang Baiken and the corporate guys been scheming against you this whole time? Let's send them the video of the corporate guy confessing his feelings to Jiang Zishuan, and let them tear each other apart like dogs. How satisfying would that be? My eyes lit up. It was a brilliant idea. By now the supplies and weapons were pretty much stocked, and the shelter was coming along steadily, so I had time to deal with these 2. I pulled out my phone. Sure enough, Zhang Baiken was still sitting in my new friends list. She'd sent the friend request days ago, clinging on like a tail I couldn't shake. I tapped accept. The reply came almost instantly. Is that you, Tian? It was carved into the dead of night, and Zhang Baiken lay wide awake, driven crazy by the thunderous snoring of Zibin beside her. Then her phone chimed ding-dong. When she saw the name Li Tian flash across the screen, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She clamped a hand over her mouth, knuckles white, a flicker of smugness in her eyes. I knew I still had a chance. That big-boobed, brainless woman was never any match for me. She and Zibin were both people brimming with delusional confidence. The next second, the video I sent completely set her off. In the footage, Zibin was wearing a ridiculous suit, clutching a bunch of wilted roses, kneeling in front of Jiang Zishuan, so groveling that even watching it made your face hurt for him. She had gotten detained for 5 days and lost her job all for this man. And in return, the moment she was locked up, he ran off to chase the very woman who'd put her behind bars. She grabbed her pillow, ready to hurl it at Zibin, then forced herself to stop. Her fingers flew across the screen. Tian, I finally see Zibin for what he is. He's total scum. You're the only one who ever truly cared about me. Do you think I still have a chance? I looked at the screen, my shoulders shaking with laughter. This woman, was she trying to invite me on a hiking trip? I didn't reply, but her messages kept pelting me like snowflakes. Tian, is it because I didn't do well enough? Just tell me, and I'll change. Tian, do you like a big chest and curves? I can be like that too. I typed out one line. That's something you're born with. You don't have it. When she read this, instead of being discouraged, her eyes lit up even brighter, like she'd grabbed hold of a lifeline. Just you wait, Tian. I'll make you see me in a whole new light. Don't push yourself. Just go live your life. The moment I finished replying, Su Xiaoxiao wrapped herself around me. Her soft tongue flicked across my Adam's apple, leaving a warm, tickling sensation. I tossed the phone aside, flipped over, and pinned her beneath me. Meanwhile, in the darkness, Zhang Baikan, her head clouded by desire and resentment, sat clutching her phone for a long, long time. Suddenly, a headline popped up. Woman spends $1 million on plastic surgery to get a celebrity face, says she's found a new direction in life, paired with a photo showing an uncanny resemblance. Plastic surgery. She slapped her thigh, as if suddenly enlightened. How did I not think of that? What you're born with isn't necessarily better than what you can make yourself. She immediately searched plastic surgery cases and how much does breast augmentation cost, growing more excited by the minute. Her face would be reshaped just like a goddess. The corners of her eyes tilted to look more seductive. Her chest would be filled out even more dramatically than Su Xiaoxiao's. But would be rounded out enough to turn heads when she walked. She crunched the numbers over and over. With the best imported materials, the whole package would come to nearly 2 million. But she didn't have anywhere near that kind of money. Between her and Zibin, they only had $1 million in savings, and that was scraped together through penny pinching. Zibin, wake up. She shoved him awake, a near-manic glint in her eyes. Light. Zhang Baikan, are you out of your mind? The sugar daddy woke up, his voice thick with irritation. I've got work tomorrow. I'm not some jobless bum like you. She swallowed the hatred rising in her chest and forced herself to stay patient. Baby, I figured out why Li Tian dumped me. Oh yeah? Why's that? Now he was interested. Li Tian still had over 300 million on hand, and skimming off a piece of that never hurt. That woman by his side, big chest, nice round ass. That's exactly his type. Well, nothing you can do about that. He shot a glance at her chest. You're kind of flat. Her nails dug deep into her palm as she gritted her teeth. I'm not built like that now, but I can get surgery. Boob job, but lift, get my face done up like a goddess. Then I can win him back. Now that's an idea. He stroked his chin, greed flashing in his eyes. Who wouldn't want a girlfriend who looked like a goddess? Maybe she really could reel Li Tian back in. How much would it cost? 2 million. Are you crazy? He shot upright, his voice cracking. Where would we get that kind of money? We've got $1 million saved. The rest I'll borrow from relatives. You've got rich relatives? What are you implying? Everybody's got a few relatives with money. But he hesitated, unwilling to part with that extra 500,000. Li Tian's got 300 million. You can't catch a wolf if you're not willing to lose a kid. She pressed harder, her voice like a snake weaving a spell. That tight-fisted man was blinded by the words 300 million. He gritted his teeth. I'll put up my savings. You figure out the rest yourself. Greed is always the easiest weakness to exploit. And these two were walking, step by step, straight into the pit I'd dug for them. Back in my apartment, I let out a long, satisfied breath. God, that felt good. Looking at Su Xiaoxiao sleeping soundly beside me, exhausted, I curled my lips into a cold smile. So, you think Zhang Baikan will really go through with the surgery? Definitely, she murmured, snuggling into my arms half asleep. That woman's got her eyes on your money. For 300 million, there's nothing she wouldn't do. Good. A scheming glint flickered in my eyes. Then I'll give her a little push. I dug up Fan Tong's number from 361 Financial and dialed it. I owed this company 22 million in loan shark debt. Mr. Li, come into some money? Ready to pay up? Fan Tong's voice dripped with false flattery, thinking he had me right where he wanted me. Brother Fan, I can pay by the end of the month, I said breezily. Made a little cash. I won't stiff you. Then why the late night call? Something else on your mind? Your company, do you handle nude photo loans? I got straight to the point. Mr. Li, you're joking. That's illegal, you know. He said it with mock innocence, but there was something suggestive in his tone. I nearly burst out laughing. Sound, a lone shark, and he's talking to me about breaking the law? I've got a friend who might be short on cash. If you've got the connections, feel free to reach out to her. I rattled off Zhang Baiken's number. I hung up, tossed the phone aside, and pulled Su Xiaoxiao close, drifting off into a deep sleep. In the darkness, a scheming smile still lingered at the corner of my mouth. Early the next morning, Su Xiaoxiao's vacation was officially over. Like a cat let off its leash, she clung to me for a long morning workout. By the time sunlight was creeping in through the gap in the curtains, we finally stopped, both of us breathless. Ding ding ding. The doorbell suddenly went off, urgent and loud. Don't tell me it's Zhang Baiken again. Su Xiaoxiao whined, playing coy and refusing to budge. Tian, go get the door. I whispered in her ear. Want to go another round? No, I need a shower. She hopped out of bed, cheeks flushed, and dashed into the bathroom wrapped in a towel. So I had to get the door myself, wearing nothing but a loose pair of black boxer briefs, my muscles clearly defined in the morning light. Two people in uniform stood outside, a man and a woman. The woman had a ramrod-straight posture, and she spoke first. Mr. Lee, please put on some clothes. We need to go over a few things with you. I couldn't stop my eyes from lingering on her for a few extra seconds. She had to be at least 5'10", half a head taller than the male colleague behind her. Her navy blue uniform was pressed crisp, shoulder insignia and badge gleaming, accentuating her broad shoulders and narrow waist. She cut a striking, commanding figure. Her jet black hair was tied back, revealing a smooth forehead, and her delicate features were pulled into hard, cold lines. Her brows knit slightly, and her almond eyes were sharp as knives, as if trying to see right through me. My leering gaze clearly didn't sit well with her. Li Tian, we're from the Security Bureau. There are some things we need to ask you about. Her voice was cold and clear as ice, especially jarring in the quiet hallway. My heart skipped a beat. Had the gun theft been discovered? But I quickly composed myself. If they really had evidence, this wouldn't be asking a few questions. They'd just show up and cuff me on the spot. My mind raced, prepping for the interrogation to come. Since you're officers, I'll definitely cooperate. Give me a moment. I'll go throw on some clothes. I went back to the room, pulled on a t-shirt and sweatpants, and invited the two of them into the living room. The living room was still littered with the evidence from earlier. A few pieces of lingerie and torn stockings tossed beside the couch, the air thick with a sweet, pungent hint of what had gone down. I'd left it all out on purpose. Feigning embarrassment, I gave an awkward smile and slowly went to clean it up. Tian, you were so wild earlier, my bones are totally falling apart. Su Xiaoxiao emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her wet hair draped over her shoulders. The instant she spotted the uniforms in the living room, she let out a terrified shriek, and her towel. He almost fell, clutched his chest, and bolted back into the bedroom, the door slamming hard enough to stir up a gust of wind. The policewoman's expression turned even colder, her eyes like ice. Mr. Lee leads quite a colorful life. Men and women, it's only natural. I laughed it off, deliberately edging half a step closer to her. You're a woman too, officer. You should understand. Watch your mouth. She frowned, her tone carrying a clear warning as she stepped back to put distance between us. I shrugged and dropped onto the couch, striking a say-what-you-came-to-say pose. Seeing this, the male officer pulled out his badge. Mr. Lee, my name is Jiang Jiqiang, and this is Zhao Zijuan. We'd like to know, where were you on June 12th, and what were you doing? My stomach tightened. That was the exact day I went to steal the gun. I feigned confusion and scratched my head. June 12th? That's forever ago. I'm busy every single day. Can't remember. Mr. Lee, your behavior that day was very unusual. You should remember it clearly, Jiang Jiqiang pressed. I obey the law every day. I've never done anything illegal. I turned the tables on him. Maybe you could jog my memory, officer? Like, which intersection did I supposedly run a light at that day? Zhao Zijuan's eyes went cold. Li Tian, please answer seriously. We pulled the surveillance footage from your neighborhood and the roads. Around 3 in the morning on June 12th, you left your home, got in your car, and headed toward the Old Town District. Where did you go, and what did you do? I sat up straight, letting sorrow wash over my face as my voice dropped a notch. That day, huh? Let me think. Oh, right, I remember now. That night, my girlfriend and I were up fooling around until 3 in the morning. She fell asleep, but I kept tossing and turning, couldn't sleep at all. Out of nowhere, I got this powerful urge to see my grandparents, so I figured I'd drive over to their old house and take a look. Zhao Zijuan and Jiang Jiqiang exchanged a glance, a flicker of wariness and excitement in their eyes. Then I shifted gears, putting on a look of frustration. But halfway there, I gave up. For one thing, I didn't have the keys. For another, I hadn't been there in years. Those urban villages get torn down and rebuilt all the time. The roads had completely changed, and even the GPS couldn't lock onto a location. It was pitch black, and I'm a coward, didn't dare go poking around. So I just pulled over on the side of the road for a bit, smoked a cigarette, and came back. Why did you suddenly want to go to the old house? Zhao Zijuan kept pushing, her gaze locked dead on my eyes, hunting for any crack in my story. I squeezed out a few tears and wiped the corners of my eyes with the pad of my finger. It's kind of embarrassing to admit. My girlfriend likes to call me daddy and grandpa in bed. Hearing it over and over, I just suddenly thought of my grandfather. My grandparents raised me. They loved me more than anyone, always sneaking me candy when I was little. Zhao Zijuan's face flushed instantly, the red creeping from her ears all the way down her neck, a mix of embarrassment and anger. The nerve of this guy, talking about what went on in the bedroom like it was the most respectable thing in the world. The nerve on this guy was thicker than a fortress wall. Jiang Jiqiang's shoulders were shaking as he fought to hold back his laughter. He forced a stern face, but his voice came out unsteady. So why'd you stop going after that? Don't miss your grandparents anymore. I pulled out a tissue and gently dabbed at the corner of my eye. This performance? I could win an Oscar for it. It's not that I don't miss them. I dropped my voice to a rough whisper. I was scared that if I actually stood at the door of that old house and saw that door again, I'd never be able to stop. If I cried myself sick, the two of them wouldn't rest easy up in heaven. The dead can't come back to life. The living have to keep moving forward. Officer, isn't that the truth? It was a flimsy reason, but paired with my red-rimmed eyes, it was enough to shut them up. Zhao Zijuan wasn't buying it. She clenched her jaw. We'd like to verify your story with your female companion. Her gaze was like a blade, scraping across my face. She was convinced I was lying. She just couldn't find the crack in my story. Sure, I spread my hands, cooperating flawlessly. But she just had a bad scare. She needs a minute. She switched tactics, softening her tone with a sweetness meant to lure out a confession. Li Tian, if you come clean voluntarily, it counts as turning yourself in. Your situation really isn't that serious. My situation? I put on a blank, confused look. Then, as if it had suddenly dawned on me, I shot back. Officer, are you talking about me and my companion? We're not actually boyfriend and girlfriend, that's true, but it was all consensual. No transaction, no coercion. Is that against the law too? Zhao Zijuan was so angry her knuckles turned white. Bring your companion out here. She bit off each word, as if afraid I'd literally make her sick with rage. I twisted the knife a little more, adding innocently, at the end of the day, we're just a female trainer and a male client. At most, a little something personal on the side. Her face went pale. She turned and walked to the bedroom door, knocking. Miss, inside, please come out. Su Xiaoxiao poked her head out with furrowed brows, her eyes darting to me first. She'd been behind the door, and she'd caught most of the conversation outside. Xiaoxiao, don't panic. I smiled at her. Whatever the officer asks, just answer. We'll cooperate. I wasn't worried in the slightest. She didn't know a thing. What could she possibly say that would incriminate me? Zhao Zijuan flipped open her notebook and began the routine questions. Name? Su Xiaoxiao. Age? 29. What is your relationship to this Mr. Li? Tian and I met at the gym. I'm his personal trainer. Her voice was soft and thin, a completely different person from the one who'd walked out wrapped in a towel earlier. A personal trainer who sleeps with clients? There was venom in Zhao Zijuan's words. She'd looked into the background, a graduate of a sports university, plenty of skills, yet choosing to sell her body for money. But Su Xiaoxiao lifted her head and countered earnestly. Officer, is sleeping with someone illegal? No, but... Then there you go. She cut him off, her tone suddenly hardening. I'm the one who came on to Tian. It's got nothing to do with him. You got a problem, you come at me. I almost burst out laughing beside her. This girl, more fiercely protective than anyone. Zhao Zijuan was stumped for a moment before steering the conversation back on track. As long as it's consensual and there's no money involved, then no, it's not illegal. Her tone shifted, her voice dropping low. But today we need to get the facts from you, and you have to tell the truth. Covering for anyone. That's called harboring a criminal. 3 to 10 years. She stared at Su Xiaoxiao, spelling it out word by word. You could tell that even though she disapproved of how this woman lived, she didn't want her dragging herself down with it. Su Xiaoxiao nodded firmly. Don't worry, officer. I'll tell the truth. She saw it all clearly in her mind. Theirs was a relationship of mutual convenience. Not worth going to prison over anyone. In the early hours of June 12th, Li Tian went out. Did you know? I only found out later, Tian told me. When he left, I was dead asleep. I had no idea. She answered openly, not a flicker of evasion in her eyes. Sleeping in the same bed. How could you not know at all? Su Xiaoxiao sighed. Officer, when you're so exhausted your bones are falling apart, you're out cold the second your head hits the pillow. Forget him leaving. The sky could fall, and I might not wake up. The corner of Zhao Zijuan's mouth twitched. I silently applauded Su Xiaoxiao in my head. That answer was airtight. Why did he suddenly think of his grandparents? Zhao Zijuan pressed relentlessly. Su Xiaoxiao frowned, looking genuinely puzzled. Officer, how is that sudden? Missing someone is something that's always buried deep down. Tian was always talking to me about his childhood, how his grandpa used to sneak him candy, how his grandma sewed him little cotton jackets. She blinked and shot back. Don't you have grandparents? At that, I really couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Mr. Li, control yourself. Zhao Zijuan warned sharply, fury practically burning out of her eyes. She could hear that Su Xiaoxiao was being deliberately contrary, but she couldn't catch her in a lie, so she took it out on me instead. I crossed my legs and tapped my fingertips lightly against my knee. I knew exactly how it was. You're riding high now. But once the deep freeze hits in 17 days, as long as you haven't got hard evidence, what are you really going to do to me? Something like a storage space. Cops couldn't dream it up in a million years. They'd zeroed in on me for nothing more than the old house being in my name, plus the fact that my whereabouts that night were genuinely suspicious. But my car was spotless. Who could ever imagine that all those guns and all that ammunition had been spirited away into an invisible pocket out of thin air? In their eyes, one person couldn't possibly haul away that much stuff. This questioning was probably just a formality. Li Tian says it's because you called him by a term of respect, like an elder, that it stirred something in him. Is that true? Zhao Zijuan switched tactics, going straight for the weak spot. Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson in an instant, even the tips of her ears turning pink. She snuck a glance at me, then lowered her head, her voice thin as a mosquito's whine. It's true. I got caught up in the moment and wanted to ease the tension. Tian didn't force me. He doesn't actually have that kind of kink. Zhao Zijuan was completely at a loss for words. Unable to get anything out of her, she had no choice but to turn her attention back to me. Li Tian, is there anything else you'd like to add? I frowned and made a big show of thinking it over for a long while, then shook my head. Nope. Actually, I've got a question. Why did you two suddenly come looking for me, officers? I've got a right to know, don't I? She fell silent for a moment, weighing her options, before finally speaking. Someone stashed contraband in your grandparents' old house. Now it's gone. You're the property owner, so this is a routine inquiry. So it was those guns after all. Looks like they'd ruled out everyone else before it was my turn. Which bastard has the nerve to do that? I slapped my thigh immediately, putting on a face full of righteous indignation. Using my house to hide contraband, and not even paying rent? Whoever it is better pay me double once they're caught. Watching my money-grubbing act, the contempt in Zhao Zijuan's eyes deepened. Li Tian, from what we understand, you're not short on cash. She said coldly. That was contraband. Knowing about it and not reporting it is a crime too. Officer, don't go accusing me of things. I shrank my neck back instantly. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't even dare run a red light. She exchanged a look with Jiang Jiqiang, and both read the helplessness in each other's eyes. Today, they weren't going to get anything out of me. The two of them stood up, but I called out to stop them. Can you let me go check out the old house? Even if I can't get the rent back, I should at least see if it's been trashed. I can file a claim for damages, right? No. Zhao Zijuan didn't even turn around. It's sealed off. We'll notify you when you can go in. With that, she led Jiang Jiqiang out at a brisk pace, as if staying one more second would dirty her. The moment the door closed, Su Xiaoxiao immediately leaned in close. Tian, I didn't say anything wrong, did I? I didn't cause you any trouble? Everything you said was the truth. What could be the problem? I pinched her cheek. Relax. So, what exactly is that contraband they were talking about? Her eyes sparkled, her curiosity piqued. I smiled and didn't answer. Some things, the less you know, the longer you live. That's a lesson I had no intention of sharing with her. As for Zhang Baiken's side of things, I only pieced it together later. She was sitting in her rented apartment. She flipped through her contacts for ages before finally biting the bullet and firing off the messages one by one. The rich relatives she'd bragged about to the investors last night? Total BS. Back home in the mountains, her relatives scratched a living out of the dirt and barely saved a dime all year. Years ago, when she'd stayed behind in Guangzhou, they'd come knocking to borrow money every other day. She never gave them a cent, and the ties had long since been cut. Even if she swallowed her pride and crawled back now, they couldn't cough up a thing. Word had also gotten around that she'd been fired by Chrysanthemum Corporation. Her old friends either cried poverty or would only lend her a few hundred. Everyone was afraid she'd never pay it back. The one wealthy suitor she had opened with such an insulting condition that she turned him down without a second thought. And 20 grand? That wasn't even enough to cover the loose change on a nose job. Her target was the 300 million in Li Tian's hands. How could she let a little pocket change trip her up? Just as she was at her wit's end, her phone rang. Unknown number. She hesitated, then picked up. Hello, are you interested in a loan? A greasy male voice on the other end. Zhang Baiken's heart leapt. Yes. Simple paperwork, fast payout. As long as you've got collateral, we've got a credit line for you. She frowned. What collateral did she have? Her apartment was rented, and her savings were earmarked for surgery. I don't have any collateral. But the guy seemed ready for that, his tone growing even more upbeat. No problem, miss. Just bring your ID down to the office, and we'll talk it over. There's always a way. An hour later, she stood outside the doors of 361 Financial Services. Walking through a room packed with a dozen or so burly men, she quickened her pace without realizing it. The men lounged with their legs crossed, cigarettes dangling, eyes hooked on her like they were reeling her in. In the innermost room, a man with a plastered-on smile stood up. So this is Miss Zhang? I'm the boss, Qian Duo. The one beside him, called Fan Tong, let his eyes crawl over her. You said on the phone I could borrow even without collateral? Zhang Baiken smoothed down her skirt. Of course. Qian Duo poured her a glass of water. How much are you looking to borrow, Miss Zhang? 1 million. Qian Duo nearly choked on his water, then shook his head. Without collateral, 10,000 is the max. 10,000 isn't even close to enough, she snapped, panicking. Then it comes down to your ability to repay, Miss Zhang. Qian Duo narrowed his eyes. What makes you think you can pay back 1 million? I'm about to marry a billionaire, she blurted out. The guy who won that 400 million jackpot a few days ago. By then, 1 million's nothing. I could pay back 2 million easy. Qian Duo and Fan Tong exchanged a glance. Only later did I understand. It was that one sentence that sold her out completely. Well, since you're so confident, Miss Zhang. Qian Duo smiled and slid over a stack of contracts. Then this is easy. Just sign these and 1 million. It'll hit your account today. Zhang Baiken lunged forward, ready to sign. But Qian Duo pressed the pen down. What's the rush? Let me read you the terms. A loan of 1 million, monthly interest of. He rattled off a string of numbers. She froze. That interest rate. Too high. Qian Duo drawled. You're marrying into money. This is pocket change. Besides, he pulled out another sheet. This is the security deposit contract. Sign and stamp it. If you can't pay by the deadline, the penalty is triple the principal. Triple. The moment she defaulted, 1 million would balloon into 4. The tip of Zhang Baiken's pen hovered in midair, her fingers trembling. Reason was screaming. This is a bottomless pit. Once it starts snowballing, it'll swallow you whole. But the shadow of Li Tian's 300 million flickered before her, drowning out every warning. She thought of her face reshaped to look just like a movie star, of the dazzled eyes of the investors. It's only temporary, she told herself. Once I get the surgery, Hook Li Tian, I'll pay it back tenfold, 100-fold. Once greed takes hold, no pit is too deep for a person to leap into. She gritted her teeth and signed. The instant her wallet swelled, her phone buzzed with a bank alert. Deposit received. 1 million. She stared at the string of numbers, her eyes glowing, never noticing the fine print on the contract's last page. 1 day overdue, interest compounds on interest. She walked out of the company into the blinding sunlight. Qian Duo saw her off from behind, his smile deep and knowing. Ms. Zhang, a pleasure doing business. May you marry into wealth soon. That smile, she didn't understand it then. Not until her debt snowballed into a hole she could never fill in her lifetime, which she finally read it clearly. At the gym, I was lying face down on a yoga mat, while Su Xiaoxiao knelt behind me, working my shoulders. Harder. Did you even eat? Tianji, I'm giving it everything. Your muscles are just too tight. Her hands were already sore. Ding dong. My phone chimed. It was from Fan Tong, a photo of a contract with a note at the end. The client Li Ji referred, deal's done. Thank you. I'll pay you back next month with a little extra to show my gratitude. I opened it, glanced at that interest rate and the triple penalty clause, and the corner of my mouth curled up. For the sake of that 300 million, Zhang Baikan had signed herself into a well that would never see the bottom. She brought this on herself. But as I stared at the words 361 Financial Services, my smile slowly went cold. A company that could set up a trap like this. Zhang Baikan was surely not the only one they'd sunk. How many desperate people had been crushed to death by that line of fine print? Su Xiaoxiao. I sat up. Look something up for me. I read her the company's name, my expression sinking bit by bit. I want to know, exactly how many people have they devoured? Some debts. It's time I collected them. Zhao Zijuan and Jiang Jiqiang returned to the Security Bureau with the results of Li Tian's questioning. The results went straight to Zhang Jie, captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Zhang Jie then passed them up to Bureau Chief Wang Chuan. Once he was back, he called a case analysis meeting. In the conference room, the long table was buried under files on the arms smuggling case. On the projector screen, a photo of the crime scene was frozen in place, an old house deep in one of the city's urban villages. That was where more than 100 guns and tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition had vanished into thin air. Zhang Jie ran his fingertip across the file, his brow knotted tight. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Li Tian's off the suspect list. We're shifting focus to the others. Captain, Zhao Zijuan shot to her feet, her voice full of protest. I don't think we can rule him out. Zhang Jie raised his eyes, his face blank. Your reasoning. Gut instinct. The words were out before she could stop them. A ripple of scattered laughter broke out in the room. Quiet. Zhang Jie slammed his palm on the table, but his anger wasn't aimed at Zhao Zijuan. Instead, he swept a glare over the officers, stifling their laughs. This is a case analysis meeting, not a fish market. Only when things settled down did he explain, forcing himself to be patient. Zijuan, we work cases on evidence, not on gut feelings. That shipment of weapons has been gone for 3 days. The moment it hits the streets and something goes wrong, it's not just my head on the line. Even the chief's seat could get flipped. Over 100 guns, in a city of 20 million like Guangzhou, used for robberies, kidnappings. Who's going to answer for that? But I still think there's something off about him. Zhao Zijuan gripped her pen, her knuckles white. Zhang Jie let out a sigh. He could only compromise. Fine. If you're that set on it, keep tailing Li Tian. Jiang Jiqiang, you're partnered with her. Jiang Jiqiang's face fell instantly. His mind was already racing, calculating. A case this big, chase down other leads, and you might just land a first-class commendation. But sticking with Miss Zhao to hound some spoiled rich kid? Pure waste of time. Still, he didn't dare argue, so he just nodded. Once out of the conference room, he quickly came around. There was no winning against her anyway, so he might as well phone it in. Keep this young lady happy, and if she put in a good word for him with Director Zhao, he might even snag a promotion. Back in the office, Jiang Jiqiang thought back to the scene during the day's questioning and couldn't help but muse aloud. I really envy rich guys. There's never a shortage of women throwing themselves at them. Zhao Zijuan's eyebrows shot up. That's a dangerous way to think. Wallowing in women, throwing money around. That's corruption. That's degeneracy. What's there to envy? Just talking, just talking. Jiang Jiqiang waved his hands quickly. Then tell me, from a case standpoint, what do you make of Li Tian? Basically can rule him out, Jiang Jiqiang said without a second thought. A guy like that. One look and you can tell he's only interested in money and women. Does he seem like someone who dare stash away illegal weapons? Besides, he has no motive. Stockpiling that many guns, that's a capital offense in our country. And he's not hurting for money. So why would he take that kind of risk? Sure, going to that old house that night was a little strange, but his explanation holds up. The girl called him grandpa, and it just made him miss his grandparents. Holds up. Zhao Zijuan frowned. 4 in the morning, he climbs out of bed with a woman and says he suddenly misses his grandparents. You buy that? And another thing. He parked his car in a surveillance blind spot and left it there for over an hour. You don't find that odd. Jiang threw up his hands, exasperated. But how could one man haul off more than 100 guns by himself? That's a ton of weight. An hour's nowhere near enough time. We combed through the whole urban village, checked every possible hiding spot, and there wasn't a single trace. If you ask me, those smugglers are lying, trying to throw us off the scent. Zhao Zijuan fell silent. He had a point, but her gut was ringing like an alarm bell, over and over. Something's wrong with Li Tian. She stared at the man in the photo, plainly dressed, an easy smile, no different from any other young guy on the street. And yet she couldn't shake the feeling that behind that smile, something was hidden. Sometimes, the harder a person tries to seem harmless, the more he's worth a second look. I'm going to run through his movements again, she decided. There's no way he's as simple as he looks. At that moment, I was at the gym with Su Xiao, doing our morning workout, working my biceps, completely unaware of their argument. And even if I'd known, I wouldn't have cared. That shipment of weapons was the National Security Bureau's biggest headache. Until they found it, they wouldn't let a single suspect off the hook. Being suspected was exactly what I'd expected. After we finished up in the afternoon, I took Su Xiao shopping at the mall. The closer the apocalypse got, the bolder I became. My storage space had a 10-meter collection range. As long as something wasn't bolted down, I could pull anything within that radius into it without a sound. Passing a clothing store, I didn't even go inside. I just stood by the display window for a moment, and several thick down jackets slipped into the space. Passing an outdoor gear shop, the sleeping bags and tents set up out front vanished silently into my warehouse. Tian, we've been eating out at fancy places every single day lately. I feel like my belly's getting chubby, Su Xiao pouted, patting her stomach. Can we have something light today? Please. Something light like what? Fruit. Her eyes lit up. I haven't had strawberries and blueberries in forever. That's when it hit me. I'd stockpiled a mountain of staples, meat, and daily necessities, but somehow forgot all about fruit. In the apocalypse, eating nothing but meat would get old fast, and it's an easy way to run short on vitamins. Tomorrow I'd make a trip to the wholesale market and spend every last cent of the remaining 70 million on fruit. By the time things went down, money would be nothing but scrap paper. We walked into an upscale, the fruit stand. She picked out strawberries, blueberries, and cherries, a big box full, 2,000 yuan at checkout. Tian, you're so good to me. She hugged the box, grinning like a kid. When I buy fruit for myself, I could never bring myself to spend this much. I reached over and gave her a little pinch, teasing. This fruit isn't free, you know. You'd better put on a good show tonight. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She swatted at me, but didn't argue. At that same moment, over at the security bureau, Zhao Zijuan was still working late. She pulled up a week's worth of surveillance on Li Tian. Morning workout, home or the grocery store in the late morning, gym in the afternoon, dinner with Su Xiao, or heading home alone at night. As regular as a retiree's routine, not a single flaw to nitpick. Until she found it. Li Tian had won the lottery jackpot. 500 million. Her brow furrowed, even tighter. Now all that reckless spending made perfect sense. Dropping 100 million on a doomsday bunker? Just a nouveau riche burning money for kicks. How could a brainless rich kid possibly be a criminal? She even started to doubt herself. Could her instincts have been wrong this time? She got up and brewed a cup of black coffee. Because of the arms case, She hadn't gotten a decent night's sleep in 4 days. Her eyes were bloodshot. She'd screened every suspect in the urban village, and still, no progress. She took a sip and leaned back in her chair, eyes closed. But her mind kept replaying the files against her will. The bunker order date, the lottery date, the bank statements. Wait. Her eyes snapped open, her heart suddenly racing. The order, it was placed before he won. She lunged at the computer, pulling up the statements and the contract side by side. Aegis Securities deposit payment date, June 5th. Lee Tion's lottery win, June 6th. In other words, when Lee Tion only had 20 million to his name, he dared to place an order for 100 million. That didn't add up. I wasn't wrong. There's definitely something off about him. She clenched her fists. A man with only 20 million. What made him bold enough to sign a 100 million yuan contract? Unless he already knew he was going to win. Or he had other money hidden away. Some coincidences, once you line them up, stop being coincidences. To clear up this discrepancy, she'd have to trace all his financial activity before the win and put him under surveillance. Both of those required a warrant for technical investigation, but there was no solid evidence tying Lee Tion to the arms case. He didn't come close to meeting the criteria for technical surveillance. Zhao Zijuan didn't hesitate. She grabbed the application form and went straight to Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan was reviewing the progress report on the arms case. When she walked in, he frowned. You again? Wasn't Lee Tion ruled out as a suspect? Director, I've got something new, She slapped the application form down on the desk. Before Lee Tion won the lottery, he'd already put down an order for a $100 million bunker. At the time, he only had 20 million to his name. There's no way he could have paid for it. That means either he knew in advance he'd win, or he had some other source of money. And that money's very likely tied to the arms case. Wang Chuan picked up the form, gave it a glance, then set it back down. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, his tone flat. And what does that prove? That he had inside info on the lottery? What's that got to do with arms smuggling? It wasn't that he didn't want to investigate. He couldn't. The arms case had dragged on too long. The higher-ups had already issued a final ultimatum. No results this month, and the special task force would take over. When that happened, the words, "not up to the job," would be branded on him for good, and his career would basically be finished. He had no energy to waste chasing some nouveau riche upstart who was merely, possibly dirty. Chief, this is a major red flag. Zhao Zijuan was getting worked up. She pushed the form right in front of him. Without hidden money, how would he dare sign off on 100 million? Please, approve the surveillance operation. The corner of Wang Chuan's mouth twitched. This girl had no sense of protocol. Technical surveillance required a verbal briefing first, then soliciting input, then following procedure. Who just slaps the form down on the desk? Zijuan, I'll say it one more time. He kept his exasperation in check. There's no evidence whatsoever linking Lee Tion to the arms case. We can't just throw surveillance around. If there's a problem with his money, we can take our time investigating once the arms case is closed. No rush. But, Chief, here's what we'll do. Wang Chuan cut her off, playing his trump card. Write up your suspicions and evidence in a report. We'll discuss it at tomorrow's meeting and decide then whether to approve it. Zhao Zijuan understood. This was a brush-off. Once it went to a meeting, it would most likely fizzle out into nothing. But Wang Chuan was her direct superior. She couldn't openly defy him. Walking out of the office, she clutched the surveillance application form. Yet her eyes only grew brighter. If the bureau was a dead end, there was still her father, Zhao Donglai. As long as he gave the nod, the request would be approved in no time. Lee Tion, she murmured the name under her breath. I'm going to dig out your secret, no matter what. Meanwhile, in my bedroom, the crystal chandelier was dimmed to its lowest setting. The warm golden glow spilled across the big bed, and the sweet scent of body wash still lingered in the air. Su Xiaoxiao lay draped over me, the loose strands of hair at her forehead damp with sweat, clinging in wisps to her flushed cheeks. Her arms braced on either side of me, fingertips trembling, her voice carrying a hint of hoarse, breathless softness. Tianji, I can't do this anymore. I really can't. That last half hour of core training had nearly drained her of all her strength. Giving up already, after just that little bit? I raised a hand, running my fingertips down her sweat-slicked back. a mischievous grin tugging at my lips. Didn't you say you were a professional fitness trainer? She pouted, feeling wronged, and propped herself up to sit, but her calf suddenly cramped. She hissed in pain and collapsed back into my arms. Tian, my legs are killing me. Let's switch it up. How about you take over? As she spoke, her face flushed even redder, though her eyes were full of anticipation. Her fingertips gently hooked into my collar. I rolled over and pinned her beneath me, our noses touching, and murmured softly, "Since you're being so good, I'll reward you with a little break." She let out a soft and closed her eyes. Outside, a car passed by now and then, its honking blending with the sound of our breathing. And what I didn't know was that Zhao Zijuan's eyes were already fixed dead on me. It was 3 in the morning before I finally lay down. At 8, I opened my eyes right on schedule. The transformation from my rebirth was staggering. Even after an intense, marathon night, my energy could bounce back to full in an instant. In my old life, pulling something like that would have left me completely drained, unable to even crawl out of bed. Beside me, Su Xiaoxiao was still fast asleep, her breathing steady, her cheeks still tinged with a lingering flush. I slid my arm out from under her, got up, and went to wash up. The face in the mirror had bright, clear eyes. I glanced at the calendar. Only 14 days left until the extreme freeze apocalypse. No time to slack off. After a quick bite of breakfast, I headed straight for Guangzhou's largest fruit wholesale market. Boss, apples, bananas, oranges, pomelos, grapes, watermelons, mangosteens, pears, 100 tons of each. The wholesaler froze, sure he'd misheard. Kid, 100 tons of each? That's several thousand tons total, enough to fill dozens of semi-trucks. That's right, the sooner the better. I'll send you the address. I pulled out my phone and wired him a 500,000 yuan deposit on the spot. The moment he saw the payment come through, he stopped hesitating and turned to shout at his workers to start prepping the order. Don't worry, we'll have it all delivered within 3 days. I nodded and turned to leave. Several thousand tons of fruit. Even eating it every day, that'd be enough to last me a lifetime in the apocalypse. That was the beauty of having money. If you liked something, you just bought it, and plenty of it. As for that 95 million balance still owed to Aegis Security, I had no intention of paying it. Once the apocalypse hit, every debt would be worthless paper. Leaving the market, I swung by the gym. Su Xiaoxiao was already waiting for me in the training room, dressed in workout gear. The second I walked in, she came over, her face full of confusion. Tian, we didn't get to bed until 3 in the morning. How do you manage to get up this early every single day? Don't you ever need to rest? Can't help it, your Tian's just got a strong body. I flashed her a grin. Her face went red, and she gave me a light punch. Yeah, always bragging. 4 hours of high-intensity training, done in one seamless stretch. My progress left her more and more amazed. Strength, endurance, recovery speed, all of it crushed what any normal person could do. It had only been, after just 2 weeks of training, I could pull off moves effortlessly that only professional bodybuilders could manage. Tian, you're a natural, she said with genuine admiration as she helped me stretch after our session. At this rate, give it another 2 weeks and you could compete in a bodybuilding contest. I just smiled and didn't explain. This was a perk of my second chance at life. She wouldn't understand even if I told her. After the workout, I didn't head home. Instead, I went to the shelter that was under renovation. The moment the elevator doors opened, the roar of machinery flooded my ears. Zhang Zishuan had her construction crew working around the clock in rotating shifts, barely getting any sleep herself. The place had already transformed dramatically. The walls and floors were now lined with thick alloy plating, and workers were installing ventilation and heating systems. Zhang Zishuan wore a gray work uniform, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. A smudge of dust marked her face, but it couldn't hide her stunning features. Ms. Jiang, thank you for all your hard work, I said as I walked up to her, genuinely meaning it. I really admire your dedication. When I start my own company someday, I'm definitely hiring you as my secretary, top salary. I wasn't just being polite. She was professional and responsible, handling everything herself from design to supervision, down to the smallest detail. People like her were hard to come by. She didn't play along with the joke. Instead, she pulled out the construction schedule. Mr. Lee, the reinforcement and main equipment will be installed by tomorrow. After that comes the plumbing, electrical, and network upgrades, then the interior finishing. Everything will be completed by August 1st, with inspection on August 2nd. Any other requirements? I thought it over carefully. Use the best materials for the interior, absolutely no formaldehyde. I want to move in as soon as I've inspected it. Install an oversized bathtub in the second floor bathroom, the kind big enough for 5 or 6 people to soak in together. Then I gave her a meaningful look. She caught on instantly, her cheeks flushing slightly. She was probably cursing me as a pervert in her head. In her eyes, I just wanted a giant tub to throw parties in. Classic rich kid behavior. She didn't call me out on it, just nodded. No problem. I'll have the manufacturer custom make it. Oh, and don't worry about the final payment, I added, as if it had just occurred to me. I've scheduled the transfer for August 2nd. Once it passes inspection, the $95 million will hit your account immediately. She frowned. A big client like you has to schedule transfers in advance. Can't help it. You've probably heard. I'm the lucky guy who won that $500 million lottery, I said, having prepared this excuse well in advance. I've been spending so aggressively lately that the bank got worried I might be getting scammed, so they set a limit on my account. Large transfers have to be scheduled ahead of time. It was airtight. She didn't doubt it. As far as she was concerned, no one in all of Dongdao would dare stiff shield security on a bill. Ms. Jiang, thank you for all your hard work these past weeks. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Would you do me the honor? I'd only meant to change the subject and hadn't expected her to say yes. In our previous encounters, she'd always been polite, but kept her distance, showing little interest in men. I didn't expect her to hesitate, then actually nod. Sure, send me the address, and I'll head over once I'm done. I paused, then smiled. Jiang Zixuan was a rare beauty. Even her work uniform couldn't hide that presence. If she put on a dress, she'd probably be even more dazzling. At that same moment, in the operating room of Hanhua Cosmetic Hospital, Zhang Baikan laid down on the surgical table. For procedures, facial reconstruction, breast augmentation, butt lift, and a repair job. Total cost, $2 million, 12 hours from start to finish. Doctor, are you sure nothing will go wrong? Her voice trembled. The lead surgeon patted her hand. Relax. Our hospital is one of the best in the East, and plenty of tycoons and celebrities are regulars here. Our techniques are absolutely reliable. Only then did she breathe easier and close her eyes, drifting into a fantasy. A face turned stunning, a body hot enough to steal souls. By then, Li Tian would be so smitten he'd hand over all 300 million of his savings for her to keep. She was going to be a billionaire, done with living hand-to-mouth alongside capital forever. As for capital, she'd already made up her mind. The moment the money was in hand, she'd dump him. The 500,000 he'd lent her? She'd pay it back if she felt like it. And if not, she'd chalk it up to a youth compensation fee. She'd been with him for almost a year. After all, she wasn't about to sleep with him for nothing. The anesthetic flowed in slowly, and her consciousness gradually sank away. The surgical lights flared on, and the 4 doctors took their positions. The blades came down. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at Yunjing, Guangzhou's top Michelin 3-star restaurant. Crystal chandeliers cast a brilliant glow, the tablecloths were as white as clouds, and the silver flatware gleamed with a cold sheen. Outside the window lay the nighttime view of the Pearl River, pleasure boats gliding across the water, trailing streaks of gold in their wake. I arrived at the window-side table 10 minutes early with Su Xiaoxiao. Brother Tian, who are we treating tonight? She clutched her napkin, her eyes full of curiosity. It was her first time in a place this upscale, and she instinctively softened even her breathing, afraid her country ways might ruin the atmosphere. I took a sip of lemon water and put on an air of mystery. A beautiful woman, the kind who's a lot prettier than you. Huh? She gasped out loud, jarringly so in the quiet restaurant, and diners at the neighboring tables all turned to look. She hurriedly covered her mouth, her face flushing bright red, and lowered her voice. Who is she? When did you get to know a woman that gorgeous? Someone very capable. I nearly said sucker, caught myself just in time, and added a reassurance. Don't worry, she's a lesbian. No interest in men. That did nothing to put her at ease. Lesbians could change too. Besides, Any woman I'd invite to a place like this was surely no ordinary person. She'd been with me for almost a month, and I'd never brought her to a restaurant like this. At most, some private kitchen spot at a few thousand ahead. This time, her playing favorites left a little thorn stuck in Su Xiaoxiao's heart. I didn't pick up on what she was thinking. If I had, I'd have laughed it off. I only came here to keep up appearances. I tried a 3 Michelin star place once, and my review boiled down to a single word: pricey. Taste-wise, it didn't even hold a candle to that Sichuan joint down the alley. The minute hand on the wall clock made a full loop. Half an hour had passed, and Jiang Zixuan still hadn't shown up. Su Xiaoxiao kept glancing at her watch and finally couldn't help grumbling. "We've been waiting half an hour. Talk about putting on airs." My brow furrowed too, my fingers tapping absently on the table. Jiang Zixuan was usually all business and no nonsense. Why was she running so late today? Could something have gone wrong at the construction site? Just then, the glass door swung open. A figure walked in, backlit, instantly pulling every eye in the room. It was Jiang Zixuan. A wine-red spaghetti strap gown, the silky fabric hugging her curves and tracing the delicate line of her waist, black stockings sheathing her long legs, paired with red heels. Every step elegant and utterly captivating. Normally, she was all sharp edges in a gray work uniform and hard hat. Now her long hair fell in soft waves over her shoulders, a faint glow settling in the hollow of her collarbone. She looked like a red rose in full bloom, so striking you couldn't look away. The room was full of wealthy men who'd seen their share of beautiful women, yet even they couldn't help stealing glances, while their dates instantly bristled with suspicion. I stared, stunned, for a few seconds. I knew she was pretty, but I never expected a dress to make her this dazzling. Beside me, Su Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her sense of threat maxed out. This woman wasn't just beautiful. She carried the powerful presence of a career woman, outshining any girl she'd ever seen. "Miss Jiang, you look absolutely breathtaking today." As she reached the table, I finally snapped out of it and praised her sincerely. "Even the big stars on TV don't have your kind of poise." A faint smile curved her lips. She was clearly pleased. She pulled out a chair, sat down, and let her gaze sweep over Su Xiaoxiao, teasing, "Mr. Li, you sure know how to sweet talk. Is that how you reeled in the young lady beside you?" Su Xiaoxiao's face went even redder. I'd never said anything half that syrupy to her. She forced her emotions down, squeezed out a smile, and said nothing. I knew she was jealous, but I didn't explain. I'd invited Jiang Zixuan mainly to flaunt my resources, to put her mind at ease about the final payment, and to feel out the details of Aegis security while I was at it. As for romance, with only 14 days left before the apocalypse, I didn't have the energy for it. "You're reading too much into it, Miss Jiang. I invited you to dinner purely to thank you for all your hard work these past weeks." I handed her the menu. "Order whatever you like. Don't hold back." She flipped through a few pages and ordered 3 dishes: stir-fried greens, steamed fish, and a mushroom soup, all the cheapest items on the menu. "Miss Jiang, there's no need to spare me. Saving money." I pushed the menu back toward her. "Order a few more of the good dishes. The foreigners at the next table are already staring at us. Don't let them think we can't afford it." But she handed the menu to Su Xiaoxiao instead, her tone flat. "I watch my figure. I don't eat much. You two go ahead and order." Su Xiaoxiao took it, glanced at me, and once I nodded, she went all out. Boston lobster, Australian wagyu, caviar, truffles, 15 signature dishes in one breath. "Miss Jiang, care for a drink?" I pointed to the 82 Lafite on the wine list. She shook her head without hesitation. "No, thanks. Alcohol clouds my thinking. I have to oversee construction tomorrow. Can't afford a single mistake." The excuse might have sounded like a stretch to anyone else, but I knew she wasn't lying. The shelter renovation was a project worth hundreds of millions. Every detail had to be double-checked, and one slip could cause problems. She needed a clear head. "Then we'll toast with tea instead." I poured her a cup of pu'er. The next hour and a half went pleasantly enough. I kept the conversation going, from construction details to Guangzhou's development. She responded now and then, but mostly listened intently, occasionally serving Su Xiaoxiao food, polite and considerate. Su Xiaoxiao, meanwhile, played the devoted partner, peeling shrimp and cutting steak, barely saying a word the whole time. Inside, though, she kept trying to figure out who Jiang Zishuan really was. When the meal ended, Jiang Zishuan stood, offered a polite thank you for dinner, and strode off in her heels. Crisp and clean, no lingering. Tianji, this Jiang Zishuan is way too full of herself. She didn't even give you any face, Su Xiaoxiao grumbled, watching her retreating figure. I gave a faint smile. She's got the right to be. Aegis's clients are all billionaires. My kind of money doesn't mean much to someone like her. Not even you count. Then how rich do you have to be? Her mouth dropped open. In her 20-some years of life, I was already the richest person she'd ever met. She honestly couldn't imagine what someone wealthier than me would even look like. You'll understand once you've seen more of the world. I grabbed my coat. Come on, let's head home. Tianji, is she really a lesbian? She still couldn't resist asking, a trace of hope in her voice. Probably. She said herself she's not into men. I shook my head with a hint of regret. Shame. She's one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. Suddenly, I thought of Zhao Zijuan, that sharp-eyed female security officer, also a rare beauty. Su Xiaoxiao didn't press further. She understood that grilling me for answers wasn't wise. Doing her own job well was enough. Back at the apartment, Su Xiaoxiao ran a hot bath first and waited on me while I took a nice, relaxing shower. I came out wrapped in a towel, and she leaned close to my ear, her voice soft enough to melt. Tianji, go wait on the bed. I've got a surprise for you. I raised an eyebrow. No need to guess. She was up to her tricks again. Lately, to keep me around, she'd been getting creative. Nurse outfits, secretary outfits, one after another. Each time it brought a little something fresh. All right, I'll wait, I said with a nod and a smile. Just as drowsiness started to set in, the bedroom door eased open. She'd changed into a dress, bare feet on the carpet, hair loose over her shoulders, her eyes glistening, like a kitten waiting to be pampered. She walked to the edge of the bed without a word, swaying gently to the soft music playing from her phone, her gaze locked onto me, that heat practically spilling out of her. When she'd danced her fill, she leaned down, her fingertips tracing lightly across my chest, her voice laced with a coy pout. Tian, do you like it? I couldn't hold back any longer. I reached out with one long arm and pulled her into my embrace. The scent of perfume mixed with body wash washed over my chest, her warm body pressed tight against me. I sank into the thick, heady haze, unable to think of anything else. We tangled through the night, and only toward dawn did things finally settle. She dried me off, brought over some warm water, and sat at the edge of the bed, gently pressing my temples. She hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Tian, your personal training package expires in 2 days. Are you going to renew? She didn't really want to ask, but the gym owner had pushed her several times, calling me a top-tier client they had to keep. What she really hoped I'd say was, no need to renew, I'll take care of you. Over this stretch of time, I'd dropped a few million on her, and she'd long since come to see me as her sugar daddy. All she wanted was to stay by my side. No rush, I said, eyes closed. You still don't believe in what I can do? This 1 month has been enough. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just the owner keeps pushing, she explained softly, her fingers pinching my earlobe. Honestly, renewing or not, it's all the same. If you want to train, I'll do it with you privately, no need to pay the gym. The hint couldn't have been clearer. Skip the gym, work directly with me, cut out the middleman's cut, and get even closer to me. I opened my eyes, looked at the anticipation on her face, and suddenly thought of the apocalypse. I stayed silent for a few seconds. Xiao Xiao, do you have a place of your own in Yangcheng? She blinked, then shook her head. No, I'm not from here. Property's way too expensive, so I've always rented. My tone turned serious. My place is almost finished. I should be able to move in around August 1st. If you're willing to come with me, then give up your rental, pack up your things, and move in with me. Her eyes lit up. She suddenly gripped my hand. Tian, are you saying you want me to live with you? Yes, I looked. She looked at me. But I have to warn you. Guangzhou is going to face a massive disaster soon. Something far worse than typhoons or heavy rain. Come with me, and you'll survive. Stay behind, and you could be in danger. I didn't dare say Ice Age apocalypse outright, afraid it would scare her, so I just vaguely called it a disaster. She paused for a moment, then laughed. Tian, Have you been reading too many apocalypse novels? The worst Guangzhou gets is a typhoon. Where's this terrifying disaster going to come from? Believe it or not, that's up to you, I said without explaining further. If you're willing, pack up as soon as you can. If not, I won't force you. She stared into my serious eyes, and suddenly her chest tightened. She knew I wasn't the kind of person to joke about something like this. She bit her lip, without a shred of hesitation. I'll come. I'll check out tomorrow and move my stuff over. Disaster or not, she didn't care. Being able to stay by my side was the best choice she could make. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Hanwha Cosmetic Surgery Hospital, the atmosphere was so tense you could wring it out like a wet towel. The 12-hour surgery had finally ended. Zhang Baikan still hadn't woken up. The hospital leadership and the 4 lead surgeons sat around the long table, every face grim as stone. Director Wang, seated at the head of the table, tapped the surface. Let's hear it. How did the surgery actually go? Dr. Li, who'd handled the facial work, spoke first, his voice heavy with exhaustion. It didn't go well at all. Ms. Zhang has an unusual constitution. She had rejection reactions to both the anesthetic and the implant materials. We were forced to switch drugs and materials midway. The facial sutures came out uneven, and the breast implants ended up misaligned too. To put it plainly, it failed. Failed? Dr. Liu, who'd done the butt lift, immediately shot back. You can't call it a failure. It just didn't meet expectations. It was her own body's problem. She signed the risk disclosure form before the operation. If she wants to make a scene, we've got the contract to fall back on. Dr. Liu's right. Deputy Director Wu Jing chimed in. Our hospital doesn't have failed surgeries, only results that didn't meet expectations. Leave this to me. I'll work on her. Tell her the results will look better once she's recovered. Prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication and send her home first. Director Wang's expression eased a little, and he nodded. Good, it's on you. Remember, don't let her cause a scene at the hospital and ruin our reputation. Also, revise the surgical records. Change rejection reaction to normal post-operative reaction. Don't leave any loose ends. Don't worry, I know what to do, Wu Jing said with complete confidence. Not one of them mentioned what Zhang Baikan had hoped for before the surgery. Not one of them cared about what this failure would destroy for her. In their eyes, she was nothing more than a $2 million client. As long as she could be sent off without hurting business, nothing else mattered. And in the hospital room, Zhang Baikan was still fast asleep, her face wrapped in thick gauze, her chest and hips swathed in bandages. She's still dreaming. Dreaming that she's become drop-dead gorgeous, that I'll hand over $300 million in savings with both hands, that she's become the billionaire everyone envies. What she doesn't know is that what awaits her isn't wealth and glory. It's a face that can never be pieced back together again. 7 a.m. In the VIP suite of Hanwha Cosmetic Surgery Hospital, the smell of disinfectant mixed with rose aromatherapy couldn't mask the tension in the air. Zhang Baikan opened her eyes. The anesthesia hadn't fully worn off yet, and her head felt heavy as lead. But her fingertips instinctively reached for her face. Thick bandages, rough and cold, like a shell. Ms. Zhang, you're awake? Dr. Liu, her attending physician, pushed the door open, a medical chart clutched in his hand. A professional smile was plastered on his face, but a flicker of anxiety hid behind his eyes. The director had originally assigned Deputy Director Wu Jing to handle her, but this morning Wu Jing had tossed off a single word, business trip, and dumped the hot potato on him. Zhang Baikan shot upright, ignoring the ache all over her body. How's my face? Did it turn out like Louis' face? Dr. Liu cleared his throat and avoided her gaze, first checking the 4-needle in her arm before slowly speaking. First, congratulations. The repair procedure was a great success. You'll make a full recovery in 2 months. That's not what I'm asking. Zhang Baikan's voice suddenly spiked, her face flushing red beneath the bandages. My face, the breast augmentation, the butt lift. How did those 3 turn out? Dr. Liu's smile froze for a moment, and his tone grew cautious. Please don't get worked up. The surgery wasn't a failure. Her racing heart had barely settled halfway when she heard him shift gears. But it can't be called a complete success either. Let's just say it achieved a baseline result. What do you mean, baseline result? She gripped the blanket, knuckles turning white. What exactly happened to my face? Here's the thing. Dr. Liu pulled up a chair and sat down, flipping through the chart as he chose his words. During the operation, we discovered you have a special constitution. You had a rejection reaction to the imported implants and the anesthetic. Your blood pressure suddenly dropped and your heart rate became unstable. For your safety, we had no choice but to switch to domestic materials in an emergency. He paused, and seeing her face go pale, quickly added, the breast augmentation and butt lift are fine. The implant positions are slightly off, but once you've healed, it won't affect your appearance. A curvy figure is absolutely achievable. Zhang Baikan let out a breath, then immediately tensed up again. What about my face? Why couldn't it be made to look like Liu Yifei? Your face is a bit complicated. Dr. Liu grew even more careful. After switching materials, the suture tension changed. The curve of your jawline and the angle of your eye corners didn't reach expectations. Simply put, you won't look like Liu Yifei, but you'll be a little more refined than before. A higher nose bridge, fuller cheeks. A little more refined. Zhang Baikan chewed on those words over and over. Her voice was thick with disbelief. I spent 2 million, and all you can give me is a little more refined. This is a scam. Ms. Zhang, please calm down. Dr. Liu quickly stood and pressed down on her shoulder. You signed the pre-op risk disclosure form. It clearly stated that individual variation may cause results to fall short of expectations. We did everything we could to keep you safe. Who knows? There might be a pleasant surprise once the stitches come out. Afraid she'd make a scene, he added, for the next week, a nurse will come by every day to change your dressings. If any touch-ups are needed later, we'll arrange them free of charge. Zhang Baikan still wanted to argue, but the door swung open. Her sugar daddy walked in carrying a thermos, grinning. Chin, you're awake? Chicken soup from the cafeteria. Gotta build your strength back up. Dr. Liu looked like he'd seen a lifesaver. Mr. Z, perfect timing. Her recovery's going well. The results will show once the stitches come out in a week. Reach out anytime if you need anything. And with that, before she could get a word in, he turned and strode out. Chin, why do you look so pale? The sugar daddy set down the thermos and sat on the edge of the bed. He reached out to touch her face, but she pulled away. The doctor says I can't be turned into Liu Yifei. The best they can do is make me a little more refined. Zhang Baikan's eyes reddened with frustration. 2 million for a result like this. His stomach dropped. He'd only agreed to lend her the money for surgery because he wanted a mini Liu Yifei face, something to reel Li Tian in and get him to open his wallet. But now, he swallowed his disappointment and instead put on a comforting smile. A little more refined is fine, too. You were already pretty. Besides, the boobs and butt came out great. Li Tian's gonna love it. Inside, though, he was already scheming. The face might be a bust, but a hot enough body could still hook Li Tian. Once the money came through, he'd just trade her in for someone prettier. Soothed a little, Zhang Baikan's mood settled. She lifted the blanket and looked at her bandage-wrapped body, and a flicker of hope returned. Really? He'll like it. Definitely. He scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup and brought it to her lips. Drink up, get your strength back, and once the stitches are out, we'll go find Li Tian. Zhang Baikan forced herself to swallow it. She was long since sick of this cafeteria chicken soup, but she'd already lost her job. The 500,000 in surgery fees was borrowed from him. She still owed another million to 361 Finance, and someone else held her private videos and her family's contact information. He was her only lifeline. She had a faint feeling things wouldn't go so smoothly, but she was out of options. All she could do was gamble on the surgery succeeding. Once you put your fate in someone else's hands, you forfeit any right to turn back. I'd only thought of Zhao Zijuan now and then. That good-looking safety officer, nothing more. But she'd been thinking about me the whole time. Director Wang Chuan hadn't given his approval, and Zhao Zijuan wasn't ready to give up. She turned and headed home to call in reinforcements. At the standalone villa in the residential compound of the Guangdong Provincial Public Security Department, beside the breakfast table, the air felt heavy. Zhao Donglai sat in his dark blue security uniform, head bent over the newspaper, the bowl of millet porridge in front of him untouched. His wife, Liu Yike, wore a silk nightgown and clutched her phone, glancing every now and then at their red-eyed daughter across the table. Zhao Zijuan poked at the egg in her bowl, still stinging from her father's refusal the day before. She'd cried to her mother the previous night, and Louis Ike had promised on the spot to help. But this morning her father was acting like nothing had happened, not saying a word about it. "Dad, are you going to help me or not?" She set down her chopsticks, voice thick with tears. "Lee Tian is definitely hiding something. If he gets away because you two wouldn't back me up and the arms case falls apart, can you take responsibility for that?" Zhao Donglai lowered the newspaper and looked up, his tone serious. "Zijuan, police work follows procedure and evidence. You don't have a shred of solid proof linking him to the arms case. Wang Chuan was right not to approve the surveillance. You can't just throw out the rules on a hunch. My hunches are never wrong." Zhao Zijuan shot to her feet. Before he ever won the lottery, he had the nerve to spend 100 million building a shelter. The money came from nowhere, and he took out loans from a loan shark. That 361 Finance is straight up a criminal outfit. I bet they're running nude photo loan scams. "That's all speculation," Zhao Donglai said, rubbing his temples. 361 does have suspected ties to organized crime, but there's no connection to the arms case. He probably borrowed the money just for renovations. He won 500 million. He can pay it back. It's normal. Normal my ass." Zhao Zijuan blurted out, then quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. At the bureau, she was all about her image and only dropped the act in front of her parents. He borrowed 22 million before the numbers were even drawn. Luyake put down her phone and jumped in. "Donglai, Zijuan has a point. Even if it's got nothing to do with the arms case, the source of his money should be investigated. If this really is tied to a crime and you don't look into it now, when it blows up later, you won't get off the hook as director either." Zhao Donglai sighed helplessly. "Yike, why are you egging her on too? Zijuan works for the security bureau. She has to follow orders. Wang Chuan has more experience than she does. Egging her on? What's that supposed to mean?" Liu Yike's temper flared too. She set down her cup. "She's trying to crack a case, not looking out for herself. Fine if you won't support her as her father, but you're actually helping an outsider push her down." As deputy director of the Provincial Anti-Corruption Bureau, Liu Yike couldn't stand buck-passing and foot-dragging. She fixed her eyes on her husband, her voice carrying a threat. "I don't care what you think. Today you're going to call Wang Chuan and get him to approve it. If you won't, I'll call him myself." Zhao Donglai looked at the resolve in his wife's eyes, then caught the hopeful gaze of his daughter and felt a headache coming on. He'd feared nothing his whole life, except making his wife angry. The mighty director of the Provincial Security Department was henpecked, and nobody knew it. Fine, I'll call, okay." He grabbed his phone, looking utterly aggrieved. "I must have owed you two in a past life." Taking a deep breath, he dialed the number. At that moment, over at the Yangqing Security Bureau, Wang Chuan was fretting over the arms trafficking case file. He'd gone through 4 rounds of tea, and the ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. He'd been up all night again. The smuggler interrogation had stalled completely, and the security ministry's pressuring calls kept coming one after another, until he could barely breathe. The name, Zhao Donglai, popped up on his phone screen, and his heart sank. A sense of the very thing you dread is the thing that comes. He straightened his collar, picked up, and his tone instantly turned deferential. "Old Chief, calling this early, what can I do for you?" "Nothing so formal. Just wanted to chat about the arms case." Zhao Donglai spoke in that classic official cadence. "Zijuan tells me your investigations hit a wall." "You said it." Wang Chuan seized the chance to vent. "The smuggler's got a tight mouth. Won't give up the location of the weapons no matter what. We've run down plenty of leads, but nothing's panned out. Zijuan shared her thinking with me. She's got her suspicions about a man named Li Tian. Thinks there's something off about where his money's coming from. Sounds reasonable to me." Zhao Donglai's tone shifted. "Might it be worth taking some necessary investigative measures against Li Tian? Of course, that's just a personal suggestion. The specifics are up to your bureau." Wang Chuan cursed inwardly. "Personal suggestion, my foot. This is an order. Refuse, and a single word from this man could leave his director's chair hanging by a thread." "Agree. And if Li Tian turned out to have nothing to do with the arms case, he'd not only waste manpower, but might get slapped with a counter-complaint for abuse of authority. But he didn't dare shoulder that responsibility. Old Chief, your suggestion couldn't be more timely." He swallowed his resentment and warmed up. "We were still in a meeting last night, feeling like our earlier direction was off, and wanting to adjust. This pointer of yours is exactly the direction we needed. I'll set it up right away. Good, good. Zhao Donglai hung up, satisfied, and spread his hands. Done. Happy now. Zhao Zijuan immediately threw herself at her father, hugging his arm. Thanks, Dad. You really do love me best. Lu Yike laughed too. Now that's more like it. From now on, cut the political mumbo-jumbo with the kid. Cracking the case is what matters. Zhao Donglai shook his head, but silently prayed. Zijuan had better not be wrong this time, or his standing in front of his subordinates would come crashing down. The moment the call ended, Zhao Zijuan rushed off to the office. She couldn't wait. She was going to dig into every last detail of Li Tian's life herself. At 9 that morning, the atmosphere in the Yangqing Security Bureau's main conference room was tense enough to wring water from the air. Both sides of the long table were packed with the captains and core members of the Criminal Investigation Detachment, each with the arms case file spread out before them. The projector cycled through photos of the smuggler and scene shots of the old house in the urban village. Wang Chuan sat at the head of the table, fingers tapping lightly on the edge, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Zhao Zijuan. He cleared his throat. Comrades, the arms smuggling case has dragged on for nearly a week now, and the higher-ups are extremely unhappy. If we don't make progress soon, a special task force is going to come in and take over. Last night, I went back through every lead, and I think we've overlooked something important. Li Tian. He paused, watching everyone's reaction. Before he won the lottery, he was already sinking a fortune into building a doomsday bunker, and he'd taken out a huge loan from a company with mob ties. Where his money comes from and the way he operates, both raise red flags. I think it's time we bring technical surveillance to bear on him. Wiretaps, tracking, digging into his social circle. When he finished, the conference room fell silent. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Zhao Zijuan. They all knew the score. She'd suspected Li Tian from the start, and Wang Chuan suddenly proposing to investigate him was clearly paving the way for her. Zhao Zijuan sat bolt upright, not a trace of embarrassment on her face. Even if no one else believed her, she was going to see this through. Let's do this democratically, a show of hands, Wang Chuan said. Everyone in favor of the surveillance, raise your hand. Almost the instant the words left his mouth, every hand in the room shot up. No one dared not to. For one, Zhao Zijuan was Zhao Donglai's daughter, not someone you wanted to cross. For another, when the chief made a suggestion, it was an order, and no one was about to embarrass him in front of everyone. Good. Unanimous, Wang Chuan said with a satisfied nod. Now, who's got the lightest workload and can run point on this? The room went dead quiet. Everyone glanced around at each other, but no one spoke up. You had to be kidding. Li Tian had been cleared as a suspect long ago, and reopening the case out of nowhere was a thankless job. Come up empty, and you'd be told you couldn't read a lead. Crack it, and the credit would go to Zhao Zijuan. Worse still, it amounted to overturning Wang Chuan's own earlier decision to clear Li Tian. Whoever stepped up would be the one making the chief look bad. Wang Chuan had seen this coming. He turned to Zhao Zijuan, his tone laced with expectation. Zhao Zijuan, you've been keeping an eye on Li Tian all along. How about I hand this assignment to you? I'll take it. She shot to her feet at once, her voice ringing out. I guarantee I'll get the job done. Excellent. Wang Chuan let out a breath of relief and seized the moment to pass off the hot potato. Jiang Jiqiang, you'll assist her, handle the information compiling and the perimeter surveillance. Jiang Jiqiang wanted no part of it, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Yes, Chief. After the meeting broke up, Jiang Jiqiang trailed behind Zhao Zijuan, grumbling under his breath. Zijuan, what's the point of this? Li Tian's obviously just some nouveau riche. He's got nothing to do with an arms case. It's a total waste of time. Zhao Zijuan stopped and turned around, her gaze resolute. You don't get a say without doing the legwork. As long as there's the slightest doubt, we can't let it slide. If it turns out he's clean, I'll take full responsibility. Jiang Jiqiang let out a sigh. There was no arguing with her. All he could do was tag along for the ride. But then a different thought struck him. If they actually dug up something on Li Tian, that would be a huge win. A promotion and a raise would finally be within reach. The idea lifted his mood a little. Zhao Zijuan moved fast. The moment she got the go-ahead, She headed to the carrier's service center and pulled Li Tian's call records for the past month. Suspiciously clean. Not a single red flag. His most frequent contact was his girlfriend, Su Xiao. The rest were calls to Zibin, Zhongbaikan, and a handful of restaurants and wholesale markets. See? All normal calls. Jiang Jiqiang leaned in and gave the records a lazy glance. Told you, he's just some run-of-the-mill nouveau riche. Zhao Zijuan didn't respond. She went through the records again, nothing out of place. Unwilling to give up, she pulled his texts and WeChat messages. Same result, flirty chats with Su Xiao and order confirmations with vendors. Not the faintest trace of arms dealing. Come on, let's hit the bank. She gathered up the printouts and stood. We're checking his transactions. The bank pulled his statements from the last 3 months. A thick stack, almost entirely large outgoing payments. 5 million as a deposit to Aegis Security, 22 million from a loan through 361, over 400 million in lottery winnings, more than 400 million in supply purchases, 3 million on restaurants and gym fees. Jiang Jiqiang flipped through it, clicking his tongue. This Li Tian is loaded for real. 500 million, and he burns through it like water. Zhao Zijuan ignored him, her eyes locked on every single expense. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. In a single day, Li Tian had booked 1,000 tables worth of banquet catering, all delivered to Section B of the underground warehouse in the East City Industrial Park. 1,000 tables. She frowned. Sent to an underground warehouse? Who throws a banquet in an underground warehouse? Jiang Jiqiang leaned over for a look and instantly lit up. Zijuan, this is definitely something. 1,000 tables could feed over 10,000 people. What normal person sends that to an underground warehouse? That's gotta be a criminal gang's hideout. Li Tian's catering order is him supplying his accomplices. The man who'd been so full of complaints moments ago now had eyes blazing with excitement. It was as if he could already see a first-class merit citation waving him over. Report to the chief right away and apply for a search warrant. He could barely contain himself. That crew's got a huge stash of weapons. We need to move now, before things drag out and go sideways. The two of them reported everything up the chain on the spot. Sometimes, what people see isn't the truth, it's what they most want to see. But Zhao Zijuan still had no idea that this very step was landing her right in the middle of a trap that had been set long ago.